Chapter 399. Of the 4 people who had been killed, except for one who had reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage, the other 3 were all Yuan-Chi 8th or 9th stage cultivators. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable in the entire central capital, but to the Bamboo Knot gang, it was already a rare talent. The people here were all from humble backgrounds and did not have good secret arts or martial skills. Being able to improve their strength to this level was already quite difficult. But in the blink of an eye, these 4 people had died one after another. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of the young lord under the command of 4th Master Yang was obvious. The faces of the other people in the hall changed dramatically as they all stared at Yang Kai in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It seemed that only now did they truly understand the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families' direct descendants. Among the people present, the strongest was Peng Qi, a trivial immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage cultivator. He knew that he would not have been able to kill these 4 people in such a short time, but Yang Kai had done it. Didn't this mean that if they really fought, even he wasn't his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. A Yuan-Chi 7th stage cultivator actually had such powerful combat strength. Who else wants to submit to the Hua family? I don't mind sending him on his way. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes around. Everyone's faces were calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Young lord, please be merciful, Peng Qi pleaded in a trembling voice. The 4 people who had intended to submit to the Hua family had all been killed, and the remaining people had strongly opposed this during the discussion just now. Peng Qi was afraid that Yang Kai would kill the wrong people, which would be difficult to clean up. But just now, this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he have so accurately found the location of these 4 people? This kind of method was really incomprehensible. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to kill again. Taking back the 2 artifacts, Yang Kai slowly sat down, and the remaining people couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Peng Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, someone rushed in and respectfully asked, "What is Sect Master's order?" "Drag these ungrateful bastards out and bury them." Peng Qi pointed to the 4 corpses and ordered. The guard stared blankly, but after seeing the blood on the ground, his face suddenly paled. He quickly nodded. He ran out and called some helpers, trembling as they dragged the corpses out. The smell of blood still lingered in the hall, and no one dared to breathe, all waiting for Yang Kai. "From today onwards, the Bamboo Knot gang will be taken over by me." Yang Kai swept his eyes around. "Does anyone have any objections?" "Lord, the Bamboo Knot gang was secretly supported by the 4th Master. Since you are young lord, we should follow your orders." Peng Qi quickly. "Okay, tell me about the Hua family." Just now, outside the palace. Yan Yang's groups. Peng Qi pondered for a moment before he truthfully recounted the contents of the argument. Family sex masters, and family was another force. To eyes. Masters. Yang I. In the hall, a group of people began to quarrel. The people led by Peng Qi didn't want to betray Yang Yingfeng, but the other 4 didn't. People wanted to climb higher, and water flowed lower. Although Bamboo Knot gang was supported by 4th Master Yang, they had never even seen Yang Yingfeng's face for so many years, so naturally they weren't loyal to him. With some external interference, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Yingfeng, with the 4th Master Yang's dull personality, he probably wouldn't pursue the matter, but if they refused the Hua family's olive branch, they would be in trouble. Thinking about it, it was inevitable that these 4 people would want to seek refuge with the Hua family in order to develop better. But now, these 4 people had been killed, so naturally no one dared to make any more noise. After listening to Peng Qi's story, Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that he wasn't deceiving him. After he finished speaking, Peng Qi also stood quietly beside Yang Kai, no longer speaking. Everyone else also stared at Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for some kind of instruction. After a long silence, Yang Kai said, "Before I came here, Father's intention was for me to convince you with virtue and make you all willingly submit to me. but I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I want to participate in the inheritance war. If you follow me, it means you will also participate in the inheritance war. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it will also be dangerous. None of you are children, you should understand this. Everyone nodded in unison. None of the people present were over 30 years old. In front of them, Yang Kai was just a child, but now, hearing him say such words, they couldn't help feeling a little depressed. You can choose for yourself. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you can leave now, I won't hold you accountable. But this is your only chance, if you don't leave now, you won't have another chance in the future. Saying so, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone looked at each other. Yang Kai being so open and honest was really beyond their expectations. Coupled with his decisive slaughter just now, everyone couldn't help but realize that this young lord seemed to be a decisive person who didn't like to drag his feet. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Peng Qi smiled faintly and said, "Although we have never seen Fourth Master's face before, for so many years, we have been sheltered under the shade of Fourth Master's shadow. Now that young lord has a need, we are naturally duty-bound to help." His words were neither salty nor light. Obviously, he didn't recognize Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. How could Yang Kai not be clear about this? It was just that he really didn't have the time or inclination to subdue the bamboo knot gang like he had subdued the two blood warriors. Nodding indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. "I can tell you clearly, following me is not necessarily a good thing, but if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things." Yang Kai's smile was filled with an evil aura, causing everyone who saw it to feel a little creepy. Everyone in the room. Quickly getting up, they shouted in unison. "We are willing to serve young lord like dogs and horses." Yang Kai had spoken so straightforwardly. If they didn't respond now, they would really be a group of fools. "Sit down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Peng Qi, you also sit." "Yes." Peng Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this young lord and his fourth master really didn't have the same temperament. They were two completely different people. "How many people does the bamboo knot gang have now?" Yang Kai asked lightly. "About 600 people." 600 people. Yang Kai frowned. This number was indeed a bit small. But it wasn't too shabby. "How strong are they?" Peng Qi smiled bitterly, his face filled with shame. "Most of them are separation and reunion boundary, 30% are Yuan Qi boundary. As for immortal ascension boundary, there are only 3. But just now, one of them has already. Of the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters, one had already been killed, leaving only 2. One was an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, the other was a second stage cultivator. Such strength was really shabby. However, Yang Kai didn't show a look of disappointment. He didn't need the bamboo knot gang to fight for him. These 600 people, are they all in the central capital right now? Yes, if young lord needs them, just give the order. All of them can be summoned. Peng Qi nodded. Send out 200 people. I need to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people. Young lord, please give us your orders. Yang Kai explained the number of people in Su Yan's group and the characteristics of several key figures. Peng Qi quickly memorized them. Also, find me 50 clever messengers and have them be on standby. Yes. Although Peng Qi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, since he had given the order, he simply did as he was told. Right, what does the bamboo knot gang do for a living? Yang Kai asked. Peng Qi smiled awkwardly. Our main business is running some inns, tea houses, restaurants, and other such businesses. The gang's disciples often take on some work in the city, but it's mostly small businesses. What about the surplus? Peng Qi became even more embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before replying. So far, we only have 500,000 taels in reserve. So poor? Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone's face went red. Peng Qi helplessly said, "Making a living in the central capital is really not easy. The 8 great families were in too much of a limelight. Those forces in the dark, with the support of a good master, would often receive rewards from him, But the bamboo knot gang wasn't so good. They were supported by Yang Yingfeng. Fourth Master Yang's status in the Yang family wasn't very high. These years, in order to treat his hidden illness, he had spent a lot of money searching for famous doctors, so he didn't have much resources or money on hand to reward the bamboo knot gang. It was no wonder that the four young lords were biased towards the Hua family. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Pang Qi. Take this money and use it first. Looking at the large stack of silver notes, everyone's breathing couldn't help becoming slightly rapid. With so many silver notes, it was at least a few million taels of silver. This new master was really generous. Pang Qi was startled, but he didn't refuse and simply accepted the money with a grateful expression. Looking at him, Yang Kai smiled softly. Do what I told you, I'll come back another day. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. The group of people quickly sent him off. After Yang Kai left, all the cultivator in the hall looked at each other. Gang master, how much did that young lord give? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Pang Qi carefully counted the money and exclaimed, a full 3 million taels. 3 million taels of silver, those were the silver notes that Lu Liang had given to Yang Kai, and now they had all been transferred to the bamboo knot gang. Many people exclaimed, some of them excitedly saying, the fourth master's son is much more generous than the fourth master. Although this young man is ruthless and straightforward in his way of doing things, he seems to be quite a good person. Pang Qi calmly said, now that we've taken his money, no one can say anything about betrayal. That young lord is a master who kills without batting an eyelid. Everyone was shocked, thinking about the four cultivator who had died before, they couldn't help nodding. Chapter 400. Regarding the bamboo knot gang, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. All he wanted was for them to gather intelligence and deliver information. This gang, to put it bluntly, was nothing more than a motley crew. Any master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize, Yang Kai wouldn't have had any ideas about them. Pang Qi didn't refuse and accepted the huge sum of money, obviously showing his loyalty. This was something Yang Kai was well aware of. Leaving the bamboo knot gang, Yang Kai quickly returned. Halfway back though, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Yang Zhao on the second floor of a nearby restaurant waving towards him with a smile. Little brother Kai, come up and talk. Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet him here, but he didn't refuse, jumping off his cloud-treading colt and walking straight into the restaurant. Going up to the second floor and arriving at the private room where Yang Zhao was staying, Yang Kai felt several sharp gazes land on him as soon as he entered. Second brother. Yang Kai cupped his fists in greeting as he glanced around, his heart slightly moved. Although he didn't know most of the people present, from the way these young lords and young ladies dressed, Yang Kai could tell that their backgrounds weren't small. Come, come! Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing to a young man who was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin with one hand and smiling towards them. Do you know who this is? Yang Kai glanced over and smiled. Fifth brother! The Yang family's younger generation was ranked fifth, Yang Kang. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were blood brothers, so Yang Kai naturally recognized him, but he hadn't expected that he would also return to the central capital. Yang Kang swept his eyes over Yang Kai but didn't say anything, simply nodding lightly, a faint smile on his face. When brothers met, it was only natural that they wouldn't act so indifferently. However, Yang Kang didn't say anything, his contempt for Yang Kai was obvious. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai playfully, seemingly trying to find some kind of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that his expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Zhao didn't seem to notice this and continued to enthusiastically introduce everyone to Yang Kai. As expected, they were all people with powerful backgrounds. All of them were disciples of the 8 great families. The Kong family's Kong Zhan, the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, and the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou. These 2 men and 1 woman were all leading figures of their respective families' younger generation. At this moment, meeting with the Yang family's direct descendants was obviously their intention to participate in the inheritance war. However, it was hard to say who they would choose in the end. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Yang Kong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Kai, I heard that you only stayed in the dragon transformation pool for half a day before coming out." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, his aptitude is too poor. He won't get any benefits from it." Yang Kong chuckled and said, "For you, it's already very good." "Fifth brother!" Yang Zhao shouted. Glaring at him, Yang Zhao immediately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and comforted him. "Your fifth brother is frank and outspoken, he can't keep his mouth shut. Don't lower yourself to his level, the dragon transformation pool isn't as magical as the rumors say. At the very least, I stayed in there for 4 days and didn't get any benefits." "Second brother is amazing," Yang Kong said in amazement. "I only stayed in there for 3 days before I couldn't bear it. I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pool is a place to test a person's aptitude." Yi Xianro pursed her lips and asked with a smile. Kang Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interested looks, Kang Zhan even interjecting. "I also heard that the longer one stays in there, the better their aptitude." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yang Kai with some embarrassment before nodding slightly. "That's what they say, but no one really knows. How can a person's aptitude be tested by a trivial dragon transformation pool? But the shorter one stays in there, the worse their aptitude is, that's for sure." Yang Kang's face was full of smiles as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Kai, you really don't need to care too much. In the past, you couldn't practice martial arts at all, but now I heard that you've broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This is already a great blessing. People should always be content with what they have. You also need to know your limits, don't you think so, fifth brother?" Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Kang's words were directed at him. How could he not see it? Towards his cousins, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for them, but he also didn't have much malice towards them either. However, Yang Kang's words were full of hidden threats, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai didn't want to waste even half a sentence, so he didn't bother to look at these people's faces. Seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would dare speak to him like this, Yang Kong was stunned for a moment. The 3 young lords from the 8 great families were even more stunned, none of them having expected their youngest young lord to be so domineering. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed. "Enough of that, the dragon transformation pool is just a pool, the future of my Yang family's young lords is not something it can decide." Kang Zhan nodded slightly before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Your Yang family's young lords are all wolves and tigers. The central capital used to be our 7 great families' world, but now that your Yang family has returned, we have no choice but to stand aside." "What is Brother Kong saying? The central capital is so big, my Yang family can't swallow it all. The future of this place is the future of our entire generation." Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked, "How many of your Yang family's young lords have returned?" 4. Yang Zhao's face dimmed slightly as he said, "In addition to the 3 of us, 4th brother Yang Xian Wu has also returned, but on the way back, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Now, the family's elders are treating him, but we don't know how he's doing." Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold while Yang Kang's face also became extremely ugly. On the way back, both of them had been ambushed by masters, but the 2 of them had been lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, the 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, had not escaped his fate. "A tall tree attracts the wind." Yang Zhao smiled bitterly as his expression shook. "However, the family has already sent out more masters to greet them. I believe the people behind them won't have any problems. There's also news that big brother Yang Wei will be returning soon." "Eldest brother is coming back?" Yang Kong asked in surprise. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a smile. "The shortest he'll be back in 2 to 3 days, the longest he'll be back in 5 or 6 days. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became bitter, seemingly quite afraid of Yang Wei. "The central capital is about to become lively." Yi Xianro smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glittering. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore, haha. Speaking of Lu Qingyao's name, everyone present couldn't help looking solemn. Even Yang Zhao's expression became serious. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was the former first young lord of the central capital. It was rumored that at such a young age he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. This person also had an unparalleled influence in the central capital. In the inheritance war, whoever could win him over would definitely be of great help. I really hope the inheritance war will begin as soon as possible so we can see the true strength of the Yang family's young lords. Kang Zhan smiled slightly, looking forward to it. Brothers fighting against each other, haha. Yan Zhao smiled bitterly. I've become a joke to the world. Gao Rangfeng said. I only hope that if I become an enemy of all of you in the future, you will show me mercy. Likewise. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the Kang, Gao, and Yi family young lords were all slightly dazed. Although Yang Zhao and Yang Kang didn't say anything to them, nor did they show any intention to win them over, all three of them knew that since they were sitting here, they naturally had such intentions. In terms of their words, there was more or less a friendly tone. But this Yang Kai was a bit more interesting. He didn't say anything, so in the inheritance war, where would he find support? Was this arrogance or self-confidence? Or was he simply feeling hopeless? The three young lords' brow furrowed slightly as they pondered. Perceiving the looks of the three young lords, Yang Kang snorted. Second brother, it's not that I'm targeting little brother Kai, it's just that I think a person like him shouldn't participate in the inheritance war, lest he disgrace himself. Yang Zhao chuckled. Fifth brother, don't underestimate little brother Kai, he has his own means. Means? Why can't I see it? Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he asked softly. Let me ask you, the two blood warriors who escorted you back, what was their attitude towards you? Yang Kang said impatiently. Don't mention them, just mentioning them makes me angry. Those two were like wooden statues all day long, completely ignoring my questions, as if they were the young lords. Yang Zhao smiled and said, although my two blood warriors weren't like that, they were pretty much the same. However, the two blood warriors who greeted little brother Kai back were extremely respectful and polite to him. Don't you think that's strange? That's impossible, right? All blood warriors have eyes above their heads, how could they be respectful to him? Second brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Kang's face was filled with disbelief, shaking his head as he spoke. That's why I said little brother Kai has his own means. Yang Zhao quickly said. Yang Kang's expression froze as his brow furrowed, not knowing what to think. After a long time, he muttered. Second brother, you think too highly of him, his aptitude is so poor, he's destined to have no great achievements. When the two brothers were talking, the other three just smiled slightly and listened, none of them interjecting. They just faintly felt that Yang Kai's performance today was too ordinary, so ordinary that it didn't seem like a Yang family young lord who was about to participate in the inheritance war. This discovery made them both confused and suspicious, wondering what kind of performance their youngest young lord would have in the inheritance war. Inside the fourth master's house. By the time Kai Yang returned, the sky had already turned dark. Just as he entered the house, the housekeeper's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly ran over and said with a sobbing tone, Young master, you've finally returned. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked anxiously, What happened? Something happened to master and madam, the housekeeper said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai inside. You should go take a look. What happened? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, at the same time releasing his divine sense and quietly covering the entire house, instantly finding the location of fourth master Yang and Dong Suju. Chapter 401. The housekeeper gave a brief account of what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened carefully, and with what he had learned from his own investigation, he began to understand what had happened. After arriving at the door, Yang Kai carefully probed himself and found that the yuan qi of his two old men was circulating fiercely. their auras surging wildly and radiating outwards. Obviously, something had happened. However, the situation the husband and wife were facing at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suju had broken through, but her aura had not yet stabilized, and the energy in her body had not yet been fully absorbed. As long as she finished absorbing the remaining energy, she would be able to completely consolidate her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. However, what Yang Yingfeng was facing was somewhat dangerous. The fourth master had also broken through a minor realm, but now he was facing signs of breaking through again. The shackles in a cultivator's body were like a lock. Every time a cultivator broke through, a lock would be opened and a door would be opened. Any cultivator would need to accumulate years of cultivation before they could open this lock. During this period, they could take some precious treasures to speed up their progress. However, the huge amount of energy contained in the myriad drug liquid had not only allowed fourth Master Yang to open the first lock and open the first door in a short period of time, but he was also on the verge of opening the second lock. Breaking through 2 minor realms in a row was both a happy event and a disaster. Yang Kai had often broken through several minor realms in the past, but at that time his strength was very low, so breaking through several minor realms in a row was not dangerous. However, fourth Master Yang was different. He had a chronic illness and was originally an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the 4th stage, he should have been able to consolidate his cultivation for a period of time, but under the influence of the myriad drug liquid. He had not been given any buffer time at all. If his understanding of the martial Tao was not enough, it was very likely he would not be able to break through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. At that time, the huge amount of energy in his body would have nowhere to vent and would only explode. On the other hand, if his understanding of the martial Tao had reached a certain level, not only would this not be a disaster, it would also have great benefits. The key was whether his understanding of the martial Tao was good enough. Spreading out his divine sense, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's slightly panicked expression gradually calmed down. He waved to the housekeeper and said, "It's okay. You can leave now. I'll keep an eye on this place. If anyone comes to visit in the next few days, I'll tell them. Just say that my father has relapsed and is recuperating." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed slightly and retreated. He obeyed Yang Kai's orders. His invisible divine sense was released and retracted, wrapping up the entire area where his parents were, cutting off all the auras inside from leaking out. In this way, the people outside would not be able to detect the commotion inside. After doing this, Yang Kai stood quietly outside the house and waited. He wasn't worried at all because he had enough confidence in the fourth master. If it weren't for what happened back then, the fourth Master Yang's strength wouldn't have been so low. His improvement in strength was indeed very slow, but the accumulation of the flowing time Great Emperor was enough for him to comprehend martial arts that was not inferior to others. Moreover, the fourth Master Yang's own aptitude wasn't bad. After so many years of accumulation, he had only broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. For him, this wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Kai had never expected that his 2 parents would actually cause such a commotion because of the myriad drug liquid. Half a day later, of the 2 auras in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suju stabilized. He should have finished absorbing the world energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Yingfeng's aura. It had been slowly climbing upwards, as if there was no end. Another half a day passed, and this aura suddenly soared as if it had pierced through the sky. It soared up to 90,000 miles, and it carried a carefree feeling as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in the heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned. Inside the house, Dong Suju also let out a low cry. The ecstasy and excitement in the cries were obvious. The aura that had reached its peak was quickly withdrawn, and a moment later, everything was calm. "Kai, come in!" Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice called out from inside the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and stepped inside. The fourth master's tone was somewhat strange, so Yang Kai estimated that he would have to be interrogated. This wasn't surprising. The effects of the myriad drug liquid were simply too heaven-defying. How could his two parents not be suspicious? After entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled meaningfully, looking around, not saying a word. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a funny and distressed expression, biting her red lips and also not speaking. Yang Yingfeng furrowed his brow and broke the silence. Tell me honestly, what exactly did you give us? Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, the fourth master continued. Don't tell me you used the materials I gave you to refine this medicinal liquid. I know what grade those materials are. It's absolutely impossible to refine such a heaven-defying treasure. Fourth master is wise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly flattered. Dong Suju almost laughed out loud, and Yang Yingfeng also couldn't help smiling, but he still kept a straight face as he stared straight at Yang Kai, unwilling to give up. This thing is called myriad drug liquid. It's the essence of tens of millions of different grade pills, and through some special spirit arrays, it took thousands of years to condense. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before casually explaining. The fourth master and his wife couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Tens of millions of pills, thousands of years. At first, it sounded like a fantasy story. But the look on Yang Kai's face told them that this was true. No wonder it had such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity had allowed this medicinal liquid to transcend the level of this world. It was likely that even Yang Kai had not been able to obtain such a thing. Thinking so, the husband and wife pair felt a little distressed. It wasn't that they were distressed about the preciousness of this myriad drug liquid, but rather the hardships Yang Kai had gone through in order to obtain it. Is it very valuable? Yang Yingfeng stared at him deeply, not asking about the origin of these things. A lot. Yang Kai comforted him, but couldn't help feeling a little confused. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Dong Suju also wore an embarrassed expression. After a long time, Dong Suju stretched out his hand and said, I only drank the bottom of a cup, but your father, he drank the whole cup. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a hollow laugh. He really hadn't expected his two elders to be so courageous. He couldn't help blaming himself for not explaining the efficacy of this medicinal liquid, only telling each of them to drink a drop a day. However, his two elders had thought the myriad drug liquid was made from some heaven-grade materials. How could they have known it had such a powerful effect? As a result, one of them had broken through a minor realm while the other had broken through two. This wasn't a bad thing. In the future you can't drink like this, Yang Kai said. The two elders nodded together, their expressions serious. This breakthrough could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, Dong Suju breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage was tantamount to saving her several years of hard work. Fourth Master Yang's benefits were even greater. Not only did his strength increase by 2 minor realms, reaching the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage, even the demonic chi which had been clinging to the Dantian seemed to show some signs of loosening. Not daring to neglect, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to enter retreat, and used the myriad drug liquid to expel the demonic chi which had clung to the Dantian for many years. Dong Suju also entered retreat to consolidate her current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Yang Kai and the dozen or so servants moving about. The golden feather eagle came once a day to beg for food from Yang Kai. 5 days later, Du Qingbai came to visit and excitedly told Yang Kai a piece of good news. Yang Kai's application to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a golden feather eagle from the family had been approved, so he was asked to quickly go to the Elder Hall and present the martial skill. This was indeed good news for Yang Kai. The only thing that made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant was which mysterious grade martial skill to exchange for the golden feather eagle. He didn't have many martial skills, only 2 mysterious grade martial skills. In addition to the star mark, he only had the 9-star sword Sex 10,000 swords returned to 1. When facing an enemy, he mostly relied on Yuan Qi's flexibility and reflexes. At the beginning of a martial artist's cultivation, martial skills could indeed increase their battle prowess, but at Kai Yang's level, Unless it was a mysterious grade martial skill, other grades of martial skills would not be able to fundamentally change his strength. The yang liquid and unyielding golden skeleton's demonic chi were more than enough. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai decided to hand over the star mark to the family. First, the drawbacks of this martial skill were not small. When using it, one needed ample time to prepare. Moreover, even if an outsider learned it, it would be troublesome to store enough energy to use the star mark, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about others using this skill to threaten him. Secondly, the 10,000 swords returned to one was one of the 9-star sword school's secret techniques. If others were to learn that Yang Kai had mastered this technique, they would inevitably link him to the death of the 9-star sword school's disciple, Wu Qingyi. The 9-star sword sex strength was not weak, so Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with it. In the Yang family, as long as you had a bargaining chip in hand, your efficiency would always be high, unlike in other families where you needed to establish relationships. What the Yang family valued the most was profit. After arriving at the elder hall and handing over the star mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Yang Kai a document. Taking this document to Du Qingbai, the golden feather eagle that had followed Yang Kai back was now in his hands. From now on, it belonged only to Yang Kai, not to the Yang family. On the day he obtained the golden feather eagle, Yang Kai took it to the bamboo knot gang and had Pang Qi and the others take good care of it. This way, Yang Kai didn't have to run back and forth. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the eldest of the Yang family's younger generation, returned to the central capital. On the same day, the other 2 Yang family direct descendants also returned. Another 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the central capital, seemingly setting off an undercurrent. Everyone knew that most of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned and the inheritance war was not far away. The Yang family direct descendants who returned to the central capital frequently contacted the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families, but only Yang Kai remained unmoved, as if the inheritance war had nothing to do with him. The most popular of the Yang family direct descendants were undoubtedly the Lu family's Lu Qingyao and the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. So far, the 2 of them had received countless invitations, but at the same time, either of them had clearly stated which Yang family descendant they wanted to stand with. On the other hand, it was rumored that Lu Qingyao had once declared that he would ally with anyone who could defeat him. The young immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master's words caused the Yang family's young lords to roll their eyes. Chapter 402. Of the Yang family young lords who returned, only Yang Wei had reached the immortal ascension boundary 1st stage, while the rest were mostly at the Yuan Qi boundary. It wasn't that the aptitude of the Yang family young lords wasn't as good as Lu Qinyao's, it was just that after all these years, the Yang family young lords hadn't been able to get any help or support from the family, so their cultivation environment was slightly inferior. If they had the same resources, Yang Wei's cultivation might not have been worse than Lu Qinyao's. But in any case, Lu Qinyao's strength and aptitude were unquestionable. Winning him over was tantamount to winning over the Lu family. With such a great support, everyone was eyeing it, but no one had the ability to swallow it, so everyone's depressed mood could be imagined. As for Qiu Yimeng, she had never said such a thing, but the several Yang family young lords who had been in contact with her could see that she didn't seem to have any interest in them, so they didn't dare force her, and could only put it aside for the time being and make plans later. That night, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive, making it slightly difficult to breathe. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, so even the air was slightly cool. Yang Kai sat in his courtyard with his eyes closed, an invisible spiritual energy swirling around him, condensing it into a stream and sending it towards the void. His 2 old men were in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would be broken sooner or later, Yang Kai didn't want to wait for it to happen. Yuan Qi's cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he could only cultivate his divine sense to see if he could find some inspiration. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense long ago. But what was strange was that even now, he still hadn't formed his knowledge sea. A divine sense without a knowledge sea was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, otherwise, his divine sense would have long since dissipated. It was for this reason. The power of Yang Kai's current soul skill wasn't quite ideal. He was only 3 minor realms away from the immortal ascension boundary, so Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen after he formed his knowledge sea. What kind of situation would that be? Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated even more diligently than before, as long as he had free time. There would definitely be no delay. Using divine soul attacks without limit consumed his spiritual energy very quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Yang Kai began to feel weak. He quickly stopped and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A faintly discernible golden light rushed down like a bolt of lightning. It landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. The golden feather eagle let out a few soft cries. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he sensed the meaning behind its cry. He quickly rose into the air and flew towards the North City district. For the past few days, the golden feather eagle had been staying with Bamboo Knot Gang's Peng Chi. It would only return once a day to ask for the myriad drug liquid from Yang Kai, but now it had actually flown back in the middle of the night. Obviously something had happened to the Bamboo Knot Gang. The Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't a big force, and the strength of its members wasn't high, so generally no one would have any ideas about it. But tonight was obviously different. Thinking back to the Bamboo Knot Gang's internal quarrels a few days ago, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. Disregarding the consumption of his yuan qi, it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the North City district. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters, the sound of battle could be heard, and it was very lively. Peng Chi led several of the gang's masters to retreat under the siege of a group of people. All around them, various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, and from time to time, someone would fall to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the rain couldn't wash away the red stains on the ground. The Bamboo Knot Gang didn't have many people, and at this moment, the number of enemies had more than doubled. On top of that, the other side's masters weren't all on the field, with some of them even standing on the sidelines. In just a few moments, the Bamboo Knot Gang had suffered countless casualties. If this continued, it was likely everyone present would die. Peng Chi's body was also riddled with scars, but he grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. When the enemy attacked, he had released the golden feather eagle, so now he could only hope that his new master would bring reinforcements to rescue them. No matter what, he was still a young lord of the Yang family, so he should have some masters under his command, right? The only thing that made Peng Chi uncertain was whether Yang Kai would be willing to come to his rescue. Wu Qian! Peng Chi shouted towards a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. Your Profound Light Gang and our Bamboo Knot Gang have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today? Wu Qian heard this and sneered coldly. Peng Chi, why do you ask when you already know the answer? My young lord said that if you don't surrender, only death awaits. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Knot Gang? How dare you point your sword at us? Peng Chi roared as he parried the attacks. Wu Qian curled his lips in disdain. The 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is simply too boring. They can't wait for us to fight so they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the one behind you will avenge you? In your dreams! Peng Chi's expression became bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. The 8 great families really would not intervene in the fights between small forces like them. For the 8 great families, if these small forces were destroyed, it was not a big deal. At most they would just support another one. Every year, there were countless small forces that were destroyed, but these small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Once one group was destroyed, another would emerge. It was for this reason that he did not dare hope that Yang Kai would come to his rescue. After the two spoke, on the roof of Clear Sky Inn, a young lord was overlooking the battlefield below with a smile on his face, his eyes full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. Beside him, several other masters from the Profound Light gang were quietly accompanying him. These masters were not stingy with their yuan qi, actually releasing their yuan qi to push away the raindrops that were attacking him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, his clothes were still neat and tidy, not drenched in the slightest. When he saw something wonderful, this young man would even clap his hands and laugh, the several masters beside him carefully accompanying him, not daring to complain in the slightest. Young Lord Hua, the Bamboo Knot gang is on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill these people, or accept them? Mu Nan Do, the steward of the Profound Light gang, asked softly. The young Lord Hua heard this and a cold smile appeared on his face, but he did not answer directly, instead saying lightly, "This young lord has a habit, that is, if I want something, I must get it as soon as possible. If I can't get it, then I don't want it anymore, so, do you understand?" Mu Nan Do's expression turned cold as he quickly nodded. This subordinate understands. The Profound Light gang was supported by this young Lord Hua when he was bored. How could Mu Nan Do dare not listen to the orders of his master? Before, this young Lord Hua wanted to take over the Bamboo Knot gang, but was rejected by Pang Qi, which obviously made him unhappy. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Mu Nan Do bowed slightly, his figure flashing, wrapped in a blue light as he quickly shot down. But before he could reach Pang Qi and the others, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Feeling the destructive energy contained in this attack, Mu Nan Do's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly changed direction, dodging to the side. At the same time, several people from the Profound Light gang shouted from the roof, "Young lord, be careful!" When Mu Nan Do landed on the ground and looked back, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He found that a young man had jumped out of nowhere and was actually in front of the several masters of the Profound Light gang. His target was the young Lord Hua, who was surrounded by them. After a momentary daze, Mu Nan Do quickly flew back. At this time, naturally the safety of his master was more important. While he was still halfway there, Mu Nan Do's eyes widened. This was because this young man was incredibly strong. With a blood-red sword in hand, sword qi wreaked havoc and countless blood-red petals flew out. None of the several masters from the Profound Light Guild were able to withstand this attack, all of them dodging again and again. In the blink of an eye, only young Master Hua was left standing in place. "Lu Qingyao is here?" Mu Nan Do only had time to think this before he saw the young man walk up to the young Lord Hua and capture him. As if he was pinching a conch, the young Lord Hua didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until this moment that two tyrannical divine senses suddenly appeared and two majestic figures appeared, standing mid-air, their eyes extremely cold. Yang Kai gripped the young Lord Hua's wrist in one hand and held his sword across his neck in the other, not even sparing a glance at the Profound Light gang cultivator, just staring at the two figures in mid-air with a sneer. The opposite party was a pair of Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, their strength not inferior to a blood warrior. The Hua family was one of the 8 great families, and since this young Lord Hua was a member of the Hua family, naturally there were masters guarding him. However, in such a battle between small forces, these two masters were too embarrassed to show themselves. They were confident that under their supervision, no one would be able to harm their young lord, so they had quietly hidden away. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so fierce, not even giving them time to react before capturing their young lord. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The two divine senses wandered around Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before slamming into Yang Kai's mind. When these two divine senses entered his mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer only grew wider. The two masters both paled, only now realizing that the other party wasn't an ordinary young man. As a Yuan Qi cultivator, being able to withstand the divine sense attacks of these two masters meant he definitely had a soul-type artifact on him. Being able to possess such a high-grade artifact meant his status wasn't low. Fortunately, the two masters' attacks just now hadn't contained any killing intent, they had simply wanted to save their young lord from the other party. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Therefore, this enmity wasn't too deep, so there was still a possibility of resolving it. Looking at Yang Kai again, the eyes of the two masters became dignified, with a hint of dread. It wasn't until this moment that the Hua family young lord recovered, but his courage wasn't bad, not showing the slightest change in expression, simply sneering. "Daring to put your sword against my neck, you're interesting, really interesting." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Is that so? Do you know who I am?" Hua Stars chuckled, a playful look on his face. "Have you asked?" "Hua family, Hua Stars." Chapter 403. Hua Stars, the Hua family's only son. Speaking of which, Hua Jing was quite a tragic figure. As one of the 8 great families' patriarchs, he had countless wives and concubines, but after so many years, he only had Hua Jing as his only son. On the other hand, he had a large number of daughters, enough to form a pink army. In this regard, he and the Blood Battle Gang's leader, Hu Man, had a different approach but the same result. However, he was much luckier than Hu Man as he finally had a son to carry on the family line. Because he was the only son of the family, Hua Stars had enjoyed endless favors since childhood. Whatever he wanted, the entire Hua family revolved around him, cultivating his unique personality. Before the Yang family's younger generation returned to the central capital, there were 3 youngsters who were the most famous. The first was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, the one with the strongest cultivation and the best aptitude. The second was the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her aptitude and methods also surpassed many others. Such a peerless beauty was naturally eye-catching. The third was Hua Stars, the central capital's #1 playboy young lord. Drinking, gambling, and making merry were his specialties. Bullying the weak and stirring up trouble and brawling were his true colors. The other families would not let their own people manage the underground forces, nor would they get involved in the fights between these forces. However, because this young Master Ho was too bored, every time there was a fight between the forces under his command, he would definitely be there personally and stand at a safe place to watch the fight to relieve his boredom. With 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters not inferior to his blood warriors guarding him, Hua Stars didn't need to worry about his own safety, but this time he had unexpectedly failed. Under the watchful eyes of his 2 guardians, a sword was placed against his neck. Not only did Hua Stars not feel depressed, but he also wore a look of excitement. While talking to Yang Kai, he even secretly condensed his yuan qi, waiting for an opportunity to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This thrilling feeling of his life hanging by a thread caused his blood to boil and roar, making him unable to restrain the urge to open his mouth and roar. Feeling this strange movement, Yang Kai's expression became slightly strange as he exerted some force with the scarlet blood sword in his hand, opening a deep red wound on his opponent's neck. "Fuck!" Hua Stars couldn't help but curse. "I already said that I'm one of the stars of the Hua family. How dare you treat me like this?" As he spoke, he was also shocked. He quickly dispersed the power that he had gathered, afraid that the person behind him would really kill him. He did like excitement, but he didn't care about his own life. "Who are you?" Hua Stars also realized that something wasn't quite right. His name resounded throughout the central capital, so how could the other party dare to treat him like this without any status? On the other hand, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters finally understood what was going on. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask which young Master Yang you are?" This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar, he had never seen him before, but judging from his performance, he was definitely someone from the 8 great families. Only the younger generation of the Yang family would be unfamiliar to him. "Yang Kai! So it is young Lord Kai!" The 2 suddenly realized and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. While these people were talking, the battle down below had come to a stop. With the life of their young master in his hands, how could the people from the Profound Light Gang dare to make any moves? All of them withdrew from the battle and waited for further instructions. Pang Qi and the others who had just survived the calamity gasped for breath as they gathered together. Their gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked towards the roof. Their faces were filled with tears and tears. They had never expected that this new young master, who had just slaughtered everyone in the hall a few days ago, would really come to rescue them, and even come alone. What was even more incredible was that he had actually succeeded. Although he had long recognized Yang Kai's strength, Pang Chi now discovered that he seemed to have underestimated his ability. Young Master Kai. One of the Hua family's masters hesitated. Can you release my young master first? Rest assured, we won't make any more moves. The other man also nodded heavily, his expression solemn. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but after thinking for a moment, he took back his scarlet blood sword. He wasn't worried that the other party would go back on their word, nor would they have such thoughts. Both sides were well aware of this point. Gaining his freedom, Huastars quickly stepped forward a few steps before turning back to look at Yang Kai carefully. After seeing his face, he couldn't help shouting, "Damn, so young! How old are you?" There was a deep sense of frustration in his voice, as if Yang Kai could instantly restrain him. How could he be younger than him? Yang Kai just stared back at him coldly and didn't answer. "Hey, this young master is talking to you." Huastars' stomach was filled with depression as he kept shouting, "Young master!" The Hua family's master helplessly pulled him to his side. Before knowing what kind of temper this Yang Kai had, the Hua family's master didn't feel comfortable letting his young master continue to provoke him. "Let's talk about the situation here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Young Master Kai, please speak, these two old masters are all ears." "Pang Chi!" Yang Kai waved his hand. Pang Chi's body shook as he quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Subordinate is here. Count the number of casualties." "Yes." Nodding, Pang Chi quickly flew down and began to organize the situation. After the battlefield was a mess. The members of the Profound Light Gang and Bamboo Knot Gang were clearly divided. Although there was still hostility in each other's eyes, they could no longer fight. Huastars looked at Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai just stood there, waiting quietly. The two Hua family elders were secretly surprised by his calm demeanor. After a while, Pang Chi flew up again, a trace of sadness on his face as he reported. 68 of the gang's disciples died and 189 were injured. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Huastars, his expression indifferent. The latter shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "We'll pay you back. 50,000 silvers per person for the dead, 10,000 for the injured. You can pay with spirit medicines or precious treasures as collateral. Are you trying to rob us?" Huastars shouted. Although he was the only heir of the Hua family, Yang Kai's price was a bit too much for him to bear. According to his calculations, this time he would have to pay a few million silvers. "Young Master Kai, isn't this price a bit too expensive?" One of the Hua family's masters also didn't quite agree. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. "There's no room for discussion." Yang Kai firmly shook his head. "Father won't pay," Huastars stubbornly declared. After so many years, he had never been afraid of anyone. Yang Kai silently smiled strangely. "Do you think you have a chance to bargain?" As soon as his voice fell, a faint floral fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. Huastars' chest suddenly bloomed with a red light, and immediately this red light scattered into hundreds and thousands of rays that directly wrapped around him. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk thousands of petals fluttered around Hua Xingchen's body, wrapping him in an airtight formation. Each petal was incredibly sharp and exuded a cold aura of death, causing Hua Xingchen's forehead to instantly drip cold sweat. The two Hua family masters couldn't help paling. They hadn't noticed when Yang Kai had tampered with Huastars' body. These 1,000 petals were obviously some kind of killing artifact, and without their knowledge, this Yang family young master had placed them on their young master's body. The two masters no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, nor did they dare to compare him with ordinary young people. This kind of method was truly terrifying. "You dare kill me?" Huastars still refused to admit his mistake even now. "I'll let you lie in bed for a year and a half." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Huastars suddenly became silent. Perceiving the coldness and impatience in Yang Kai's eyes, one of the Hua family masters quickly said, "Young Master Kai, we admit defeat, we'll compensate you as you say. Please let go of my young master first. Don't test my patience again." Yang Kai sneered, clearly warning him. "Absolutely not." The man nodded solemnly. The 1,000 petals suddenly condensed into a red light and flashed back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The three Hua family masters couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Huastar's face was gloomy, but no one knew what he was thinking. One of the Hua family masters glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "Young Master Kai seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough." Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded calmly. He was already at a bottleneck, and although today's battle didn't seem to be very dangerous, deciding the outcome in just a few breaths, in front of these two Hua family masters, Yang Kai still felt a lot of pressure. He hadn't expected that under this pressure, his bottleneck would actually be broken. Seeing him admit it, the two Hua family masters couldn't help taking a deep breath, while Huastars was even more shocked. Dizon glanced over at him, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. "Young Master Kai's breakthrough is more important. You don't have to worry about this matter, it was just my young master's boredom, the two of us will handle it." Listening to him say this, Pang Qi and Mu Nando glanced at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. Both forces had suffered casualties, but it was all because of a single young master's boredom. In the eyes of these young masters, human lives really weren't important. Good. Yang Kai nodded. His breakthrough was imminent, so he didn't have time to waste here, quickly flying towards the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall. "Yang Kai!" Huastars suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai paused and turned around. "Are you going to participate in the inheritance war?" Huastars asked with a smile. "Yes." Good. Huastars laughed. "Just you wait, I'll remember you, I'll also participate." Yang Kai didn't deny this and quickly disappeared into the hall. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, Huastars sneered. "Interesting, very interesting." One of the Hua family masters quickly comforted. "Young master doesn't need to be angry. As long as you stand in the right position in the inheritance war, you can always regain your face. At that time, he will know that offending you today was not a wise decision." Chapter 404. Huixing nodded slightly. "There's no need for you to tell me. Besides, I'm not angry, it's been a long time since I've been so happy. This kind of trivial matter really can't satisfy this young master's appetite." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "Right, do you have that much money on you?" The two Hua family masters were both embarrassed and slowly shook their heads. Who would carry a few million silvers on them? Owing people money isn't a good thing. Huixing muttered to himself as he pinched his chin. In the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing his yuan qi to break through his bottleneck. After an hour, the shackles on his body shattered and the tumbling yuan qi slowly subsided. His cultivation had broken through to a new realm. Yuan qi 8th stage. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yang Kai seemed to see a brilliant 5-colored lotus flower flash in front of his eyes. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Since obtaining it, Yang Kai had not seen it again. Although he knew it existed in his mind and constantly nourished his soul, because he had not yet opened his knowledge sea, he had never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now that such a situation had occurred, Yang Kai was a little happy and couldn't help wondering if it was because his knowledge sea was about to open, so he had seen it for a moment. Regarding the strength of his soul, Yang Kai only had a general understanding. It was no worse than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, basically equivalent to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, and this was only the case for Yuan Qi. If he could really break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, then with the protection of his knowledge sea, how strong would his soul become? Yang Kai was more and more looking forward to the upcoming Great Realm. Immortal Ascension Boundary had always been the highest threshold for a cultivator. In this world, with the exception of a very small number of people who could break through and reach a higher realm, the rest of the cultivator could only reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary in their lifetime. Entering the Immortal Ascension Boundary. This meant that a cultivator had embarked on the road to becoming a master. In order to achieve this goal, countless cultivators cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. They searched day and night, bitterly searching for it. There were even some people who lived deep in the mountains and forests all year round just to comprehend the true meaning of power, to pry into the mysteries of realms. However, there were still many cultivators who were blocked outside this threshold for their entire life. They could only sigh helplessly and feel regret for their entire life. However, even if one was lucky enough to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, there were 9 stages to the immortal ascension boundary, and the martial Tao was still a long way off, not to mention that there was still a higher realm that the world did not understand. After breaking through to the 8th level of Yuan-Chi state, Yang Kai did not immediately get up. Instead, he sat where he was and slowly comprehended the changes brought to him by this new realm. They had been cleansed by the myriad drug liquid. Every time he broke through, there would be some obvious changes in Kai Yang. At the very least, he now felt much stronger than before he broke through. This was an indescribable feeling. If one had to make an analogy, it would be that the current him could easily defeat his previous self before his breakthrough. One day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with divine light. He was silent for a long time before he stood up. Opening the door to the hall, he stepped out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 rows. All of them were looking forward to Yang Kai's arrival, so when they saw him, they quickly saluted. "Subordinate greets young lord." Yang Kai swept his eyes around and couldn't help being startled. He found that the people standing on the left were the several high-level members of the Bamboo Knot Gang led by Pang Chi, while the people standing on the right were the several high-level members of the Profound Light Gang led by Mu Nando. Wu Qian, who had fought with Pang Chi and the others before and had even almost killed Pang Chi, was also present. The people on both sides bowed their heads and respectfully said hello, but Mu Nando's face was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Pang Chi's face was flushed with pride, even feeling a little elated. Yang Kai frowned and glanced suspiciously at Mu Nando. "Why are your Profound Light Gang's people still here?" Mu Nando quickly replied. "Reporting to young Lord Kai, from now on, the Profound Light Gang will obey young Lord's orders." "What's the situation?" Yang Kai was even more puzzled. "Young Lord, it's like this." Seeing this, Pang Chi quickly stepped forward and explained to Yang Kai. Last night, after he entered the hall to break through, Hu Xingxing and the 2 masters had pooled their money together but only managed to gather a few 100,000 silvers. Pang Chi saw that Hu Xingxing's expression was somewhat ugly at that time, so he proposed to let him sign an IOU. In any case, he was the Hu family's young lord, so he wasn't afraid he would renege on his debt. Originally, it was a kind gesture, but Hu Xingqin had unexpectedly refused, even going so far as to beat Pang Chi finally. After thinking about it, he decided to pawn the entire Profound Light Gang. After giving Mu Nando an order to submit to Yang Kai, Hu Xingxing led the 2 masters from the Hu family away, leaving behind the Profound Light Gang's group of people who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Profound Light Gang had more than 1,000 people and was a small force developed by Hu Xingxing himself. They were usually used to relieve his boredom, but now they were being sold like an object, so Mu Nando and the others naturally felt sour in their hearts. Even though he was bitter and unwilling, Mu Nando didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, and could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Yang Kai to come out. After Pang Chi finished speaking, Mu Nando's heart couldn't help pounding as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and expression, wondering what he would do with them. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai remained silent and his expression was extremely dull. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Mu Nando couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly said, "In fact, young Lord Hu doing this, young Lord Kai won't suffer a loss." "Why do you say so?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Mu Nando was overjoyed and quickly said, "The Profound Light Gang has accumulated a lot of property over the past few years. If it is pawned, it should be enough to compensate for last night's losses." "How much?" "A few million silvers. Over the years, young Lord Hu has also rewarded us with some, so we've saved it all up. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked, "How does your profound light gang compare to the other forces in the central capital?" "It's not enough to compare to the top, but it's more than enough to compare to the bottom." Mu Nando gave a hollow laugh. "It's not too big of a force. What if you merge with the Bamboo Knot gang? Then we can definitely become one of the top 15 forces." Mu Nando said confidently. "Then we'll merge and there will be no more Profound Light gang from now on." Yang Kai glanced at Pang Chi. "This person will be your deputy in the future." "Yes." Pang Chi was overjoyed. Although Mu Nando's expression was bitter, he didn't dare complain and could only smile. The Profound Light gang had accumulated so much wealth. Yang Kai suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force was as poor as the Bamboo Knot gang. Grinning, Yang Kai said, "I want you to get familiar with each other as soon as possible, and then nibble away at those small forces whose strength is not as good as yours." "Ah." Pang Chi couldn't help being surprised, but Mu Nando's expression remained normal. This isn't appropriate, right?" Pang Chi hesitated. In the past few years, the Bamboo Knot gang had never had any ideas about others, they had always prioritized self-preservation. Now that they were suddenly turned into bandits, Pang Chi inevitably hesitated. "What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at Mu Nando. The latter hurriedly said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just the law of the jungle. Last night, if it weren't for young Lord Kai, the Bamboo Knot gang would have been gone. In the central capital, this kind of struggle between small forces is not uncommon. Pang Chi, your ideas are too old-fashioned." Pang Chi blushed and hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. "It seems that your Profound Light gang often does this kind of thing." Yang Kai stared at Mu Nando meaningfully. The latter smiled awkwardly. "It's mainly to accompany young Lord Hua to relieve his boredom. So far I've only done it twice. However, I've already inquired about the forces that can be nibbled away, so when one day young Lord Hua is bored again, I'll take him to watch the fun, heh. Now that he had a new master, Mu Nando naturally intended to perform well. Seeing that Yang Kai was quite interested in this matter, he quickly began to talk. Pang Chi immediately realized that if he allowed Mu Nando to continue talking, the position of gang leader might not be his, so he immediately declared, "With Brother Mu's help, I think we can really nibble away at others." "Then let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. "Leave a part of the wealth you obtain for your own development, the rest, exchange it all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, the grade of which must be at least Earth-grade high rank." "Yes." Pang Chi and Mu Nando respectfully responded, glancing at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was preparing for the inheritance war. Not daring to neglect, the two of them quickly excused themselves and led their respective people into the main hall to conspire. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that Stars Hua would come up with such a plan. However, this wasn't a loss, the number of people he could use had increased, and in the future, it would only snowball. Fourth Master's Mansion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, the housekeeper immediately greeted him. "Young master, old master wants you to hurry to his study. There is something important to discuss." "Understood." Kai Yang nodded and hurried over to the study. His heart was a bit strange, he didn't know what the fourth master wanted to discuss with him. Arriving at the study, before he entered, he heard Dong Suju's voice. "Don't worry, Kai should be back soon." Yan Yingfeng complained. "You're his mother, yet you don't even know when your son left the house?" Dong Suju retorted. "You don't know either, and now you're complaining about him. Don't be unreasonable." Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt helpless. From inside the room, two dry laughs sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appearing on his face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kai return, Dong Suju quickly stood up and grit her teeth. "You little bastard, where did you go last night? You didn't even come home last night, only coming back now, causing me to be scolded by your father." As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed the air with his nose. "What are you sniffing for?" Fourth Master Yang asked suspiciously. checking to see if he went drinking with prostitutes last night. Dong Suju's expression was serious, sniffing for a while before nodding with relief. Fortunately, there's no smell of alcohol or rouge. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai helplessly gestured to the side. There are outsiders here. Oh. Chapter 405. Today, a guest had come to his house and he had been dragged along to play mahjong with them all afternoon. Tomorrow, there would be more guests coming, so it should be the last batch of guests this year. Inside the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright while Dong Suju was giggling. There was also a man and a woman sitting nearby. The man was tall and sturdy while the woman was pretty. They were the two blood warriors who had welcomed him back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Seeing Yang Kai return, Tu Feng quickly got up from his chair and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Little lord!" Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Sit down." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat down and glanced over at Yang Kai. Both of them couldn't help feeling surprised. They discovered that Yang Kai had actually broken through another minor realm and reached the Yuan-Chi boundary 8th stage. How long had it been? It had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough. This speed was a bit too fast. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Yuan-Chi boundary 7th stage, they were also present. At that time, all of them had met for the first time. At that time, the two blood warriors had only thought that the little lord's aptitude was good, but now, looking at him again, it was not just good, it was simply too good. So why was it that he had only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond before coming out? Thinking about this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both shook their heads secretly, somewhat unable to understand. "Kai, you also sit down," Fourth Master Yang quickly said. "There are some things I need to discuss with you." "Good." Seeing him speak so seriously, Yang Kai also realized that this matter was somewhat unusual, and quickly sat down with Dong Suju. After taking a seat, everyone fell silent. Only Yang Yingfeng's brow furrowed, a moment later saying, "Let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the Elder Court issued an order to all the main houses related to the inheritance war. This is good news. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war." Yang Kai's brow rose and he couldn't help showing a happy expression. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall. Each one of them was a master among masters. Basically, in the Immortal Ascension boundary, it would be difficult for them to find an opponent. Unless they were a master from a great force with a strong background. With the help of the Blood Warriors, the inheritance war would become much easier. That's a good thing. Yang Kai was surprised, not understanding why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as well as Fourth Master Yang, all looked so sad. "It's a good thing." Yang Yingfeng nodded. "However, the Elder Court has ordered that the Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war, but their task is only to ensure the safety of the young lords. They will not be responsible for anything else." Yang Kai frowned. He thought for a while and said, "In other words, they can only be passive and can't take the initiative to attack, right? And the strength of the Blood Warriors is too strong. If we were to take the initiative to attack, we would be able to kill them. It's very easy to deal with an opponent." Yang Yingfeng nodded. "This is also because we were worried that you wouldn't be able to win over too strong a backer." "I understand." Yang Kai glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. "But if I want to obtain the help of a blood warrior, is there any other condition?" The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be able to guess this. Yang Yingfeng also smiled and nodded. "There are conditions. You must contribute a certain level of merit to the family. For example, the strength you've learned in the other sects these past few years." The Elder Court had issued this order, undoubtedly forcing the Yang family's direct descendants to hand over all their sect's secret arts and techniques. This was also something the family would do before every inheritance war to collect the world's most precious treasures. This was why the Yang family had so many martial skills and secret arts. In terms of the number of martial skills and secret arts, the Yang family was absolutely number one. Even the other 7 great families couldn't compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you hand over, the more powerful the blood warriors you can obtain, the more options you'll have. Although the blood warriors were all very powerful, within the blood warrior hall, there were still differences in strength. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were relatively strong existences within the blood warrior hall, but above them, there was an even stronger blood warrior, an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master. Moreover, each person can only obtain a maximum of 2 blood warriors. That's the limit. Yang Yingfeng added. He he. Yang Kai grinned. Father, are you worried that I don't have enough things to exchange for the help of 2 blood warriors? Yang Yingfeng nodded. Last time, Yang Kai had handed over a mysterious grade martial skill to the family in exchange for a golden feather eagle. In Yang Yingfeng's opinion, his son had been away for so many years. Learning a single mysterious grade martial skill was already good enough. How could he possibly be rich? You don't have to worry about that, I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of the myriad drug liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad drug liquid was simply too miraculous. If Yang Kai exposed it, he would definitely be able to obtain the help of the 2 blood warriors. But the family wouldn't just sit idly by. Perhaps it would cause some trouble, so as his father, 4th Master Yang, was naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Yingfeng finally understood. Only now did he realize that he didn't understand how much his son's heritage was. Glancing over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yuxian, it seems that we really need to work together. He had thought that the 2 blood warriors had come here this time for this matter. On the way back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Yuxian had already stated that if the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai. The agreement from that day was still fresh in their minds. Tu Feng and Yuxian would never forget it, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't forget it either. Now, it was time to redeem his promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest joy, instead wearing bitter smiles, their eyes flashing, either of them daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes gradually became cold, snorting softly. Shouldn't the 2 of you give me an explanation? The look on the 2's faces already explained a lot. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, either of them were the kind of people who would go back on their word. Although Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he still wanted to hear what they had to say. Why were they showing such far-fetched expressions and avoiding his gaze? Kai, 4th Master Yang whispered, trying to smooth things over. It's not what you think, don't misunderstand. Dong Suju also hurriedly said. That's right, son, don't talk like that. I have a good relationship with Yuxian in private and often discuss martial skills together. Knowing that she was the one who brought you back this time, Mother couldn't have been happier. Seeing Yang Kai show signs of anger, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling startled. She had never seen Yang Kai show such an expression before. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well behaved, completely different from the current him. Seeing his expression, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling a little scared, knowing that her son had really grown up and had his own views and ideas. For a moment she felt both sad and happy. Seeing his 2 old men pleading for him, Yang Kai's expression became slightly gloomy, taking a deep breath and saying, If I misunderstood, I would only drive them away now, I wouldn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he added, However, you still have to give me an explanation. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian smiled bitterly, glancing at each other before slowly standing up and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shame. It's not that Yuxian and I don't want to serve the young lord, but if possible, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the little lord. His voice was sonorous and powerful, causing Yang Yingfeng to feel a wave of shock in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his own son. Tang Yuxian also didn't refute. The Blood Warrior Hall was a very special organization in the Yang family. Blood warriors not only represented status, but also glory and loyalty. However, their loyalty was to the entire Yang family, not to any one person. In the past, 2 blood warriors had welcomed him back to the family, but their attitude towards him had been neither warm nor cold, only fulfilling their assigned tasks. Not to mention the past, even now, 4th Master Yang hadn't received such respect from any of the blood warriors, nor had any blood warriors shown him any intention of submitting to him. But what he himself couldn't do, his son had actually accomplished, so how could Yang Yingfeng not be shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Without the slightest trace of honor or disgrace, his performance was quite ordinary. For a moment, 4th Master Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of frustration, but also a bit of happiness. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had hurriedly come to his house. Originally, Yang Yingfeng didn't understand why, but now it seemed it wasn't without reason. "So what's the reason why you can't serve me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "It's not that we can't." Tu Feng's expression was pained and ashamed. Tang Yuxian quickly took over. "But before that, these 2 subordinates have a request. Let's talk about it." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that what Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were struggling with was definitely related to the request they had for him. This discovery made Yang Kai feel gratified. These 2 really weren't ungrateful people, but his performance just now had been a bit too impatient. However, it was also related to his expectations of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly got up, both of them wearing awkward expressions, Tang Yuxian's delicate face blushing slightly. "We shouldn't have bothered little lord with this matter, but we had no other choice but to shamelessly ask. I hope little lord won't take offense." Tu Feng sighed deeply. "What's the matter? I've already told 4th Master about this matter. Subordinate is a bit inarticulate right now, so I'll let 4th Master speak." Tu Feng finished speaking and sat back down. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yingfeng, who took a sip of tea before asking, "Kai, do you know how many of our brothers have returned to the central capital now?" Suddenly asking such a question, Yang Kai was quite confused, but he wasn't worried and just nodded. "Pretty much." "Then what happened to your 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, do you know?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before remembering what Yang Zhao had said in the restaurant last time and nodded. "I've heard." Yang Yingfeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who didn't seem to care about the outside world, would actually be so well informed. Knowing that he was also doing some preliminary work and inquiring about various things, Yang Yingfeng couldn't help feeling somewhat gratified. Chapter 406. A Yang family direct descendant, Yang Xian Wu, who was ranked 4th among the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome him had used their mad tyrant blood skill but were still unable to protect him. They had hurriedly brought him back to the family for medical treatment, but his condition had only become worse and worse. No matter what pills they took, there was no improvement. Finally, the day before yesterday, Yang Xian Wu passed away. So far, of the Yang family young lords who had returned to the central capital, a total of 5 had unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there was also the eldest brother Yang Wei, 5th brother Yang Kang, and 7th brother Yang Ying. However, these 4 had all come out unscathed. Besides Yang Kang and Yang Ying, who had suffered minor injuries at that time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were all unscathed. They were much luckier than Yang Xian Wu. The inheritance war had not yet begun, but one of the family's young lords had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang family was furious and was determined to find the culprit and destroy all 9 generations of their family. The reason Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome Yang Xian Wu back to the family. "Does the family want to execute those 2? Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. 4th Master Yang slowly shook his head. "The family has no such intention. After all, the 2 of them had exerted their full strength at that time and were covered in scars. Even now, they still haven't fully recovered. As blood warriors, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities. The family won't execute them." Every blood warrior was not easy to cultivate, and they were all loyal to the Yang family. As long as the elder Hall still had some sense, it was impossible for them to execute these two blood warriors for this reason. If they really did so, it would only disappoint the other blood warriors. However, a certain punishment cannot be avoided. Fourth Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng sighed. These two brothers have not yet fully recovered from their injuries, and now they have each been beaten 100 times, breaking countless of their meridians. I'm afraid their achievements in life will come to an end. The planks the Yang family used to beat people were not ordinary planks. Instead, they were special artifacts that could be beaten 100 times. Even a blood warrior in peak condition would not be able to withstand such a beating, not to mention they were already injured. That year, the fourth Master Yang was beaten 30 times and had to lie in bed for several months. Beside him, Tang Yuxian also wore a sad expression, her face filled with worry. Not being able to protect the fourth young lord, they are already feeling very guilty, and now that such a thing has happened, the two brothers are somewhat disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, his face filled with sadness. If you can't even bear such a small blow, what kind of blood warrior are you? Yang Kai snorted. Kaier. Yang Yingfeng snorted and shook his head. You don't know how loyal the blood warriors are to the family. They were not disheartened because they could not improve their strength. They would care. It's just that your fourth brother's death made them feel like they had let down the family's nurturing. If your fourth brother hadn't died, they might have felt better. But now... Sigh. Yang Kai glanced at the fourth master for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood warriors. Turning to look at Tu Feng, Yang Kai asked, Then what did you come to me for this time? Cure those two people? I don't have that kind of skill. No. Tu Feng shook his head. Tu Feng gently shook his head. Yu Xian and I would like to ask Little Lord to let those two brothers serve you in the inheritance war. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng replied. Although they didn't say anything, we can feel that in this inheritance war, if young Lord doesn't use them, they will definitely lose their lives. Perhaps the two of them will waste their cultivations, apologize to the family, and retire into the mountains. The two blood warriors had failed to protect Yang Xian Wu, causing the younger generation of the Yang family to have a bad impression of them. Now that they were injured, who knew how long it would take them to heal? This time, in the inheritance war, it was likely that no one would use them. Ridiculous! Yang Kai shouted. The family spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to their current level. How can they just say they waste their cultivation? Since the blood warriors are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation also belongs to the Yang family. It's not up to them to decide. Although the words were harsh to the ears, Tu Feng could hear some unusual meaning from them, so he quickly asked excitedly. So, Little Lord is willing to use them? Tang Yuxian also hurriedly said. As long as they feel that they are still useful, they won't be so pessimistic. When did I say that? Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tu Feng actually knew how to climb up a pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to him today, and why they had said that if possible, they would be willing to follow him and serve him like a dog or horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose the two blood warriors. As for Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who he was familiar with, they were destined to fall into the hands of others. It's a presumptuous request, but among this generation's young lords, only Yu Xian and I are familiar with Little Lord. The other blood warriors have only exchanged a few words with the other young lords, let alone have any kind of friendship, so we could only shamelessly ask. Who told you blood warriors to act so high and mighty, each of you thinking you're some kind of master? Yang Kai curled his lips. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other young lords don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju heard this and exchanged a glance, both of them seeing a look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai had already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Little Lord! Tu Feng rubbed his big hands together, his face filled with hope. Tang Yuxian also stared at him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Yang Kai didn't say anything, his expression gloomy as he tapped his fingers on the back of his chair, making a tapping sound. The room was silent for a while. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt their hearts jump into their throats as they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up his teacup and sipped, his expression serious, not showing any intention to speak. Dong Suju also lowered his head, twirling his 2 fingers, seemingly bored. The 2 old men obviously didn't want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to turn solemn as they quickly held their breath. What if I say I don't want to use them? Yang Kai looked at the 2 of them. He asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly and said, Little Lord is willing to consider. That's enough. At the very least, Yuxian and I know that Little Lord is more inclined to let us follow you. This is our honor. Tang Yuxian nodded heavily, her expression filled with gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the 2 of them and asked, Are you willing to become my enemy? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became solemn as they replied, I hope that day never comes. Pray that you won't be chosen by another young lord. Yang Kai grinned, immediately filling his cheeks with self-confidence. But even if you are chosen by someone else, I'll still snatch you back. Both of them understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up from their chairs. Does Little Lord agree? Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat reluctantly, Actually, I don't like those 2 people, but since you've come to ask, I'll accept. Then I'll reluctantly allow them to follow me. On behalf of the entire Blood Warrior Hall, we thank Little Lord. Many thanks for Little Lord's grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also blushed as she smiled happily. Go, tomorrow I'll discuss this matter with the Elder Hall. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Both of them excitedly walked out the door, apparently wanting to convey this good news to the Blood Warrior Hall. When they reached the door, Tu Feng turned back and said, Right, Little Lord, although those 2 brothers are seriously injured now and can't provide you with much help, but their aptitudes are quite outstanding. Quite outstanding? How are they compared to you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Better than us, Tu Feng said solemnly. Hall Master once said that if those 2 brothers had enough opportunities, they would likely break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing any surprise or expectation. Tu Feng nodded lightly before leaving with Tang Yuxian. When there was only the family of 3 left in the room, Yang Yingfeng said, I've heard the names of those 2. It is said that they are indeed the 2 blood warriors with the best aptitude in the Blood Warrior Hall. If because of this incident they were forced to withdraw from the Blood Warrior Hall and live in seclusion, it would be a loss to the Yang family. Over the years, only one master from the Blood Warrior Hall had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and was now the Yang family's grand elder. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Father, you may not like to hear this, but I don't care if the Yang family loses or not. Yang Yingfeng smiled wryly. I understand. It was precisely because the Yang family's influence was too great and the familial ties within the family thin that every direct descendant didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family when they first returned, otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a fratricidal inheritance war. But Kai, this time you've made a big profit. Yang Yingfeng smiled with relief. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. A little bit, but I still hope that Tu Feng and Yuxian will follow me. After all, they're already familiar with each other. What's there to gain? You father and son don't speak in riddles. Dong Suju couldn't help feeling confused. No matter how you look at it, it's our son who's suffered a loss. The 2 unknown blood warriors were seriously injured and wouldn't be able to provide any help to Yang Kai in the short term. Even if they were able to recover, they wouldn't necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Yang Kai and the 4th master smiled at each other, the former slowly getting up and saying, You tell mother about this, I need to make some preparations first. Tomorrow I have to go to the Elder Hall. Go. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand, staring at Yang Kai's strong back, and couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. He's grown up, he's really grown up. Whether it was scheming or methods, he seemed to be much stronger than his own father, and he also had so many mysterious things on him. Yang Ying really didn't know what he had experienced these past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suju was still pestering his father, his body flickering as he sat down on the fourth master's lap, his hand grabbing onto his not-too-long beard as he asked, "Tell me, what did my son gain?" The fourth master smiled faintly and began to explain the mysteries behind it. Chapter 407. I'm very sorry, someone from my family came to delay me. Hurry up, hurry up. Yang Family Elder Hall. The hall was huge and spacious. The floor was covered with a thick, soft blanket. The four walls were engraved with many exquisite paintings of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the hall, there was an incense burner burning with a calming incense. The room was warm and comfortable. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with many gems, sparkling like stars. Several gray-haired old men dressed in simple robes were sitting or standing, some were studying chess records in front of them, some were comprehending the mysteries of secret arts, all of them enjoying themselves. These elders all looked ordinary, and their essence, qi, and spirit were restrained to the extreme. They were not much different from the ordinary old men outside, but in fact, all of them possessed consummate skills and were famous for their fighting prowess. In the middle of the hall, Yang Jin was sitting in a chair. Although he was over 70 years old, he still had a youthful complexion, vaguely showing his youthful spirit. As one of the people in charge of the Elder Hall, coupled with his old age, it was inconvenient for him to go out, nor could he travel north and south to contribute to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Jin sat in the Elder Hall all year round, dealing with some affairs together with several other elders of the same age. At this time, Yang Jin's eyelids drooped, looking quite listless, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he listened to a young man in front of him. After a while, the young man finished speaking and then stared at Yang Jin, waiting for a reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Jin's seemingly turbid eyes overflowed with light. Yang Jin stared at the young man coldly, his face filled with impatience. Good for nothing! Yang Jin snorted. After going out for so many years, all you've brought back for the Yang family is this garbage? Did this kind of garbage want to exchange for a blood warrior's loyalty? I think you're even more senile than I am. Being reprimanded by Yang Jin, the young man's face suddenly turned red. Go back, I'll record these merits for you, but it's not enough to exchange for any blood warrior. Yang Jin waved his hand. Impatiently, Yang Jin said, Wait until you have enough merits, but the inheritance war is about to begin. I'm afraid you won't have time to prepare. You should give up the inheritance war as soon as possible, lest you become a laughingstock. The young man looked dejected. He sighed helplessly, seemingly unwilling to give up, and pleaded, Elder, I'll change to the one with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Jin interrupted. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up and scram! With a furious roar, an invisible shockwave hit the young man and sent him flying out of the elders' hall. The entire hall of elders was buzzing. The few white-haired elders who were bored didn't move at all. It was as if they were all deaf. They didn't pay any attention to this side and were still focused on the matter at hand. Outside the palace, the young man crawled up in a sorry state, his face filled with humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall, saw this scene and couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling in his heart. That young man was Yang Kai's third brother, Yang Tai, who was ranked third among the younger generation of the Yang family. After the family's order to allow blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war was passed down to the various young lords, the younger generation of young lords quickly took action. All of them had used their years of experience outside in exchange for blood warriors to follow them. However, it now seemed that Yang Tai hadn't obtained anything too valuable these past few years, so he had been kicked out by the elders. Third brother won't make it. A voice suddenly came to Yang Kai's ear, carrying a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there with a sad look on his face, shaking his head as he stared at Yang Tai's departing back. "Second brother!" Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. "Little brother Kai." Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the other person next to him. This person's figure was as straight as a sword, and just by standing there quietly, he gave off a calm and steady feeling, as if the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. His expression was indifferent, not changing in the slightest from beginning to end. Only when Yang Zhao called out to his younger brother did he turn his eyes towards him. "Big brother!" Yang Kai's expression became solemn. The only young master of the Yang family who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, eldest brother Yang Wei. "Little brother Kai!" Yang Wei's eyes flashed with some surprise. When Yang Kai greeted him, his true qi had inexplicably fluctuated uncontrollably. This kind of situation would only occur when he felt some kind of pressure. Using his newly cultivated divine sense, Yang Wei swept Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Wei couldn't help frowning, secretly wondering why Yang Kai would cause his Yuan Qi to fluctuate. "After not seeing you for a few years, little brother Kai has also grown to this point." Yang Wei nodded gently, a touch of approval flashing across his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a trace of horror and amazement flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, this youngest brother of his couldn't cultivate, and was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually reached the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Although his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than his own, the time he had spent cultivating was 7 or 8 years shorter. Yang Wei hadn't thought of this at all. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party's pressure wasn't unwarranted. Yang Wei was afraid that given some time, this little brother would one day surpass him. "Are you also here to turn in your treasures?" Yang Zhao chuckled and looked at Yang Kai. The latter nodded slightly and smiled wryly. "There's no other way, the family has made such a move, I had no choice but to come." "Ha ha!" Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. "Why else do you think the family has so many treasures? All of them were stolen by us from outside. They're all the family's possessions, one day you'll need them yourself." Yang Wei seemed to be born with a cold expression. In Yang Kai's memory, he had never smiled, was a man of few words, and appeared relatively dull, but his style of action was swift and decisive. Listening to him say this, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about this matter. "Does little brother Kai want to swap with the 2 blood warriors you brought back? I see they're quite interested in you," Yang Zhao asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I have someone else in mind." Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not want Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say anything more. Turning his head, he asked, "Where's 5th brother? How come I don't see him?" Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers and had always been inseparable. Generally, they would never separate. Yang Wei snorted. "With me here, would he dare show himself?" Yang Zhao and Yang Kai glanced at each other, and couldn't help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this naturally cold-faced big brother. All of his brothers had a sense of awe towards him. This wasn't just because he was the oldest. "I'll go in first." Yang Wei motioned to the 2 of them and walked into the elder hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he walked out again. Yang Zhao strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. "Big brother still doesn't like to talk, even if we want to get close to him, we can't. It's all because of his personality." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he quite appreciated Yang Wei's personality. No nonsense, no sloppiness, what was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind. "Second brother will also go in first, little brother Kai, wait a moment." And after a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, apparently very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the elder hall, Yang Kai walked in. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhao stared at him with a pair of eyes. Yang Jun's eyes shone as he stared at him, waiting for him to come closer. After saluting him, Yang Jun chuckled. I remember you, brat. Last time, you used a profound grade martial skill to exchange for a golden feather eagle. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. Last time, when he switched to the golden feather eagle. When he had exchanged the golden feather eagle, it was Yang Jun who had given him the document, and allowed him to take it back from Du Qingbai. It hadn't been long, so Yang Jun naturally remembered. Smiling gloatingly, Yang Jun said, Do you regret it now? Ha ha! This old master knew you would definitely regret it at that time. You actually wanted to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a useless beast. You've suffered a big loss in this transaction. That was a bargaining chip that could have been exchanged for a blood warrior. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai regret his decision made this old man quite happy. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I don't regret it. Besides, regret is useless, it'll only add to my troubles. Yang Jun coldly snorted and curled his lips. So stubborn! He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact, his intestines were turning green with regret. Then I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me this time. Yang Jun's hands were still tucked into his sleeves, his expression indifferent. Tell me, how many blood warriors do you want to exchange for? At most, I can only exchange for 2, so 2 it is. The smile on Yang Jun's face slowly converged as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even the white-haired old men nearby, who seemed to have gone deaf, stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards Yang Kai. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Yang Kai, the old men all showing looks of interest, all of them eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The Yang family's young lords who went out for life experience were at most sent to first-class forces. The resources in first-class forces weren't that great, so there were even fewer that could be opened to the Yang family's young lords. To exchange for a blood warrior, one would need at least a mysterious grade or 3 heaven-grade top-rank martial skills and secret arts. Last time, Yang Kai had used a mysterious grade martial skill, but this time he actually wanted to exchange it for 2 blood warriors. That meant that he would need at least 2 mysterious grade martial skills. Did he have any? That was simply impossible. If mysterious grade martial skills and secret arts were so easy to obtain, then their value wouldn't be high. Everyone in the room didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to get what he wanted, only thinking that he didn't understand the rules and had overestimated his own chips. Each and every one of them assumed a posture of watching a good play. After a long silence, Yang Jun smiled disapprovingly and said casually, Let's talk about your chips. This old master will evaluate whether you can exchange for 2 blood warriors. Yang Kai nodded slightly, taking out 2 white jade pieces from his sleeve and placing them on the table in front of Yang Jun. Yang Jun frowned and glanced at him, a wisp of impatience surging on his face. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Without seeing him do anything, he picked up one of the pieces of jade and probed it with his divine sense to examine it. Chapter 408. Using Yuan Qi to carve a mark on a piece of jade to convey some information that was inconvenient to express in words was not a very powerful method. All it required was strict control over Yuan Qi. So when Yang Jun saw Yang Kai take out 2 pieces of jade, he knew there must be something inside. Using his divine sense, Yang Jun carefully examined them. Suddenly, Yang Jun frowned and his expression became dignified. After a while, his eyes filled with doubt, which then turned into surprise and astonishment. As his eyes changed, the expression on Yang Jun's face became extremely interesting. The old men who were prepared to watch a good show couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Jun's expression, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Jun took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Looking at Yang Kai strangely, he picked up the other piece of jade with a dignified expression. Just like before, he continued to investigate, and like a replay, the various expressions on Yang Jun's face played out again. At this moment, the white-haired elders in the hall could no longer sit still. Unbeknownst to them, They all stood up and quietly gathered in this direction. After a while, Yang Kai was pushed out of the outer circle and the old men gathered around, waiting for him to withdraw his divine sense. What is inside? An elder couldn't help but wonder what Yang Kai had brought that could cause Yang Jin to pay so much attention to it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the piece of jade on the table. Before he could grab it, he was grabbed by Yang Jin, causing the other party to glare at him. That little brat, come here! Yang Jin waved his hand and unceremoniously pushed the elders who were poking their heads out to the side. Disciple is here. Yang Kai stepped forward. Yang Jin should be a character from his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family, generally, they would not refer to each other as relatives unless they had a good relationship. Holding the two pieces of jade, Yang Jin frowned and his old face couldn't help blushing as he asked, What is this? What is it that made your performance so wonderful? A white-haired elder was stunned and the others slowly shook their heads, the expectations in their hearts suddenly reduced. 2 sets of spirit arrays. Nonsense! Yang Jin shouted. This old master is not a fool. Of course, he knew that there were 2 sets of spirit arrays. What I'm asking is what this spirit array is for. As he spoke, his face turned even redder. He was already so old, and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. At this moment, he actually couldn't even appraise something brought back by a youngster of the younger generation. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Yang Kai pinched his nose. A spirit array for alchemy! Yang Jin was stunned. For alchemy? As he spoke, he shook his head and said, This old man has seen many spirit arrays used in alchemy. But there has never been a spirit array as complex and profound as yours. Just engraving such a spirit array on a pill furnace is a rather troublesome matter, especially if it is used to refine pills. It will definitely consume more of the alchemist's energy and yuan qi. Are you sure these 2 spirit arrays are effective? Yes. Tell me, what are they used for? Yang Jin frowned and asked. He didn't understand much about alchemy, so naturally he couldn't see the mysteries hidden in these spirit arrays. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 spirit arrays were a little too complex and mysterious. Although they were definitely good things, there were definitely drawbacks. One of them. It can increase the success rate of alchemy. Yang Kai calmly explained. In other words, if an alchemist's usual success rate is only 60%, then with this set of spirit arrays, it can reach 90%. Yang Jin couldn't help feeling shocked. 90%. Even if he didn't understand alchemy, he knew how outstanding an alchemist who could guarantee a 90% success rate was. An ordinary alchemist could only guarantee a 60% to 70% success rate, and with 10 sets of alchemy materials, they could only refine 6 or 7 pills. A good alchemist could only achieve around 80% success rate, and most of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley were at this level. But now, this spirit array could increase the success rate by 30%. Didn't this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist used this spirit array, they could guarantee a 100% success rate? Over the years, how much materials could be saved, and how much time and effort could be saved? In an instant, Yang Jin realized the preciousness of this spirit array. Of course, the premise was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. What about the other set? Yang Jin suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. It has a chance to increase the quality of the pills, Yang Kai said lightly. What do you mean? Yang Jin subconsciously raised his brow and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding was correct, then the value of this spirit array was even greater than the previous one. Originally, when refining a furnace of heaven-grade mid-rank pills, using this spirit array, there is a chance that a heaven-grade high-rank pill will appear. Yang Kai explained patiently before adding. The probability of this happening isn't very high, but it's bound to happen. The breathing of the elders suddenly quickened. They could also see the value of this set of spirit arrays. One of them asked nervously, What if you want to refine a furnace of mysterious grade high-rank pills? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Perhaps a spirit grade pill will appear. Spirit grade. These two words were like a drum beating in the ears of the several elders, causing their eardrums to tremble. All of them stared at Yang Kai incredulously, trying to see if he was joking. Yang Kai was calm. These two spirit arrays were the result of his comprehension of the true alchemic way, so it was obviously impossible for them to be useless. The entire elder hall instantly fell silent as the group of old men froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of this spirit array, and whether Yang Kai's words were true or not. After a moment, Yang Jin suddenly recovered and glared at Yang Kai sternly, coldly saying, "Do you know what kind of crime it is to fool the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to speak nonsense here, I can make sure you die without a burial. Whether or not I'm fooling around, find someone who knows how to verify it." Yang Kai frowned. "Your courage isn't bad." Yang Jin sneered and shouted, "Go invite Qing Bailian from the pill room." "Oh," a fat elder responded. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Qing Bailian, the Yang family's chief alchemist. His attainments in alchemy were also well known throughout the world, but compared with Xiao Fuxing, he was slightly inferior. Xiao Fuxing was a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist, the only one in the entire Great Han dynasty. Qing Bailian was only a mysterious grade mid-rank alchemist. Although there was only a one-step difference, this difference was like a chasm between Qing Bailian and Xiao Fuxing, forcing the latter to only be able to look up to the Grandmaster. "It's not too late for you to regret now. When Qing Bailian comes here and changes your mind, this old master won't indulge you any further." Yang Jin snorted, making a final test. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he said with a displeased expression, "Elder, I offered these two spirit arrays in exchange for 2 blood warriors to follow me, and secondly, I wanted to give them to the Yang family to bring some benefits. After all, this is the place where I was born. If I only wanted to exchange for 2 blood warriors, with the value of these spirit arrays, 1 would be more than enough. Why would I need to offer 2? As for the truth and lies, I believe Elder can distinguish between them." Yang Jin's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Yang Kai said made sense, nodding slightly. "You're right, perhaps this old master is being too cautious, but as for the truth, let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true, heh heh." After saying so, Yang Jin frowned and carefully examined the 2 sets of spirit arrays in the jade, but no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything special about them. After a full 2 hours, the fat elder who had rushed over dragged a man who looked to be in his 50s over here. When he entered the elder hall, this man's face was gloomy and obviously not very happy. Entering the hall, before Yang Jin could even speak, Qing Bailian angrily shouted, "Yang Jin! What are you doing? This old master was refining a furnace of profound blue pills and was just about to start, yet you called this old master over at this critical moment. If you don't compensate me for that furnace of pills, this old master won't refine any more alchemy for the Yang family for 3 months. Compensate, compensate!" Yang Jin's face went black as he nodded repeatedly. Although he was so old, yet he was still being called by his name in front of his face, and was even being shouted at like this. Yang Jin couldn't afford to be angry. After all, the person in front of him was the chief alchemist of the Yang family. Many high-quality pills were refined by him, so even if the gap in strength was huge, Yang Jin could only swallow his anger. Alchemists were not to be trifled with, especially those with high skill. Qing Bailian lightly snorted and said, "That furnace of heaven-grade top-rank pills, although it wasn't very expensive, it still cost me a lot of effort. Seeing that you're pleasing to the eye, 500,000 taels is enough." Yang Jin's face became even darker as he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's not talk about this, let's get down to business first." Qing Bailian nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai who was standing next to him and said, "I heard on the way here that this little brat brought back these 2 sets of spirit arrays? And take a look and see if they're really useful." Yang Jin handed over the 2 pieces of jade. Qing Bailian casually took them and smiled contemptuously. "This old master has been practicing alchemy for so many years and has even studied many spirit arrays, but I have never heard of such a magical spirit array in this world. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become, being deceived by others and even dragging this old master into the water. If word gets out, I'd like to see where your old face goes. Don't talk nonsense, take a look first. Yang Jin was annoyed by Qing Bailian's words, but he had nowhere to vent, so his old face turned purple. He secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would not let him off lightly. Only then did Qing Bailian calmly find a place to sit down. With a casual expression, he released his divine sense into the jade to investigate. Everyone in the Elder Hall, except for Yang Kai, was staring at him, wanting to know how he would evaluate these two spirit arrays. However, just as Qing Bailian released his divine sense into the jade, he suddenly let out a strange cry and stood up, a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting nervously, so when they heard his shout, they couldn't help being startled. Chapter 409. What are you doing? Yang Jin snorted, glaring at Qing Bailian with displeasure. You're already so old, how can you be so flustered? Qing Bailian, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear this, his eyes widening in shock and excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing him by the shoulders and binding him tightly, as if he was afraid Yang Kai would run away, asking in a slightly trembling voice. Boy, this spirit array, where did you get it? Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, but still calmly replied. Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak. Qing Bailian's body shook slightly, a look of understanding appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. I knew it, I knew it. Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, What is your relationship with Grandmaster Xiao? It's nothing, I just spent 2 months on Hidden Cloud Peak. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, speaking in a very low-key manner. Qing Bailian's expression suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes as he coldly asked, Did you steal this spirit array? Yang Kai shook his head. Grandmaster taught me this. Qing Bailian was startled, not understanding why this young man in front of him had been taught 2 sets of such spirit arrays if he had nothing to do with Grandmaster Xiao, but soon he smiled and said, Good, good, alchemy can't be stolen. Since Grandmaster taught you this, there's no problem. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was holding back and didn't want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fuxing in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it was enough for the white-haired elders in the Elder Hall to smell a trace of unusualness. The 2 sets of spirit arrays that Yang Jin couldn't identify seemed to have a great origin. Does Senior recognize this spirit array? Yang Kai felt a little strange. If this Qing Bailian didn't recognize this spirit array, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. But this was something he had learned from the true alchemic way, so how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Jin and the others all turned their gazes to Qing Bailian. The latter's face was dejected as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes as he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Say something! Fuck! Yang Jin had a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Qing Bailian give an explanation, he couldn't help but curse. In normal times, this chief alchemist of the Yang family had long since lost his composure. But at this moment, he was a little dispirited. After pondering for a while, he said, 30 years ago, at an alchemy convention in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was fortunate enough to see it once. Unfortunately, it was only half an array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly understood what was going on. That alchemy conference. Geniuses came forth in large numbers, and stars gathered in the sky. This old man has defeated dozens of opponents in a row. All the way to the finals, my momentum was like a rainbow, but in the end, I was defeated by a single person. That person is today's Xiao Fuxing. Qing Bailian looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Being defeated by him is not an injustice. Yang Jin rolled up his sleeves and curled his lips. As a cultivator, he naturally didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, nor did he understand the admiration and friendship between alchemists. Later, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the alchemic way. Qing Bailian recounted the events of that year. Xiao Fuxing and I both saw half of the spirit array in the Pill Saint's portrait at the same time, but we were never able to see the full picture, which was a great regret at the time. Later, I came to the Yang family while Xiao Fuxing entered Medicine King's Valley. Haha. Qing Bailian smiled. Over the past 30 years, I have exchanged many letters with Grandmaster Xiao. When I had free time, I would also go to Medicine King's Valley to study the half of the spirit array with him in an attempt to complete it, but after 30 years of effort, I still failed. The ash-gray cloud evil land wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley and destroyed the Pill Saint's portrait. This old master thought he would never have the opportunity to see the full picture of this spirit array again in his life, but unexpectedly, ha 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 ha, today, my wish has finally come true. Qing Bailian looked up to the sky and laughed, a bitter look appearing on his face as he muttered. Xiao Fuxing is worthy of being called Xiao Fuxing, always walking ahead of this old master. Unexpectedly, he has already completed this spirit array. This old master is far inferior to him. The world's #1 alchemist is truly worthy of his title. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the spirit array he had brought out would actually involve these past events. Even a character like Xiao Fuxing was only able to glimpse half of the spirit array, so it was easy to imagine just how profound the true alchemic way was. The appearance of this spirit array seemed to have resolved a 30-year knot in the hearts of the world's two great alchemists. Although there had been some misunderstandings, Yang Kai wasn't ready to say anything. He just wanted to use Grandmaster Zhao's name to act. You've said so much, so are these two spirit arrays useful or not? Yang Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. Nonsense, Qing Bailian snorted. How could they be useless? These spirit arrays originated from the Pill Saint statue. They are supreme treasures left behind by the Pill Saint. Of course they are useful. And their value? Yang Zhen sniffed. Immeasurable. Qing Bailian's expression became extremely serious. All the elders couldn't help showing strange expressions. Yang Kai taking out these two spirit arrays was truly a huge contribution to the Yang family. Even Yang Zhen didn't know how to record this merit. In the palm of his hand. Take them, but don't divulge them. You know the rules of the Yang family, Yang Zhen said solemnly. Qing Bailian rolled his eyes. This old master has been in the Yang family for 30 years. His entire family has lived here. How could I not understand the importance of these rules? Yang Zhen nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Qing Bailian turned to look at Yang Kai, no longer showing any of his previous contempt, asking kindly. Little brat, what's your name? Yang Kai reported his name. Qing Bailian patted him affectionately on the shoulder. I'll remember you. If you have time in the future, come to my house and I'll invite you to tea. Saying so, Yang Kai crossed his arms behind his back and strode off in a majestic manner. The elders in the hall all looked at each other, for a moment giving birth to a kind of unreal feeling. Qing Bailian wanted to invite that little brat to tea. It seemed that even the Yang family's chief alchemist had never been so polite to these old fogies, let alone invite them to tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this was an extraordinary honor, and if this news spread out, it was likely that others would envy them. A long time after Qing Bailian left, the group of old fogies secretly shook their heads, wondering what kind of good fortune Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to have a relationship with a character like Xiao Fuxing and learn two priceless spirit arrays from him. Elder, Yang Kai called out, now that everything has been confirmed, can I exchange for 2 blood warriors? Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and nodded. Good. But this old master must first remind you, according to the strength of the blood warrior, the merit you need to spend will also be different. Then with my current merit, what kind of blood warrior can I obtain? Yang Zhen lightly coughed. All the masters in the blood warrior hall can be chosen by you, including the hall master and vice hall master. Hall master and vice hall master? Yang Kai was surprised. Yes, they are two peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Yang Jin nodded. With their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the inheritance war. It seemed that he felt that Yang Kai's merit was too great, and Yang Jin wanted him to quickly exhaust it, so he spared no effort to promote the so-called Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, showing off their strength one by one in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't want them. Yang Jin was stunned. You don't want such masters? Who do you want? Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao. Yang Kai reported the names of the two blood warriors. These two were the ones who had come to welcome his fourth brother Yang Xian Wu back to the family. The expressions of the group of old men in the room suddenly became extremely strange as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao were originally the two most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall, so the elders had naturally heard of their names and had high expectations for them. However, because of Yang Xian Wu's incident this time, the two blood warriors had been punished by the family, causing them to be unable to recover. The elders also felt quite sorry for the fate of these two, but with the Yang family's rules, they had no choice but to punish them. Originally, they had thought that no one would dare to use them in this inheritance war, but none of them had expected that the youngest Yang Kai would actually want to use these two. Even if Yang Kai had said he wanted the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master and Blood Warrior Hall Vice Hall Master, it hadn't shocked the elders as much as this moment. Not using such a strong person, but instead choosing to use these two disheartened and wounded people, this Kai Yang was either an idiot or he had other plans. Yang Jin stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and quickly said, Those two are already crippled, do you still want them? Yes. Interesting. Yang Jin grinned. Your appetite is quite big. Yang Jin's expression was one of complete understanding, as if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since you want them, I'll give them to you. Yang Jin snorted. I'd like to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the inheritance war with those two. When the time comes, don't you regret lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. That's my business, there's no need for Elder to worry about it. Yang Jin sneered, immediately writing a letter, stamping it with the Elder Council's seal, and tossing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, glanced at it casually, nodded with satisfaction, and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Elder. Good. After exchanging those two blood warriors, you still have a lot of merits left. What else do you want to exchange? Yang Jin raised his eyes and asked. In the inheritance war, it's always good to be prepared. How many merits do I have left? Yang Kai was a little surprised. A lot. Yang Jin said impatiently, but didn't disclose the specific number. Presumably he didn't know how to calculate it. Then exchange them all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, at least heaven grade, preferably mysterious grade. Chapter 410. Listening to Yang Kai's request, Yang Jin couldn't help looking at him in surprise, not having expected his requirements to be so high. Nodding, he said, I'll help you prepare them, I'll have them delivered to your house. Many thanks, Elder, I'll take my leave. Yang Kai nodded. Turning around, he walked out. Little brat, don't be defeated too early in the inheritance war, otherwise this old master will be disappointed. Yang Jin's voice called out from behind. Elders, please wait and see. By the time these words came out, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Arrogant! Yang Jin snorted. The sixth elder who had just gone to invite Qing Bai Lian frowned for a moment before saying, Yang Jin, this little brat is gambling. If he doesn't do well, he'll be doomed. The inheritance war has always been a gamble. How could those young brats not see the opportunity in it? But none of them dared to make such a decision, only he dared. Yang Jin's eyes flashed as he nodded lightly. Although I can't see any results in the short term, at least he has taken the initiative, in the Blood Warrior Hall. This little brat from Fourth Brother's house is very courageous, very much like the Yang family. If Yang Kai were to choose these two blood servants, how could these elders, with their shrewdness and eyesight, not understand the gains and losses? With such a choice, in the inheritance war, as long as they were able to stabilize their footing in the early stages and not be defeated quickly, the benefits they could receive in the future would be greater and greater. The only thing they needed to worry about was that in the early stages, the two blood warriors would be killed before their injuries were healed. Blood Warrior Hall. There was a very special place in the Yang family, the place where the blood warriors usually lived. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, one could clearly feel the endless fighting intent emanating from the Blood Warrior Hall. These invisible forces seemed to be able to converge into a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and cutting through the heavens. The Blood Warriors were natural warriors, talents specially trained for small battles. Their powerful fighting intent was one of the Yang family's golden signboards. Even if they weren't fighting, the murderous intent radiating from the Blood Warriors would solidify and fill the air around the Blood Warrior Hall. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression also turned solemn when he sensed this frightening aura. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stood respectfully outside the Blood Warriors, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. In front of them stood a tall and sturdy man with his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a black warrior's robe that could be seen anywhere. His physique was majestic, but his expression was indifferent, his long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of superiority, his eyes like cold stars, giving him an intimidating aura. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Xing, a peak immortal ascension boundary master who had made great contributions to the Yang family. After using his mad tyrant blood skill, he was even able to contend with an above immortal ascension boundary master. In the entire central capital, Feng Xing was one of the few masters he had ever met. Since hearing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's report yesterday, Feng Xing had become somewhat interested in the youngest young Lord Kai. Chu Gao Yi and Yingjiu were his subordinates, so as the hall master of the Blood Warrior Hall, he naturally cared about them. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the little lord who was willing to use Chu Gao Yi and Yingjiu was like. On this day, several Yan family young lords had arrived, but until now, the little lord still hadn't appeared. Feng Xing didn't show any impatience though and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious. Although Yang Kai had agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday and he didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough merits to exchange for Chu Gao Yi and Yingjiu. What if his merits weren't enough? Just as he was feeling anxious though, a tall young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision and walked over. Is that him? Feng Xing asked. It's him, it's the little lord. The big stone in Tu Feng's heart finally fell, and his whole body relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Tang Yuxian and smiled knowingly. The little lord is really a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, in this time's inheritance war, both of them couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Walking up to him, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Xing. His eyes flashed like lightning, his aura was rich, and his physique seemed to contain an unparalleled explosive power. Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary! Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he saw through this young man's true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill him in a single blow. The huge gap in strength wasn't something an artifact or the unyielding golden skeleton could make up for. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though this young man was just standing there, he wasn't circulating any kind of secret art, but the world energy around him was still constantly flowing into his body, constantly condensing and refining his yuan qi, causing his yuan qi to become purer and richer, undoubtedly higher than others. He's a master from the Blood Warrior Hall! Yang Kai couldn't help but praise in his heart. The Yang family being able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy the title of first among the central capital's 8 great families was not without reason. While Yang Kai was observing Feng Xing, the other party was also secretly observing him. He was dressed casually, not luxuriously, more simply than the average young lord from a prominent family. This kind of clothing was undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat. He was very young, probably only around 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the yuan qi 8th stage. His expression was calm and his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there was a flash of light. Feng Xing's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as his expression became solemn. He felt a thick murderous aura from Yang Kai, one that was extremely strong and obvious. Fengxing also had a murderous aura, one that was even stronger than Yang Kai's. This kind of aura wasn't something that could be obtained through cultivation, it could only be left behind after killing people, and it had to kill a lot of people to create this kind of aura. This little lord was so young yet had already killed so many people, it seemed he wasn't an easy opponent to provoke. This was what Fengxing was concerned about. What made Fengxing feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little lord's body. This force seemed to affect his murderous aura, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if even the violent aura he had been suppressing in his heart had been stirred up. Taking a closer look, Fengxing couldn't feel anything, only that his yuan qi was quite pure. Secretly shaking his head, Fengxing frowned. After a moment of silence, Fengxing knew that this little lord in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. But he didn't care too much and just asked lightly, "Young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Gu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them quickly stepped forward and Tu Feng said, "Little Lord, this is our Hall Master, Fengxing." "So it's Hall Master Feng?" Yang Kai exclaimed. "Since you've come for the Blood Warriors, please show me the document signed by the Elder Hall, Little Lord." Fengxing stretched out his hand and Yang Kai handed over the document. Taking a look at it, Fengxing gently nodded. His face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, seemed to show some subtle changes as he said, "Young Lord Kai, please come in." Yang Kai stepped forward and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly welcomed him inside. Fengxing didn't follow him inside though, still standing straight at the door. After entering the Blood Warrior Hall, Tu Jing chuckled. "Little Lord, I've never heard the Hall Master say please to anyone. Today, there were a few young lords who came, but the Hall Master didn't even spare them a glance. It seems the Hall Master's impression of you is quite good." Tang Yuxian also nodded heavily, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "Then my face is a bit big." Yang Kai grinned. Tu Feng nodded. "It's not about face, it's just that Little Lord is willing to use these two brothers. My Blood Warrior Hall is extremely grateful." "Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he stared in front of him in amazement. In front of him, nearly 20 powerful blood warriors were lined up in several rows, all of them wearing solemn expressions as they stared towards Yang Kai with gratitude. The one leading them was the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhou Feng, who was also a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Sweeping his eyes over the Blood Warriors, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. Each one of them was extremely powerful, each of them as firm as a mountain. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them were masters among masters, the weakest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, even an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was no worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from a first-class force. The Yang family blood warriors really had a rich heritage. With more than 20 pairs of eyes staring at him, Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure. This kind of pressure wasn't deliberately released by the blood warriors, but rather the aura of the flowing time great emperor. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak would always be timid and restrained. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai quickly circulated his pure Yuan Qi, stabilizing his footing. All the blood warriors' eyes lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it, only wearing a dignified expression as he cupped his fists and said, "On behalf of the Blood Warrior Hall, Zhou Feng offers his thanks to young Lord Kai." "Many thanks to young Lord Kai." In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, only now realizing that Tu Feng wasn't exaggerating. Although he had long known that there were gains and losses to be had, he hadn't expected to gain more than he had imagined. "We each took what we needed, don't worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Zhou Feng and landing on the two men behind him. These two men were probably less than 40 years old, but both of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. The looks on their faces were even more dignified and serious than the blood warriors beside them, even the look in their eyes giving off a sense of loyalty and willingness to die for their friends. The two men stood there. Because of the unbearable pain, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their close-fitting clothes were stained red everywhere, as if they were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, extremely dazzling to the eye. At their feet, the crimson blood had already formed a pool, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. However, the two men still stood upright, and the other blood warriors didn't even spare them a glance. "Are you Chugao-i and Ingjio?" Yang Kai glanced at them. The two men quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Subordinate Chugao-i. Subordinate Ingjio greets little lord." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Stand up, since you are my people. I will use practical actions to prove that my choice was not wrong." The two men didn't say a word, silently getting up, but the look in their eyes was quite firm and persistent. Chapter 4:11. Seeing the expressions of Chugao-i and Ingjio, Yang Kai nodded secretly. He knew that even if they were seriously injured, a blood warrior was still a blood warrior. Glancing around at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. "Everyone, if we become enemies in the future, this young lord won't show any mercy." Zhou Feng nodded firmly. "As it should be." Yang Kai turned around and left calmly while Chugao-i and Ingjio cupped their fists to their brothers and sisters. After this farewell, when the blood warriors met again in the future, they may have to face off against each other, using their own blood and lives to write a glorious prelude to the Yang family's next generation. Everyone returned the gesture. They all understood. Outside the door, Feng Xing still stood there, waiting for Yang Kai to walk a few dozen meters before suddenly saying, "Young Lord Kai, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my two worthless subordinates." Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chugao-i and Ingjio both stepped forward, leaving behind a blood trail behind them. All of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned to the central capital, and the family had given them nearly 2 months to prepare. After selecting their respective guardian blood warriors, the Yang family inheritance war that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. When the news spread, the central capital boiled over. The entire Great Han dynasty was filled with turmoil. Large and small forces from all over the world were heading towards the central capital, hoping to gain some benefits in this huge event. Many of these forces had already arrived in the central capital. Many of them were sitting around waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young lords group to stand with. The Yang family young lords were even busier than before, contacting the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families and trying to finalize their own allies. Central capital 8 great families: Yang family, Chiu family, Lu family, Hua family, Kang family, Gao family, Yi family, Meng family. Among them, the Kang family, Gao family, Yi family, and Meng family had all sent out news that they had formed an alliance with different Yang family young lords. Only the remaining 3 families had yet to express their stance. The Lu family needn't be mentioned. Lu Qiniao had already declared that among the Yang family's younger generation, whoever could defeat him, he would be his ally. It was rumored that the Yang family first young lord Yang Wei had once fought with him. However, no one knew what the result. Lu Qiniao still hadn't clearly stated who he wanted to ally with, so the result of that battle was self-evident. Yang Wei was probably going to lose. As for the Hua family, Hua Stars, the dissolute son of the Hua family, only sought pleasure all day long, drinking and throwing tantrums. It seemed that he had no intention of participating in the inheritance war at all, causing Huizheng a great headache. Huizheng also wanted to participate in the inheritance war, but unfortunately, his son wasn't up to the task, always running amok all day long, not even bothering with proper business, greatly angering him. If only the older generation could participate in the inheritance war. Then, Huizheng would have rolled up his sleeves long ago. On the other hand, when the young masters of the Yang family heard that Hua Stars and Yang Kai had some grudges, they all sought him out to persuade him, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they were all pulled into the brothel by him and spent a few nights there. One by one, they came out dizzy, shaking their heads and sighing that they were hopeless. Chiu family. In the study, the head of the Chiu family, Chiu Shouqing, was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 30s, but in reality, he was already in his 50s. However, he was born with a delicate face, and his skin was much fairer than a woman's, so he looked much younger than his actual age. Sitting on either side of him was a man and a woman. The woman was the Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yiming, and the man was the Chiu family's young lord, Chiu Ziru. The two of them were half-siblings. The news that the inheritance war was about to begin had spread, so the Chiu family naturally had to choose their best team. However, Chiu Shouqing didn't know much about the Yang family's young lords. Although he had been inquiring about them, he still didn't know enough. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war was to hone the strength of their young lords. Winning or losing wouldn't have much of an impact on their foundation. But if they could win, who would want to lose? Therefore, this matter had to be taken seriously. Chiu Shouqing stroked the goatee on his chin and pondered for a long time before asking, "Manger, what do you think of this inheritance war?" Hearing his father's question, Chiu Ziruo's expression became slightly bitter. In the Chiu family, although he was the first heir, whether it was personal strength or methods, he couldn't compare to his half-sister. If there was any major event in the family, his father would always find his sister to discuss it while he would sit on the sidelines and learn from her experience. He had always been like this since he was young. Chiu Yiming smiled lightly and said, "According to the information I received, the Yang family has sent 8 young lords to participate in the inheritance war. In addition to Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th, who is now deceased, the rest of the Yang family are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, Yang Ying, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai." Chiu Shouqing nodded lightly and did not interrupt, his eyes indicating for her to continue. "Among them, the 2nd brother Yang Zhao and the 5th brother Yang Kong are blood brothers, while the 6th brother Yang Xin and the 7th brother Yang Ying are also blood brothers. These 2 pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last moment, and will only help each other out. This is the difference between blood relatives." Chiu Yiming's thoughts turned quickly as she carefully phrased her words. "So far, 4 have received assistance from the other 7 families. Among them, the Meng family's Meng Shanyi was an ally of eldest brother Yang Wei, the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou was an ally of 2nd brother Yang Zhao, the Gao family's Gao Rang Feng was an ally of 5th brother Yang Kong, and the Kong family's Kong Zhan was an ally of 7th brother Yang Ying. The strength of the 7 families cannot be ignored and will, to a large extent, determine the final outcome of the inheritance war. Because the Yang family is based in the central capital, it is necessary to communicate with the other 7 families." Chiu Shouqing nodded gently, very satisfied with his daughter's meticulous thinking and intelligence-gathering ability. But when he remembered that she was a woman, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Glancing over at Chiu Ziruo, who was sitting next to him and looking somewhat resentful, Chiu Shouqing secretly sighed. "So, from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the pair of brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong, have a relatively large chance of winning because each of them has a superforce as an ally, and then?" Chiu Shouqing heard his daughter's words and asked with a smile. "In fact, that's not the case. Not to mention that the 2 of them are separated. Even if they help each other, they won't be invincible in the inheritance war. Over the years, in the inheritance war, the strength of the participants sent by the 7 families was not too high, mainly consisting of the younger generation. In order to avoid breaking the balance, they were also afraid of causing too many casualties. This was an unwritten rule. So, in addition to the Yang family blood warriors, the 8 great families won't send masters whose strength exceeds the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage into the inheritance war. In that case, the friends that those young masters made while they were training outside were very important. They made many friends. The number of allies and helpers that could be roped in were many. Moreover, the mothers of these young masters were mostly from first-class families. Those families would definitely lean towards these young masters. With the help of these forces, these young lords can also work hard to protect themselves and not be defeated quickly." Chiu Shouqing cast a look of approval as he smiled. Father, your daughter doesn't know who will have the last laugh in the inheritance war, but I do know. The Yang family's third brother, Yang Tai, will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Why? Because he doesn't have a blood warrior to protect him. He has been out adventuring for the past few years but hasn't gained anything. Even with his contributions to the Yang family, he hasn't been able to obtain a blood warrior. Without a blood warrior to protect him, his strength isn't very high, his future is bleak. I'm afraid he won't last more than a day, Chiu Yimeng said confidently. The second one to be eliminated will definitely be eighth brother Yang Quan. He doesn't have the support of the 7 great families and his mother is only from a second-class force. His mother's family won't be able to bring much help. And the third one? Chiu Shoucheng smiled. Your daughter doesn't know. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not easy to judge the remaining young lords. 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Xin, and 7th brother Yang Ying are all possible candidates. HM? Chiu Shoucheng couldn't help but frown, a trace of confusion appearing on his face as he stared at his daughter with some confusion. Even Chiu Zirua, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now, chuckled and said, Elder sister, even I can see who the third one will be eliminated. How come elder sister can't see it? Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly and turned to Chiu Zirua. What is little brother's opinion? I wouldn't dare. Chiu Zirua smiled faintly. But this matter is obvious. Zirua, tell me. Chiu Shoucheng nodded to his son indifferently. Yes. Chiu Zirua glanced at his sister and said, The third one to be eliminated must be the youngest, Yang Kai. Why? Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew he would come to this conclusion. As elder sister just said, this Yang Kai doesn't have any blood brothers who can help him, nor does he have the support of any of the other 7 families. Even if his mother's family has some support, at most, it's just a first-class force, nothing to be afraid of. On top of that, he's the youngest, and seems to be the same age as me, so he definitely doesn't have any means, so the third one to be eliminated must be him. Chiu Ziruo's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already seen Yang Kai's end with his own eyes. Chiu Yimeng just smiled and didn't refute, instead turning to Chiu Shoucheng and asking, Does father also think so? Chiu Shoucheng hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Yes, I have the same idea as your brother. According to the information I received, after returning to the central capital, he seems to have never contacted any of the other 7 families' young lords and has not made any efforts to win them over. Father can assume he has no confidence in himself, and has already given up on the inheritance war. Chiu Yimeng firmly shook her head. Father, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I intend to turn our Chiu family into his support. Chiu Zirua stared at her like she was a fool and muttered, Elder sister, are you still dreaming? How can you say such nonsense? Chiu Shoucheng also frowned and said, Menger, I know you know Yang Kai and have been with him for some time. Lu Liang has already sent me a letter about this matter and reported back to me about what he did in the Lu family, so I'm not very optimistic about him. If you want to turn our Chiu family into his support, you need to give me a convincing reason, otherwise father won't agree. Winning or losing the inheritance war won't affect the foundation of my Chiu family, but there will still be some losses. Chapter 412. Reason? I can't explain it clearly, but father, from childhood to now, when have I ever disappointed you? Chiu Shoucheng's expression became serious as he thought about it carefully. His daughter's vision was quite accurate. Over the past few years, when he didn't understand something, as soon as he explained it to her, she would immediately understand and often give him a lot of good ideas. Seeing Chiu Yimeng speak so seriously, Chiu Shoucheng couldn't help but re-examine his daughter and ask, What exactly is so special about this person that you care so much about? Chiu Yimeng still slowly shook her head. I really can't explain it, but this person is very mysterious. Often in impossible situations, he is able to do some incredible things. She wanted to tell her father that the ash-gray cloud evil land's beguiling demon queen had been captivated by Yang Kai, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, the ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where evil demons gathered, and Shan Qinglue was one of the 6 great evil kings. Her relationship with the central capital's 8 great families had always been like fire and water, so in this inheritance war, whether Shan Qinglue would help him was still uncertain. Without the assistance of the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai's support would be greatly reduced. What made your eyes light up? Qiu Shoucheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked meaningfully. Qiu Ziruo raised his brow and chuckled. It seems that elder sister has finally met a man she can satisfy. I thought there was no man in this world who could enter your eyes. Between father and son, one was suspicious while the other was interested, obviously thinking that Qiu Yimeng had been moved by Yang Kai. I do have a good impression of him. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yimeng frankly admitted. But that's just a good feeling, because when I get along with him, I'm always in a passive position. Qiu Shoucheng's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise. Is this little brat really that strong? This daughter of his, even in the central capital, no one could force her to always be in a passive position. She had always been the one leading others by the nose. So although this comment was ordinary, Qiu Shoucheng still managed to glean some incredible information from it. A very strong man! Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, remembering Yang Kai's attitude towards her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Love can make a person stupid. Qiu Ziruo shook his head like an old man, as if he was a veteran in the field of love. Father! Qiu Yimeng knew that her half-brother had always had a problem with her. She didn't want to argue with him, so she just smiled and said, Let's not talk about my opinion of him first. Let's talk about your opinion. You judged him to be the 3rd to be eliminated, first because you found out the information yourself. Second, I'm afraid you were also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right? Not bad. Qiu Shoucheng nodded, stroking his goatee as he said, Although Lu Liang didn't comment on this little brat in the letter, only describing his actions in the Lu family, I can still see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if it's just a disguise? Qiu Shoucheng was taken aback and said solemnly, Then this boy is too cunning. He can even deceive Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not someone who can be easily fooled. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, got up from her chair, walked a few steps, then turned around and said, Father! In fact, I was also hesitant about whether to tie the Qiu family to him. At least before today, I hadn't made up my mind. But now, I feel more and more that my judgment was not wrong. Why? It's because of his inaction. His inaction in the Lu family, his inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family, he didn't win over Lu Liang, and when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with any of the 7 great families. But after spending some time with him, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person's appetite has always been big. Either he doesn't do anything, or he does something, never giving his enemy time to breathe. His lack of action is a clear indication of his confidence. Qiu Yimeng frowned and slowly shook her head. I really don't know where his confidence comes from, but he definitely has it. Elder sister, in the end, all of this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen him with any kind of support or helper. Qiu Shoucheng frowned and nodded. And Menger, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Do you have any other candidates in mind? Hearing her father say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Her father still wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. And, in addition to Yang Kai, I have 2 other candidates. One is the eldest brother, Yang Wei, and the other is the second brother, Yang Zhao. There's no need to mention Yang Zhao. He is a very powerful person and is the son of the current Yang family patriarch. His chances of winning have always been very high, but Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only immortal ascension boundary master of the Yang family's younger generation and is also the eldest brother, so both of them have great hopes. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. But now, both of them have allies from the 7 great families. If my Qiu family were to intervene, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very good. And in that case, even if we win, my Chiu family won't obtain much benefit. Chiu Shouqing pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to his son and asking, Ziro, what do you think? Chiu Ziro smiled happily, knowing that his opportunity had come. This was the first time his father had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion, and this was a matter as important as the inheritance war, so Chiu Ziro naturally understood the profound meaning behind it. In my opinion, since we want to participate in the inheritance war, we should find a Yang family member who doesn't have any of the 7 great families as an ally. This way, after he wins, my Chiu family can eat the spoils alone. Chiu Ziro wasn't a stupid person. After listening to his father and sister for so long, he naturally had a plan in mind, and said, My idea is to form an alliance with the 6th brother, Yang Xun. His brother, the 7th brother Yang Ying, already has the Kong family as an ally, so with my Chiu family, our chances of winning are very high. At the very least, we can compete with Yang Zhao and Yang Kong. Chiu Shouqing smiled and nodded approvingly. Perceiving his father's look of praise, Chiu Ziro knew that he had spoken his father's mind and couldn't help breathing a little faster, his face flushing red with excitement. Chiu Yiming shook her head helplessly and sighed. Even if she performed well, in the end, she was still a woman. The Chiu family was not something she could inherit in the future. Her destiny was ultimately just to be a chess piece used in a marriage alliance to bring more benefits to the Chiu family. The room fell into silence for a while as Chiu Shouqing tapped his fingers on his chair, his brow furrowed as he pondered, apparently weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, his eyes became firm and he said, Since that's the case, then this time's inheritance war, father! Chiu Yiming quickly interrupted him. What's wrong? Chiu Shouqing's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her with some displeasure. Father, for this time's inheritance war, your daughter wants to take a team to Yang Kai. Chiu Yiming grit her teeth. Although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy, Chiu Yiming felt that her judgment was definitely not wrong. Chiu Ziro couldn't help but laugh. Staring at his daughter for a long time, Chiu Shouqing faintly asked, Do you insist? Yes. Your daughter has never asked you for anything, but this time, I insist. Please allow your daughter to act presumptuously. Good, then I'll assign the family's autumn rain hall to you, Chiu Shouqing quickly said. Thank you, father. Chiu Yiming smiled bitterly. The autumn rain hall wasn't a very important hall in the Chiu family, and the strength of the people inside wasn't very high. For her father to assign such a hall to her, it was obvious that he was prepared to sacrifice the entire autumn rain hall. If she hadn't been so resolute, her father probably wouldn't have even given her the autumn rain hall. Since that was the case, time would tell who was right and who was wrong, and who was more suitable to inherit the Chiu family. Chiu Yiming's eyes became firm as a fierce light flashed across her eyes. Withdraw. Chiu Shouqing waved his hand, and Chiu Yiming bowed and withdrew. Walking out of the room, she heard the soft voices of her father and younger brother talking, causing Chiu Yiming to feel even more uncomfortable. Night, clear sky in's backyard hall, Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the stack of silver bills in front of him with a dull expression. Behind him stood 2 men who were like iron towers. These 2 men quietly stood there, and ever since they entered, they had not said a single word. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and from time to time, cold sweat would seep out from their foreheads. From time to time, a ferocious expression would flash across their faces. It was obvious that they were enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also dyed red from the inside, as if they were embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. Beneath their feet, there was a trail of blood. Bamboo Knot Gang Sect Master Pang Chi and Vice Sect Master Moon Endo stood cautiously to the side, from time to time glancing at the 2 men who seemed to be on the verge of death. They didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had brought such people with him. These past few days, with the combined strength of our 2 sects, we have already swallowed up 2 small forces. My Bamboo Knot Gang's strength has soared, and we have also collected a lot of materials and money. Young Lord Kai, the accounts are all here, not a penny less. Peng Qi respectfully handed over an account book and placed it in front of Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Convert all these silver bills into materials. Raise the requirements a bit, at least heaven-grade materials, the more expensive the better. In addition, how many forces are there in the North City district that can be swallowed up? If Brother Mu's information is correct, there should be 4 or 5 more. Peng Qi replied. Good, the two of you, take one person with you and go conquer those 4 or 5 forces. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Take them? Peng Qi and Mu Nando were suddenly dumbfounded, somewhat stunned as they turned to look at the 2 bloody men behind Yang Kai. What could these 2 people possibly do? Peng Qi and Mu Nando didn't even dare to speak too loudly, fearing that their voices would shock them to death, so when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Chapter 413. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall, Peng Qi and Mu Nando stared at the 2 men behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. Do you have a problem? One of the 2 men who seemed to be on the verge of death coldly snorted, a huge divine sense suddenly sweeping out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Peng Qi and Mu Nando's expressions changed greatly, realizing that these 2 men weren't mediocre at all. This kind of extraordinary divine sense alone was enough to sweep up all the small forces in the North City district. Quickly restraining their expressions, they waved their hands in panic. We wouldn't dare! Go! Yang Kai waved his hand. Without seeing the 2 towering men behind him take any action, Peng Qi and Mu Nando were wrapped in a powerful force and instantly disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Chu Gao Yi and Ingzhou disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It had been 5 days since he had obtained the 2 of them. The 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and should have been in bed to heal, but Yang Kai had turned a blind eye to their physical condition, as if he couldn't wait for them to die early, taking them wherever he went. During these 5 days, Yang Kai hadn't spoken a word to them, nor had he given them any instructions. However, to Yang Kai's relief, he didn't feel the slightest impatience or unwillingness from Chu Gao Yi and Ingzhou's expressions. Right now, they could only display less than 30% of their peak strength. However, if they wanted to sweep up the small forces in the central capital, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no time. Yang Kai originally wanted Peng Qi and Mu Nando to slowly nibble away at the small forces, but the inheritance war was about to begin. He couldn't afford to wait that long. In desperation, he had dispatched the 2 blood warriors to help him. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the other Bamboo Knot Gang elder and said, Take me to your storehouse. Yes. The Bamboo Knot Gang had nibbled away 2 small forces and at Yang Kai's request had purchased a lot of alchemy and artifact refining materials. Currently, they are all stored in the storehouse. Yang Kai walked into the black book space for a moment before coming out again, filling it with many good things. 5 days ago, Yang Jin from the Hall of Elders sent over a large batch of materials. Now, Yang Kai's storage was already on a small scale. The efficiency of the Elder Hall was quite high. On that day, Yang Kai only said that he would exchange all his remaining merits for materials, and the matter was settled that very night. Looking at the rich materials on the 2 carriages, whether it was Yang Kai or his parents, they were all shocked. Those materials were all heaven grade and above, and 1/10 of them were even profound grade. The other half were alchemy and artifact refining. Fortunately, the Yang family had a solid foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many materials. Yang Yingfeng hadn't expected that after Yang Kai had exchanged for 2 blood warriors, he would still have such a large amount of merit left over. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. The father and son pair were stunned for a while before they recovered. Now, all these things were stored in the black book space. Have Peng Qi continue to collect materials. When he has enough, send them to War City, Yang Kai said before striding away. War City! It was a city the Yang family had built specifically for the inheritance war. It was only 100 kilometers away from the central capital. Yes! The Bamboo Knot Gang's elder quickly responded. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young lord just walk around the storehouse and come out? He didn't seem to have taken anything. Poking his head out to take a look, this elder was suddenly scared out of his wits. The materials that were originally placed in the storehouse. But now they were all gone. What should I do? 3 days later, the Yang family's heaven altar. A majestic building stood erect. The ground was flat and tidy, and had long been covered with a large red carpet. The altar for heaven worship was majestic and grand, and 2 huge stone pillars pierced the clouds. On the stone pillars, there were various lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes soaring to the 9th heaven. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. The wind whistled, blowing the Yang clan's blood-red banner, causing it to flutter in the wind. Nearly 1,000 Yang family cultivator, all wearing black uniforms, gathered around the huge heaven altar. Thousands of people, breathing in unison, their auras synchronized, each breath seemingly capable of sweeping through the world. Directly below the heaven altar, the 8 Yang family's younger generation's young lords, who had already bathed and changed their clothes, stood in order of seniority, looking up in the direction of the heaven altar. A loud shout came. Chiu family's patriarch Chiu Shouqing has arrived! Yi family's patriarch Yi Kuang has arrived! Meng family's patriarch Meng Shiping has arrived! The Yang family's inheritance war, which only happened once every few decades, was the largest and most lively event in the central capital. Naturally, the other 7 families of the central capital would not neglect this occasion, all of them personally led by their respective patriarchs. The Yang family young lords led these guests to their arranged seats, sat down, and drank tea. Half an hour later, all the patriarchs of the 7 families arrived. With a flash of blue light, the Yang family's patriarch Yang Yinghao, along with several grand elders who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, appeared at the heaven altar. As soon as the host appeared, Chiu Shouqing and the others got up and cupped their fists. Yang Yinghao returned the gesture and shouted, "Today is the day my Yang family offers sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Thank you all for coming, please sit down." Chiu Shouqing, Yi Kuangren, Meng Shiping, and the others nodded lightly, their eyes shining brightly as they returned to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Yinghao. According to seniority, this person should be his eldest uncle. His real age was probably only a dozen years older than 4th Master Yang. But now, Yang Yinghao's hair looked gray, as if he was in his twilight years, and there were even deep wrinkles on his face. Before the decisive battle in the ash-gray cloud evil land, he was not like this. At that time, he was in his middle age, and although he was not young, he was not so old. The reason for this was because he had been injured by the profounding Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King in the ash-gray cloud evil land's final battle. After returning to the family, he had used the Yang family's life and death samsara secret art in exchange for 30 years of his lifespan, in order to expel his own injuries. The position of patriarch of the Yang family was extremely important, so even though he knew the price of 30 years of lifespan was too great, Yang Yinghao had no choice but to ensure his own integrity. This was not the aftermath of a simple injury, but rather the most direct form of life loss. Yang Yinghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live. That was why he was so anxious to recall all the Yang family's direct descendants to begin the inheritance war. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong both looked at their father and felt sad. Yang Yinghao, on the other hand, remained indifferent and briefly explained the rules of the inheritance war. There were no rules. The Yang family would only provide blood warriors to serve as retainers for the young lords of the Yang family, and the blood warriors would be greatly restricted in the inheritance war. In addition, the Yang family would not provide any direct help to the young lords. Whether it was open spears, hidden arrows, or schemes, who would have the last laugh? Who would be the victor of the inheritance war? Do you all remember? Yang Yinghao looked at the 8 people standing below and asked. Everyone nodded. Then let's offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors. Yang Yinghao waved his hand and shouted. All kinds of preparations had already been made, and in front of the solemn altar, An incense burner rose and a hard-to-find sixth-order monster beast was carried up. Yang Yinghao killed it, its blood spilling onto the altar. Offering blood to the heavens, offering a beast to the ancestors. The ceremony was very complicated, and under the guidance of Yang Yinghao, the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Meticulously they completed their tasks. Throughout this process, the masters of the 7 families also watched carefully, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies their sons and daughters had chosen were suitable, and whether the enemy was strong. Finally, after paying respects to the Yang family's ancestors, the whole ceremony was finally completed. "This time, if you don't die then I will, you're on your own," Yang Yinghao shouted, waving his hand and shouting. "Set off!" 8 extremely handsome cloud-treading colts roared over and stopped in front of the 8 young lords. The 8 young lords of the Yang family each mounted their mounts. The wind suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a bit stagnant. Even the breathing of the 1,000 people present suddenly stopped. The 8 young lords glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Even if they were brothers, once they left the central capital, they would be enemies. "I won't show mercy." "Me too. Big brother will go first," Yang Wei quickly said, his voice falling as the cloud-treading colts flew off. "Follow me," Yang Zhao chuckled. The 8 cloud-treading colts galloped down the Yang family's special passage, kicking up a cloud of dust as they rushed forward. "This old master will go watch the fun." The Kong family patriarch, Kong Rui, grinned meaningfully, waving his hand and wrapping his followers in pure yuan qi before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. "Let's go together." The Gao family patriarch, Gao Mo, followed closely behind. "This old master will also go." The Kong family patriarch, Kong Jing, was not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the people from the 7 great clans had all left, disappearing without a trace. "Ignorant of etiquette!" Yang Yinghao coldly snorted, blaming these old fogies for not even bothering to inform him before leaving. Along the way, the 8 cloud-treading colts galloped forward while the 7 groups of people flew up into the sky. A moment later, they had exited the south gate. Outside the south gate, it seemed to be even livelier than the Yang family's heaven altar. Countless forces, large and small, were waiting. They all knew that today was the start of the inheritance war, so naturally, they had all been waiting here early in order to follow their Yang family young lords to War City. Outside the south gate, there was a dense crowd of people. Even from a few kilometers away, there were still people secretly observing. "Which young lord is your Changyang Valley going to follow this time?" a familiar face asked. "Of course it's the 6th young lord Yangshin. Don't go, you'll definitely lose. Follow our flying cloud manor and follow the 2nd young lord Yang Zhao. The 2nd young lord has much more potential than the 6th young lord." "Really?" "Naturally, come here, I'll tell you. I know a lot of inside information." The 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to one another. Third-class forces such as Changyang Valley and Flying Cloud Manor had no way to form any kind of friendship with the Yang family's direct descendants. Before the start of the inheritance war, they had no chance to meet the Yang family's young lords, so they could only wait here. They didn't know much about the inside of the Yang family, so most of them just followed whichever young lord they found pleasing to the eye. Chapter 414. In front of the south gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared, and all the cultivators from the various forces who had gathered at the gate were pushed back by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and stared forward in amazement, not only did they not dare show any anger, they were instead pleasantly surprised. The patriarchs of the 7 families had all appeared at the same time. These master and young masters were not ordinary people. Coming to the central capital this time had been the right decision. Just seeing these 7 was worth the trip back. For a time, many of the cultivators' eyes filled with excitement as they stared towards the 7 patriarchs in awe. On the other hand, the 7 patriarchs stared towards the central capital with a look of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital was also the moment to test the charm of the Yang family young lords. Naturally, they wanted to know which young lord these cultivators who had been waiting outside the south gate would follow. With the sound of wind and lightning, 8 cloud-treading colts appeared one after another. The 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war appeared. The Meng family's Meng Shani quickly urged his mount forward and cupped his fists to Yang Wei. "Young Lord Wei, you've been waiting for a long time." Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent as he nodded calmly. The two of them had long been in an alliance, so it was not surprising that they were acting so close at this moment. The Yi family's Yi Xian Ro leisurely stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She was in her 20s, her skin was white as snow, her figure was graceful, and her expression was shy yet charming. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao." Yang Zhao laughed, bending over and extending his hand to Yi Xian Ro, his expression as gentle as jade. "Come up!" Yi Xian Ro nodded slightly. Grabbing Yang Zhao's big hand, she leapt forward and sat down atop one of the cloud-treading colts in front of him. The patriarchs of the other 6 families all shot meaningful glances towards the Yi family patriarch, Yi Kuangren. In front of so many people, a man and a woman acting so intimate, it didn't seem like they were simply allies. Perhaps there was some kind of inside story behind this. Yi Kuangren's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing his daughter's boldness, as if he already knew. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong were chatting happily. Kang Zhan and Yang Ying smiled at each other. The 4 great families had made their positions clear, so the 4 young lords were proud of themselves. This was a stage for the younger generation. "Old Chiu, has your Chiu family not made a decision yet?" Hu Jing looked at him anxiously. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, but looking left and right, he didn't see his good-for-nothing son present. He knew that he must be having a romantic affair somewhere, so he suddenly felt annoyed. Turning his head, he found Chiu Shouqing standing alone by his side, and could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. "Isn't that already a choice?" Chiu Shouqing smiled. Hu Jing was stunned for a moment, but when he looked over again, he was surprised to find that Chiu Ziru and Yang Shen were together. Yang Shen was also overjoyed. He treated Chiu Ziru very politely. Hu Jing couldn't help feeling surprised. "Oh, old Chiu, this time the Chiu family is participating in the inheritance war. Is your son leading the team?" Chiu Shouqing had a son and a daughter, but there was a natural chasm between the two. Chiu Yimeng's name had already spread throughout the central capital. She was ranked second among the younger generation of the central capital. Everyone had thought that this time the inheritance war would be led by Chiu Yimeng, but now it was actually Chiu Zirua who would appear here. "My son is all grown up, I need to let him experience the world." Chiu Shouqing chuckled. "The inheritance war is a rare opportunity." Kang Jin curled his lips and sneered. "Old Chiu. It's not that I don't want to be rude, but my family's little brat is just a pile of mud. Although your family's little brat is a bit better, he's not much better. I think you should pass the position of family patriarch to your daughter. If you really pass it on to your son, the Chiu family will sooner or later be finished." Chiu Shouqing coldly snorted. "This old master doesn't need you to interfere." Hu Jing rolled his eyes. "You don't know how to appreciate good intentions." On the field, after the 5 great families had expressed their stance one after another, the large and small forces who had been observing finally couldn't hold back, and one of them hurriedly rushed up to Yang Wei, cupped his fists, and said, "This one is 3 sacred sects' chief disciple, Xianli, and is willing to follow eldest young lord." Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded gently. "Good." Xianli couldn't help but express his gratitude and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With this 3 sacred sects Xianli taking the lead, the young leaders of the various forces quickly stepped forward and pledged their allegiance to the Yang family young lords they had already chosen. For a time, the scene was lively. Looking at the crowd, the eldest brother Yang Wei and the second brother Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most support. Whenever someone came forward to join them, Yang Wei would gently nod to them while Yang Zhao would greet them with a warm smile. The 2 brothers had different personalities, and this was vividly displayed at this moment. In addition to the 2 of them, the 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shin, and 7th brother Yang Ying had also gathered a lot of support in a short time. Only the third brother Yang Tai, eighth brother Yang Quan, and the youngest Yang Kai were completely deserted. The difference in the personal connections and charm of these brothers was obvious at a glance. Yang Tai and Yang Quan glanced at each other and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the two of them definitely had no hope in this inheritance war. "Little brother Kai, don't worry about it," Yang Tai suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. And Yang Quan nodded gently. "You're better off than us. At the very least, you have 2 blood warriors and a first-class force from your mother's family. Of the 2 of them, one only had a single blood warrior while the other didn't even have a single blood warrior. I don't care." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest sense of loss, but his eyes remained fixed on 2 of the dozen or so blood warriors in front of him. These blood warriors were all selected by the Yang family young lords to participate in the inheritance war. Among them, Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao stood in the middle with pale faces. Anyone with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and had yet to recover, their blood force fluctuating erratically. Obviously their strength had been greatly reduced. If they weren't treated and rested, it was likely they would either die or become crippled. However, the 2 of them stood there with firm expressions, not moving at all. Only when Yang Kai cast his gaze towards them did they involuntarily straighten their waists. What Yang Kai was looking at was not the 2 of them, but rather the other man and woman, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Both of them smiled helplessly at Yang Kai. They didn't want to be enemies, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both chosen by the Yang family young lords from the Blood Warrior Hall. In this time's inheritance war, they were destined to become enemies. It was just that Yang Kai didn't know who these 2 were following. Grinning at the 2 of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Every time the little lord smiled like this, it meant he was about to do something bad. They really didn't want to become enemies with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly. Although they were far stronger than Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know why, but they still respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, the large and small forces were divided up by the 5 Yang family young lords who had hopes of winning the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Tai and Yang Quan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the Yang family young lords, but Chiu Shou Cheng's expression was one of shock. Since that night when he heard his daughter's evaluation of Yang Kai, Chiu Shou Cheng had been paying some attention to this young man. Today, after carefully observing him, he found that although this young man hadn't won the allegiance of any of the forces, his expression had remained unchanged. On the contrary, his pair of bright eyes were filled with a strong sense of self-confidence. Chiu Shou Cheng was secretly amazed. The eye contact between Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian did not escape his observation, which made Chiu Shou Cheng even more puzzled. A Yang family young lord without support was equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves could he possibly stir up in the inheritance war? In such an embarrassing situation, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead remaining calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in himself. Moreover, why did the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warriors seem to be afraid of him? Chiu Shou Cheng couldn't help thinking to himself, and couldn't help raising his evaluation of Yang Kai slightly. Perhaps he really did have some kind of heritage, but it was definitely not enough to win in the inheritance war. From the current situation, it could be seen that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final battle of the inheritance war. The various forces had been divided up, so the Yang family young lords were naturally ready to set off for War City. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the reins and was preparing to lead the way when suddenly, a steady tapping sound came from afar. Outside the south gate, the silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, so this sudden tapping sound was extremely harsh. Following the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. They saw a cloud-treading colt approaching. A young man with an unruly smile on his face sat on the back of the cloud-treading colt. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he rode the cloud-treading colt. His eyes flashed with a strange light as they constantly roamed the bodies of the beautiful women in the crowd. Being stared at by this young man, no matter which woman it was, they all felt as if they had been stripped naked, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Hua family patriarch Hu Zheng's face instantly became livid. Because the one who had come was none other than his useless son, Hu Xingqian. Not far away, Yang Kai and Hu Xing glanced at each other, the latter showing a trace of disdain and provocation as his lips curled up slightly. That night, Hu Xing led the Profound Light gang to attack the Bamboo Knot gang. Yang Kai had rushed over to help and captured Hu Xing, forming a grudge between them. Later, Yang Kai had ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from him, forcing him to give up on the Profound Light gang. Now that they met again, Hu Xing naturally didn't give him any face. "This young lord isn't late, right?" Arriving in front of everyone, Hu Xing stopped and smiled, sweeping his eyes around before nodding. "Fortunately, it looks like I came in time." Chapter 415. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 famous youngsters in the central capital. The first was Lu Qingyao, the second was Chiu Yimeng, and the third was Hu Stars. However, while the first 2 were famous in the central capital, the last one was infamous. Everyone in the central capital knew that the Hu family's sole young lord was an extravagant and unrestrained man. When beautiful young women saw him from a distance, they would all hurriedly avoid him to avoid being abducted by him. Every family with a young woman in the central capital would have a portrait of Hu Stars' head in order to remember his appearance. To some extent, Hu Stars' name was even more famous than Lu Qingyao and Chiu Yimeng. He was nicknamed the Central Capital Wolf. Wherever the Central Capital Wolf Hu Stars passed, the wind and clouds would change color, the earth would tremble, and the children of the Central Capital would stop crying upon hearing his name. At this moment, the Central Capital Wolf young lord Hu sat casually on the back of his cloud-treading colt, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Even after seeing so many elders, he didn't show any intention of dismounting and saluting, causing the other patriarchs to secretly shake their heads. "Where did you go last night?" Hu Jing glared at him and asked sharply. "Secluded cultivation," Hu Stars blurted out. Hu Jing suddenly became furious, stomping his feet and shouting, "Bastard! What's with that lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Hu Stars didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead just glancing around with a sneer. The laughter suddenly stopped. Even though this Central Capital Wolf's reputation wasn't very good, he was still a young lord of one of the 8 great families. He wasn't someone these people could mock. What's more, he was also the sole young lord of the Hu family, so he couldn't be provoked. If they continued to laugh, he might remember their faces and die without even knowing how they died. Hu Jing shook his head, his face filled with resentment. "Why aren't you fooling around in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? What are you doing here?" Hu Stars smiled and said, "Father, didn't you say the Yang family's inheritance war was a rare opportunity? Your son thought about it and felt my Hu family naturally had to participate in such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't others look down on our Hu family?" Hearing his words, Hu Jing couldn't help but be overjoyed. The displeasure and annoyance from before had long been thrown out of his mind. Quickly asking, "You mean, you want to participate in the inheritance war?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking. That way, I won't let you down," Hu Stars replied seriously. Hu Jing was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good, good, good. You finally understand. It's not too late to understand now. Come down, come down." As he spoke, Hu Jing rushed forward and attentively helped his son down from the back of the cloud-treading colt like a manservant. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Instead, he was full of smiles. Of course, Hu Jing would be happy. No matter what he said to his stars before, his son was unwilling to participate in the inheritance war. Compared to the inheritance war, he was more willing to drink and have fun. This led Hu Jing to think that in this inheritance war, he was afraid that the Hu family would have nothing to do with it, so he had always been unhappy. But unexpectedly, on the day of the inheritance war, his son actually ran over and took the initiative to ask to participate. Naturally, this made him overjoyed. Look! Hu Zheng smiled. Waving his hand, he pointed to a spot not far away and said, These are the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. Once you do, father will leave the star door to you. Really? Huastars raised his brow, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Naturally, in front of your other elders, how could this old master joke with you? Hu Jing said seriously. Good, I like it. Huastars grinned obscenely. The words of this father and son pair reached the ears of many Yang family young lords, causing their breasts to quicken slightly. Star door. The Hua family was a very special force. It was composed entirely of women. Not only were these women beautiful, but their strength was also quite good. More importantly, because they were women, they practiced light cultivation methods and martial skills, so they were always in charge of assassinations and assassinations. If such a force was in their hands, it would be a great help, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be troublesome. So when they heard Hu Jing mention the star door, whether it was Huastars or the Yang family young lords, all of them were full of interest. Huastar's expression was casual as his eyes swept over the Yang family young lords one by one. Except for Yang Wei, who still wore a cold expression, everyone else smiled and cupped their fists. Obviously, they wanted to win his favor in the hope that he would stand on their side. Hu Jing also waited with a smile. He wanted to know who his son would choose. After a moment, Hu Xingchen's eyes fell on Yang Kai, a playful expression appearing on his face as a cold smile appeared on his face, nodding. You! Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at Huastars, a strange expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that Huastars would choose him. This was completely illogical. Yang Kai had a grudge with him, so as long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge. But now, his choice made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Who? Hu Jing was also stunned for a moment. Young Lord Kai! Huastars replied with a smile. The 7 great families' patriarchs frowned slightly while Chiu Shouqing was even more confused. Father, hand over the star door to me now, Huastars said excitedly. The star door and my name match, so I should be the one to manage it. Father, you're old, you should let go, lest those beauties be left alone. Hu Jiang's old face flushed red with anger as he opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to curse, but in front of everyone's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After holding back for a long time, he angrily shouted, Bastard! I don't agree, Huastars said in surprise. Father, why are you talking like a fart? Just now you said you would hand over the star door to me, but now you're going back on your word. Do you have any shame? Even though the various patriarchs had deep self-restraint, at this moment, they couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh, but they all pretended to be deaf and mute, suppressing their laughter. It was extremely difficult. Hu Zheng's anger soared to the heavens. Father said I would hand over the star door to you if you made your choice, but what did you do? Of all the people you could have chosen, you chose this one. Yang Kai's face sank as he sneered meaningfully. Hu Jing coughed dryly and didn't continue, simply shaking his head and saying, No means no. You choose another one. As a man, I must keep my word. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can I change my mind? Huastars said sternly, waving his hand. Father, you don't need to say anything. I've already made up my mind. You're making me angry. Hu Zheng staggered. His face and neck were flushed red as his yuan qi began to swell. Hey, father, you're so angry. Do you want to hit me? Huastars said with a reckless expression, as if he really wanted to infuriate his father to death, continuing to provoke him. The other patriarchs had seen enough of the show and also tried to persuade him. Gao Mo said, Old Hua, forget it. Children have their own ideas. There's no need to stop them. Meng Shiping also said, That's right. It's just a game, it's not a big deal. Hu Jing coldly snorted. Not a big deal? That's my whole family's strength. Why don't I see you not taking your family's strength seriously? The other patriarchs all chuckled and no longer said anything. Hu Jiang, Yang Yinghao had also appeared at the south gate at some point and had witnessed the farce just now. At this moment he shouted, "The inheritance war is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch. It is also a stage for the younger generation. Your son has made his choice, you don't need to interfere." Hearing Yang Yinghao's words, Hu Jing couldn't help frowning. Hu Stars, on the other hand, smiled and cupped his fist. "Patriarch Yang is wise, unlike my father. He's old and senile. If you dare act presumptuously again, father will kill you today." Hu Jing was furious. Enough, you're already so old, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry home and retire, the Hu family still has me." Hu Stars waved his hand impatiently. "You've got guts." Hu Zheng grit his teeth. "You're free to choose, father won't stop you, but if you want to take the star door from father's hands, you're dreaming." Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Hu Stars, on the other hand, didn't care and simply smiled towards Yang Kai. "Young Lord Kai, it looks like we'll have to share joys and sorrows in the future." Yang Kai didn't deny this. Outside the south gate, the situation finally subsided. The 8 young lords rode their cloud-treading colts towards War City. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at Yang Kai awkwardly before nodding slightly and following behind Yang Kong, gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai saw all of this and grinned, saying to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, "Let's go." "Yes." The two responded in unison. Hu Stars urged his mount to catch up with Yang Kai, looking at him for a moment before turning back to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, laughing loudly. Interesting. A powerless helper and 2 seriously injured blood warriors. No matter how you look at it, the situation isn't optimistic at all. If you keep spouting nonsense, then scram. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Hu Stars was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of anger, and instead said with great interest, "Your other brothers treat their allies with kindness, yet you actually dare to treat me like this? Interesting. This young master would like to see how you plan to survive tonight. Do you really want me to lose?" Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Hu Star's choosing him as an ally was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai didn't intend to count him as a helper. Yang Kai thought of him as an idler. "Why do you think this young master chose you?" Hu Stars grinned meaningfully. "This young master just wants to see how a toothless tiger like you will be defeated in this inheritance war. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with self-confidence. Hu Stars sneered. "I don't deny that your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without helpers?" Pointing to Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu, he said, "What can those 2 accomplish? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet like my father." Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu both wore stupefied expressions as they nodded. "Even if we die, we won't let anyone near Little Lord." Chapter 416. Listening to Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu call themselves subordinates and act so respectfully, Hu Stars couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. The masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall didn't seem to be so kind, right? "How about we make a bet?" Yang Kai suddenly proposed, looking at Stars Hu with a smile. "Bet on what?" Hu Stars suddenly became interested. "Let's bet on whether I can survive tonight." Turning to look at Yang Kai, the Central Capital Wolf young lord Hu's expression became playful, his pair of eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. "Scared?" Yang Kai snickered, his expression quite cold as he snorted. "If you're scared, then don't follow me. Be careful you don't lose your life tonight. I heard you're the Hu family's only heir. If you really die in War City, things won't end well." "Scared?" Hu Stars sneered meaningfully. This young master has lived for so long yet doesn't know how to write the word scared. "Since you dare bet with me, I'll make sure you lose convincingly. Don't you know this young master is best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling?" As he spoke, his face filled with excitement. "What's the bet?" Hu Stars asked. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him and said, "You're so poor right now, I'm afraid you don't have anything to offer, right? Huastars scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. Then let's play small. Yang Kai chuckled. If you lose, I don't want anything from you, just run 10 laps around War City naked. That's not very appropriate, Brother Kai. Huastars suddenly frowned. Running 10 laps around War City naked, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? In any case, your reputation is already in tatters, running 10 laps isn't a big deal. Don't worry about debts, don't worry about lice. Yang Kai raised his brow at him, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Hearing him say that, Huastars couldn't help feeling this was reasonable and nodded. That's right. But I don't think I'll lose. What if you lose? What can you give me? Yang Kai whistled. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and the handsome golden feather eagle landed firmly on Yang Kai's shoulder, its sharp eyes sparkling. If you lose, I'll give it to you. Huastars was unable to contain his joy. If Yang Kai said that he would lose to him some treasures, Huixingxing would be very happy. He might not be interested yet. As the sole heir of the Hu clan, how could he lack treasures? However, the golden feather eagle was different. This was the Yang family's unique monster beast. Not to mention its strength, just its appearance alone was enough to tempt stars. When he went out in the future, if he could keep the golden feather eagle by his side like Yang Kai, it would be a matter of pride for him. Spoiled, arrogant, and extravagant young masters loved these kinds of things. Deal! Huastars were afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Quickly settling the matter, Huixingxing stared at the golden feather eagle happily, muttering, Eagle, eagle. After tonight, you'll change your surname to Hua. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. 100 kilometers away from the central capital, War City. This was a city built by the Yang family. Although it wasn't as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it was still quite good. Normally, it was only used as an ordinary city, but every time the inheritance war came, it would become a battlefield. War City had 8 corners, each with a mansion prepared for the 8 young lords who would participate in the inheritance war. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they would be engaged in a tug-of-war here. Throughout the years, the Yang family's inheritance war rarely ended in a short period of time. Most of them were long-lasting battles, often lasting 3 to 5 years before the result was decided. According to the ancient records of the Yang family, 100 years ago, a Yang family patriarch had won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of result was enough to be proud of, because the closer to the end, the more powerful the enemy would be, and the more difficult it would be to win. Only when one had a considerable advantage could they easily defeat their enemy. The brothers entered the city one by one, causing the entire War City to boil with excitement. There were originally many people living here, but most of them had already left, afraid they would be implicated in the Yang family's inheritance war. Those who remained were all bold people. They were also looking forward to the inheritance war. After exchanging some pleasantries, the brothers tacitly separated and went to their respective mansions. Yang Kai's mansion was in the northwest corner. The location wasn't very good, it was relatively remote and deserted, but he didn't care. There were only 4 people in the group, so when they arrived at the northwest corner of the mansion, there were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. Inside the mansion, there were also some servants who could be ordered around. These were the servants sent by the Yang family to serve the daily lives of the young lords. This was a treatment that every mansion had. These people were just ordinary people, so there was no need to worry about them affecting the outcome of the inheritance war. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 young girls politely bowed and said, "Greetings, young Lord Kai." Their tone wasn't very enthusiastic, it was just a routine greeting, but whether it was Yang Kai or Stars Hua, both of them subtly noticed that the expressions of these 2 maids were faintly lost. Obviously, because they had been assigned to a young lord with no future prospects, the 2 young girls felt that there was nothing to look forward to. Although the servants in these mansions wouldn't participate in the inheritance war, they certainly hoped to follow a more outstanding young lord. This way, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but if the young lord they served was satisfied with them, When he inherited the position of patriarch in the future, his own status would also rise. Huastars glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly thinking that even these ordinary servants thought he had no future. Quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, just nodding slightly, leading Chu Gao, Yi, and Ing Jiao into the mansion. Behind them, Huastars grinned obscenely as he turned to the two young girls and asked, "What are the names of these two girls?" Seeing the expression on Huastar's face, the two young girls couldn't help being frightened and quickly retreated. The central capital wolf's name was something they naturally knew, but just as they were secretly anxious that they would not be able to escape this time, Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "None of the people in my mansion are allowed to touch them." Huastars was startled and shouted, "Hey, Yang Kai, aren't you meddling a bit too much?" Saying so, he hurriedly chased after him and angrily said, "But there don't seem to be any other beautiful women here. What do you want me to do for fun?" Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly and said, "There should be some brothels in War City. As long as you're not afraid of being caught, you can naturally enjoy yourself." "Forget it." Huastars waved his hand. He had chosen Yang Kai as an ally in front of so many people, which was tantamount to making him an enemy. If he ran to the brothels now, he would definitely be in trouble. "Who wants to find a beautiful woman? Let's see if I can do it." Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the hall of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help gawking while Huastars almost reflexively shrank his head. Both of them stared blankly. What they saw was a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, white skin, white bones, wearing a lavender dress, a smile on her face as she walked out from the brothels. She smiled at the two of them. "Chioi Meng?" Huastars exclaimed. "I was wondering who was looking for a beautiful woman, so it turned out to be you." Chioi Meng smiled at Huastars. The latter's expression became bitter. Secretly cursing his bad luck, he had unexpectedly run into her here. Suddenly, he was startled. Looking at Chioi Meng, his face filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai frowned. Today's events were really strange. Huastars had suddenly become his ally for no apparent reason, and now even Chioi Meng had come here. "Isn't your Chiu family on my sixth brother's side?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The Chiu family's Chiu Ziruo was Yangshin's ally. At that time, the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shouqing, was also present and had clearly informed everyone that his Chiu family was Yangshin's ally. Yang Kai didn't understand why Chioi Meng would suddenly appear in his house, and it seemed she had been waiting here for a long time. "The Chiu family is the Chiu family, I am me." Chioi Meng smiled lightly, raising her chin and saying, "What, am I not welcome? Beautiful woman, you weren't expelled from the family by your father, were you?" Huastars guessed. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Yang Kai didn't understand for a while. "I'm here to help you, isn't this the inheritance war? What's there to be confused about? From now on we're allies." Chioi Meng smiled sweetly, seeing Yang Kai's puzzled expression, suddenly feeling quite happy. Huastars' eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. "Your father is really a wily old fox, actually betting on two treasures." He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Chiu family had not only befriended Yangshin but also Yang Kai. However, Huastars was also full of doubts. He didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that the Chiu family would bet half of their chances on him. He had only come here to play with Yang Kai because he was looking for excitement, but the Chiu family was definitely not like this. "I said the Chiu family is the Chiu family, I am me." Chioi Meng slowly shook her head. "This time I'm not representing the Chiu family, I'm only representing myself." Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply and he quickly understood many things, nodding. "I understand. How many people do you have?" Chioi Meng smiled bitterly. "The people from the Autumn Rain Hall were brought here by me." Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai instantly understood the strength of all the cultivator in the house, nodding lightly. Huastars, on the other hand, sneered. "Autumn Rain Hall? That hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators? It seems there are only 20 of them, right?" And it's the hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators. Chiu Yimeng glared at Huastar's. The Chiu family's cultivator, as long as they were seriously injured, their strength declining, and there was no hope for them to improve, they would be sent to the Autumn Rain Hall to do some light work. In the entire hall, there were only 1 or 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and their cultivations weren't high. Chiu Yimeng bringing these people here was simply not enough to cope with the upcoming crisis. If they're here, they're here. Yan Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Chiu Yimeng smiled back. I hope you won't let me down. What are you so optimistic about? Huastar shook his head slightly, wondering why these two didn't care about this inheritance war more than he did, patting his chest and saying, a powerless helper, 2 blood warriors, and now a young lady who only brought a group of waste cultivators. This is really a gathering of wastrels. Yan Kai, you're really finished. Chapter 4:17. Huastar's clearly wasn't optimistic about Yan Kai's chances. Listening to him say this, Chiu Yimeng frowned but didn't refute. This time, she had decided to assist Yan Kai in the inheritance war, which was also a great risk. Although she couldn't see what cards Yan Kai had up his sleeve, she still had a faint hunch that she absolutely couldn't underestimate him. It was just a feeling. As for whether Yan Kai could win the inheritance war or even survive the dangers tonight, Chiu Yimeng had no confidence in him at all. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Huastar showed an impatient look, shaking his head and waving his hand. I'm going to bed, I need to rest and prepare to enjoy the show tonight, heh. Do as you wish. Yan Kai didn't bother with him. The mansion was very large. After all, it was likely to become a gathering place for many forces, so there were countless empty rooms. Huastar's casually found a room and disappeared. What are you going to do? After Huastar's left, Chiu Yimeng looked at Yan Kai helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the Hua family's only young lord made Chiu Yimeng understand something. This central capital wolf was probably here to sightsee and had never thought of doing anything for Yan Kai. In other words, although on the surface Yan Kai had 8 great families' young lords as allies, in fact, he couldn't even bring out a decent force. There were only 2 blood warriors, both of whom were still seriously injured and weak, unable to display even 30% of their usual strength. You can mobilize the people of my Autumn Rain Hall at will, but don't expect them to play much of a role. Chiu Yimeng frowned. Smiling bitterly, Chiu Yimeng said, although today is the first day of the inheritance war, if you count on these 2 blood warriors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The strength your brothers have gathered now is more than enough to delay or even defeat them. Capturing you won't be a problem. I know. Yan Kai nodded, his expression indifferent. What about the Dong family? Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment, a faint anxiety in her voice. Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they shown up this time? Don't they care about you? At this time, if there was a first-class family supporting them, the situation wouldn't be so bleak. They'll come. Yan Kai's smile. But not today. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng's words, from Yang's smile, she could smell a hint of a conspiracy. But even with her intelligence, she didn't know what Kai Yang was planning to do. You do as you please, there's no need to worry about today's matters for the time being. Different situations call for different actions, Yang Kai said casually before leading Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao inside. You! Chiu Yimeng tried to catch up, but seeing Yan Kai stride forward without even looking back, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and angrily stomped her foot. She ground her teeth in anger. She was now even more certain that Yan Kai had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve, but he didn't give her a clear explanation, causing Chiu Yimeng to feel somewhat discouraged. Every time she faced Yan Kai, she was always led by the nose, unable to gain the upper hand. She couldn't grasp what this man was thinking or what he would do next. Slippery as a loach. Chiu Yimeng cursed in her heart. After standing in place for a while, Chiu Yimeng snorted and turned to arrange the Autumn Rain Hall's defenses. Although there weren't any masters in the Autumn Rain Hall, it was still possible to arrange some traps around the mansion. War City. Hongyuan Restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of customers. The waiters and waiters were all busy. Before the inheritance war began, a lot of people had gathered in War City. This was the Yang family's battlefield, so naturally, many people had been waiting here for the arrival of the Yang family young lords. At a table near the window, a slightly chubby young man in his late 20s was leisurely drinking wine and tasting delicious food. Next to him, to his left and right, sat two old men who seemed to be in a daze. These two old men were motionless, their eyes closed as if they were asleep, but their eyes were hidden under their eyelids, constantly observing the guests coming and going in the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had just finished drinking were all talking about what had happened outside the south gate today. Two old men and one young man, the three old men all listened to these words. After a long time, one of the old men said, "Young lord, it seems that young Lord Kai's future is bleak." With only Hua Xing as his helper and unable to mobilize any of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai was tantamount to having no support. Indeed, the other old man gently nodded. "Shouldn't we go to his house to help now?" "I'd like to go." The chubby young man curled his lips disdainfully. "But that little brat sent me a message 2 days ago, telling me not to intervene today and to just wait and see." "Not intervene?" The old man who spoke before was puzzled. "But young Lord Kai doesn't have the strength to defend himself. How can he cope with the upcoming crisis? My Dong family has a marriage alliance with the fourth master, and young Lord Kai is young Lord Kai's cousin. Now that he is in trouble, we should help." This young man was the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, and the two old men were the Wind and Cloud dual guards who had always followed him. Dong Qinghan shook his head. "Only the heavens know what that smelly brat is up to. I also heard that his two blood warriors were seriously injured and unable to display their full strength. Originally, I wanted to rush over to help, but since he said so, I can only wait." The Wind Guard gently nodded. "The Yang family's blood warriors are all powerful masters. The two blood warriors beside young Lord Kai, these two old men have also dealt with them and are well aware of their strength." Dong Qinghan suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, "If you had a life or death battle with them, what would the result be?" The Wind and Cloud dual guards wore a solemn expression. "Our cultivations are lower than theirs by a single minor realm. If they were at their peak, as long as one of them used his mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to easily kill us. But now, the two of us are confident we can easily defeat them." Dong Qinghan sucked in a cold breath, his face filled with amazement as he nodded. "The Yang family really has its own methods. This mad tyrant blood skill is so powerful, who would be able to resist it?" The Wind Guard solemnly said, "Although the mad tyrant blood skill is powerful, it consumes a person's vitality and burns away their combat effectiveness, so the Yang family's blood warriors generally don't live long. This is also the tragedy of the Yang family's blood warrior hall masters." The Cloud Guard also nodded, a look of deep agreement. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Since that little brat told me not to intervene, he must have some kind of arrangement. Let's just wait for a day, then tomorrow we'll go to his house and ask him." Dong Qinghan said casually, as if he wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could survive the night. The Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't help marveling in their hearts, wondering what young Lord Kai had said to their young master that actually made him so confident. In another restaurant, on the 3rd floor. At the same time, there was also a young man around the age of 2 or 13 or 14 who was also quite handsome. At this moment, just like Dong Qinghan, this young man was sipping wine and eating food, but unlike Dong Qinghan's helpless expression, this young man's face was full of smiles, as if he was enjoying a joyous occasion. "Young master, old master ordered us to deliver something to that Yang Kai in order to keep the peace. Now that he's arrived in War City, do you think we should pay him a visit now?" One of the guards who had been following Yang Kai quietly suggested. The young man smiled and said, "Why should we pay him a visit? Didn't you hear the people in the restaurant say that Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated tonight? Although the things I, Lu Song, brought this time are not priceless, they are also not ordinary. If we deliver them to him now, he won't even be able to warm them up. Wouldn't that be like throwing meat buns at a dog, having no effect at all? Then young master's meaning is. Although the guard felt this was somewhat inappropriate, he could only ask. The young master in front of him was the next patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Liang's son. This time, under Lu Liang's orders, he had brought a lot of gifts to the central capital in order to settle the matter of Yang Kai being attacked after leaving the Lu family. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, and later there were rumors that many of the Yang family young lords had been assassinated on their way back, Lu Liang had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to stay in his Lu family for a few days? An unexpected calamity was an unexpected calamity. As a great family, which great family didn't have its share of problems? After Qiu Yiming sent this news, Lu Liang ordered his son to set off overnight to the central capital to apologize. The young man, Lu Song, coldly snorted. This Yang Kai has gone too far. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked, he took the opportunity to blackmail us and conspire with my Lu family's wealth. Tell me, how could my Lu family's things benefit such a despicable person? What young master says is true. The guard also followed up and angrily said, This Yang family young lord really isn't honest. What's even more despicable is that he actually asked the Qiu family's first young lady to send a letter to my Lu family, making it clear that he wants to extort money from my Lu family. That's why I won't give these things to him. He's just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for more than a few hours. Heh, let's just wait and see the good show tonight. Lu Song smiled smugly. Once he loses, there's no need for me to apologize to him. The guard frowned and whispered, But young master, before we left, the old master said that no matter how this young Lord Kai performs in the inheritance war, these gifts must be delivered to him. Lu Liang knew that his son was a bit short-sighted, so he had repeatedly ordered the masters accompanying him to be responsible for supervising. Hearing this, Lu Song also frowned, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. He naturally didn't know that at the same time the news of Yang Kai's attack reached the Lu family, the Lu family's first young lord Lu Si had also returned from Hidden Cloud Peak. Chapter 418. A few months ago, Lu Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak and gave the letter and jade pendant Yang Kai had given him to Xiao Fuxing. Grand Master Xiao immediately refined a mysterious grade pill for him. After taking this mysterious grade pill and refining its medicinal efficacies, Lu Si was completely rid of his past sufferings and truly became an above-immortal ascension boundary master. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Si immediately called Lu Liang over and gave him some confidential instructions. No one knew what Elder Si told the patriarch, but the elders of the family could feel that after returning from Lu Si, Lu Liang's opinion of Yang Kai had somewhat changed. It was because of this that he had ordered Lu Song to bring a lot of good things to the central capital to apologize to Yang Kai. Lu Song wasn't clear about the twists and turns of the story, so he still didn't quite understand his father's words. If this Yang Kai is defeated in the inheritance war, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song said as he shook his head, unable to understand what was going on, muttering under his breath. This isn't good, this isn't good. The master next to him heard this and said, Young master, why don't we first see how this Yang Kai performs? In any case, old master only said to deliver these things to him, he didn't say when they would be delivered. If he can't make it through tonight, then it's up to young master to decide what to do with these resources. If he performs well, then we'll have to listen to master's orders. Yes, that's right. Lu Song nodded. If he loses on the first day of the inheritance war, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family in the future. My Lu family doesn't need to make friends with such a person. What young master says is correct. The master also nodded. Northwest corner of War City. Yang Kai's house. Inside a small room, Yang Kai sat lazily as a maidservant served him tea. Yang Kai took a sip. Waving his hand, he dismissed her. Before the maidservant left, she glanced over at Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao in horror. The condition of the two blood warriors was getting worse and worse these days, especially after Yang Kai had sent them out to subdue the small forces in the North City district. Their bodies had become increasingly weak and their injuries hadn't improved in the slightest. Even after taking the Yang family's special healing pills, the effect was still minimal. His foundation had been damaged. Whether it was Yang Kai or himself, they were all very clear about this. If it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was damaged, with their strength and vitality, their injuries would more or less heal. At this moment, the two blood warriors' faces were pale and their bodies were sweating profusely. It was as if there was an intense pain assaulting their bodies. Their expressions were sometimes gentle and sometimes ferocious. Green veins protruded from their foreheads like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight. Ordinary people saw it. Naturally, they would be terrified. Even so, the two of them were like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Yang Kai looked up at them. His eyes were filled with admiration. He himself was a person with extremely strong mental fortitude, and his temperament was also quite firm. But if he were to put himself in the shoes of these two blood warriors, he wouldn't be able to endure such treatment. Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't be able to do any better than them. At the very least, the young lord who followed them didn't seem to regard them as human beings, only wanting to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before their vitality ran out. This was something Yang Kai couldn't accept. However, the loyalty of the two blood warriors to the Yang family didn't allow them to complain. Not only did they not complain, they didn't even show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were completely loyal to Yang Kai, doing whatever he told them to without uttering a single word of nonsense. Feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jio's expressions became more and more meticulous. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Which one of you is Chu Gao-yi?" To be honest, Yang Kai really didn't know who these two were because from the day he returned from the Blood Warrior Hall until now, they hadn't said a word to each other. When the two blood warriors heard this, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. The taller one who looked stronger quickly cupped his fists. "Subordinate is Chu Gao-yi. Then you're Ing Jio?" Yang Kai looked at the other man. Ing Jio nodded gently. Compared to the two blood warriors, Ing Jio was the more special one because although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate. His figure was tall and thin, and he had a small mustache at the corners of his mouth, giving him a particularly astute appearance. Relatively speaking, he was more taciturn. This person's personality should be similar to Yang Wei's, a lonely person. From the few words of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, Yang Kai also learned that these two blood warriors were good at dominating territory. Chu Gao-yi's specialty was rapid eruption of power. He could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy in just a stick of incense worth of time. Once he launched an attack, it would be continuous, not giving his enemy the slightest chance to breathe. During this incense worth of time, he was basically invincible among cultivators in the same realm. This person was the one who dared to risk his life the most in the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, after so many years, he had defeated many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even in the entire Blood Warrior Hall, his strength was still relatively high. However, Ing Jio was different. Ing Jio's specialty was speed, coming and going without a trace. His concealment skills were also quite good, so when he attacked, his enemy wouldn't even have time to react. It was rumored that in the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the most difficult person to deal with wasn't Hall Master Feng Xing or Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, but rather Ing Jio, who was like a shadow. Those who were targeted by Ing Jio, even if they fled to the ends of the world, couldn't escape his pursuit. When these two worked together, they complemented each other, and were a pair of terrifying blood warriors. Last time, when these two escorted the Yang family's fourth young lord Yang Xian Wu back to his family, they were besieged by many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The strength of that group of enemies was even stronger than the one Yang Kai had encountered. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jio desperately tried to defend themselves, but Yang Xian Wu's own strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't escape. When Yang Kai suddenly spoke to them, Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jio were both confused, not knowing what instructions he had to give them, so they quickly turned to him. Do you have any complaints about me? To the two's surprise, Yang Kai actually asked such a question. As he spoke, Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them meaningfully. Chu Gaoi quickly said, Subordinate wouldn't dare. Not even a little bit? Yang Kai snorted. I want to hear the truth. Chu Gaoyi's expression couldn't help becoming a little awkward, glancing at Ingjiu and Ingjiu, not knowing what to say. When they were in the Blood Warrior Hall, the two of them had heard Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian say how kind this little lord was and how good he was to the Blood Warriors. Later, when they had lost all hope, Yang Kai had taken them in as his retainers. With the words of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian in addition to Yang Kai's righteous actions, Chu Gaoyi and Ingjiu were naturally grateful and secretly decided to assist Yang Kai in making a name for himself, even if they had to lose their lives. But these days, he didn't even spare them a glance. His attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't even give them time to heal. Although they were blood warriors who were loyal to the Yang family, in the end, they were still people. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Yang Kai being so inconsiderate of his subordinates, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Speak! Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking at them solemnly. Chu Gaoi pursed his dry lips and said, Ingjiu and I were already at the end of our rope, but little Lord helped us when we were in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is something we two subordinates will never forget, so in any case, we would never dare to complain to little Lord, but we are a little disappointed. His words were sincere and his expression was solemn. Obviously he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai's brows slowly rose. Do you think I'm different from what Tu Feng and the others said? Chu Gaoi nodded gently, this time even Ingjiu nodded. Of course it's different, because I never wanted to choose you. Yang Kai stood up. I wanted Tu Feng and Yuxian. After all, everyone is already familiar with each other. The two blood warriors' expression darkened. But the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. I think we're now familiar with one another. Yang Kai looked at the two of them with a smile. At the very least, I know what you really think. Both Chu Gaoi and Ingjiu's eyes lit up as they stared at him silently. Yang Kai saying this was tantamount to telling them he wanted to communicate with them. This was something both of them had been looking forward to. Your loyalty to the Yang family, I don't doubt, nor do I doubt your gratitude to me. Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. But if one day I were to have a conflict with the Yang family, what choice would you make? Would you stand with me, or with the Yang family? When the two heard this, their expressions changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Little Lord is joking, right? Chu Gaoi frowned and asked. I'm serious. Yang Kai stared at him without blinking. Chu Gaoi took a deep breath. Although I don't want such a thing to happen, if such a day comes, Ingjiu and I will still follow little Lord. Ingjiu finally spoke up, his expression cold. If it weren't for little Lord, the two of us would have already wasted our cultivations and retired into the mountains. So, our cultivation is little Lord's. If little Lord needs it, feel free to use it. Listening to the two of them say this, Yang Kai finally grinned. The reason why they said this was because Yang Kai was also a member of the Yang family, so they didn't think such a situation would really happen, and also because they knew that their days were numbered. Even if such a day did come, they wouldn't be able to wait. But in any case, Yang Kai finally got the answer he wanted. I once told Yuxian that those who know my secret will either become one of my people or become a dead man. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. Now you're qualified to know some of my secrets. Chu Gaoi and Ingjiu both looked at Yang Kai with some surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. These 2 pills, one for each of you, take them and eat them. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed out 2 pills. Chu Gaoi and Ingjiu reached out and caught them, both of them thanking Yang Kai verbally, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 419. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as soon as the 2 blood warriors entered their hands, they discovered that the pills Yang Kai had taken out were only Earth grade top rank. Although they were healing pills, their grade was too low. What use could they have? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't show any of it on their faces. Time is of the essence, quickly take these pills and refine them. Tonight there will be a big show for you to play. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as his mouth flashed a sharp sneer. I'd like to see who won't be able to restrain themselves and will be the first to act against me. Yes. The two blood warriors nodded, both of them knowing that tonight would not be a peaceful night, so they didn't dare delay. Just as they were about to take the pills, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he turned his head and glanced outside, grinning meaningfully. It's not even night yet. How come someone has come looking for trouble? Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu both froze for a moment before quickly releasing their divine senses. Sure enough, they found that there were many people gathered outside the mansion, causing them to feel both annoyed and surprised. Because Yang Kai had detected them faster than they had. The location of the three blood warriors was located in a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 meters away from the main entrance, so even the wind blowing outside couldn't reach them. Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu didn't know how Yang Kai had detected them. There weren't many people here, and their strength wasn't too high, but there were at least a few immortal ascension boundary masters. Subordinates will send them off first. Chu Gao volunteered. Don't worry. Yang Kai frowned. Chiu Yimeng is here. Before he could finish speaking, the voice of the Chiu family's first young lady sounded from outside. Yang Kai, someone is looking for you. Yang Kai and the two blood warriors glanced at each other. Both of them couldn't help feeling puzzled. Opening the door, the two blood warriors saw Chiu Yimeng standing outside with a smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the two blood warriors couldn't help secretly praising Yang Kai's luck with women. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, he was still able to obtain the assistance of such a beauty. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, a young man. I think he came here to seek refuge with you. But his attitude is a little strange. Do you want to go and take a look? You can't tell? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. If he doesn't say it himself, how can I tell? Chiu Yimeng rolled her eyes. Is he a fat man? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Dong Qinghan. However, Yang Kai had clearly sent a letter to Dong Qinghan 2 days ago, telling him not to show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. He's not fat. You should go and take a look. Yang Kai nodded. Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu were about to follow but were stopped by Yang Kai. Hurry up and heal your wounds. There's no need to follow me. But Chu Gao couldn't help but worry. With the strength of those people, they can't do anything to me, Yang Kai said as he walked out. Behind him, both Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu's expression changed slightly. Kai Yang's words sounded ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, there was some extraordinary information contained within them. This little lord seemed to know what kind of strength the people outside possessed. How did he know? He was only a Yuan-Chi boundary 8th stage cultivator, not an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He hadn't cultivated his divine sense. With his own perception, it was impossible for him to perceive anything too clearly. Moreover, even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside possessed, why did he say they couldn't do anything to him? This kind of inexplicable self-confidence was what surprised Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu. One had to know that there were several immortal ascension boundary masters outside. Glancing at each other, Chu Gao, Yi and Ingjiu both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Together with Chiu Yimeng they walked out. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled as she glanced over at Yang Kai. It looks like you're not worried at all. What's there to worry about? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Don't play dumb with me. Chiu Yimeng grit her teeth as she grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve and stopped in her tracks, muttering angrily. Now that things have progressed to this point, shouldn't you make things clear to me? What do you mean make things clear? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai frowned. How many connections do you have, and how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties? Chiu Yimeng was helpless and bluntly asked, because she knew that if she didn't, Yang Kai would only pretend to be polite, so her tone softened. Now I'm also your ally. Although I don't represent the Chiu family, And although the help I'd bring to you isn't great, I've already done so much, so why are you still trying to deceive me? Am I not worthy of your sincere friendship? Sincere friendship? Yang Kai smiled strangely as he looked Chiu Meng up and down, a lustful light gradually appearing in his eyes. How do you want to be my sincere friendship? Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes and hearing the meaning behind his words, Chiu Meng's face reddened, but she quickly calmed down. Isn't it good to be your confidant? If you have something troubling you, you can tell me and I'll be able to chat with you. No need, I only talk about love with women. Chatting is too superficial and not suitable for me. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You never speak seriously in front of me. Am I so annoying to you? Chiu Meng's chest heaved up and down as she curled her lips. Although you're very good, the most powerful young man I've ever seen, I don't want to compete with the likes of the beguiling Demon Queen. I know I'm not her opponent. It's not that you annoy me, it's just that you're too smart. When I'm with you, I have to be careful. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Chiu Meng was startled, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It turns out I can bring you pressure. I always thought I was the only one who felt pressure. You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot. Chiu Meng smiled sweetly, seemingly feeling that she could make Yang Kai be careful around her. I won't tell you anything else, but as for tonight, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai grinned confidently. You really do have plans? Chiu Meng snorted. You made me worry about you. Knowing that she was just trying to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply walked out. Hu Xingqian appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, waving a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be a playboy as he followed the two of them, smiling as he asked, Why did I hear some movement outside? Your ears are really sharp. Chiu Meng glared at him. Hu Xing grinned meaningfully. I like to watch the fun, especially when it comes to my enemies. Tell me, did someone come looking for trouble with Yang Kai? It doesn't seem like they're looking for trouble. Speaking of business, Chiu Meng's expression became serious. That person's attitude is very strange, as if they're here to seek refuge, but not at the same time. There are a few people accompanying them and they're also carrying a lot of big boxes. Fuck! Hu Xing cursed, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. With your appearance, someone actually wants to seek refuge with you. Are they blind or do they have nothing left to live for? Shut up! Chiu Meng scolded him. Hu Xing seemed to be a little afraid of the Chiu family's first young lady and quickly waved his folding fan, shutting his mouth. You need to be careful, don't fall for other people's tricks. Chiu Meng exhorted Yang Kai. I don't want you to really be destroyed. She was equivalent to leaving the Chiu family to ally with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was really destroyed by this little trick, it would prove that she had no vision at all. Outside the door, a young man wearing a black robe stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 cultivators, 4 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the strongest was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator from a first-class family, although not too bad, was still somewhat poor. What was more interesting was the large red boxes this group of people had brought with them. It was impossible to tell what was inside these boxes. Some were very light, some were very heavy, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. There were a total of 4 such crimson chests. They were also arranged in a row and placed to the side. The young man's eyes were firm and his expression was calm. More than 20 people stood there motionless, all of them silent, staring indifferently towards Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai, Hu Xing, and Chiu Meng came out together. The young man's eyes narrowed as he glanced between Hu Xing and Yang Kai, his expression slightly puzzled. He couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had thought it was Dong Qinghan who had come, but now it seemed it wasn't him, and this person, he didn't know him at all. Someone he didn't know coming to seek refuge with him was a bit inexplicable. In this inheritance war, As long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that his chances of winning were almost zero, and today was the first time he would face such a crisis. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people was somewhat thought-provoking. But even if they weren't here to seek refuge, the fact that they had brought so many red boxes clearly indicated they were filled with supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Chiu Meng had told him to be careful, so how could Yang Kai be careless? Before he had time to ask though, Huixing opened his folding fan and waved it gently, asking with a smile, "Which family's disciples are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the young man immediately turned his eyes and saw Huixing acting like a playboy, his brow furrowed, a cold light flashing across his face as he asked, "You're the youngest young Lord Yang Kai?" Huixing's appearance had greatly disappointed this young man, so his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing this question, Huixing grinned wickedly. "Looking at your stupid face, I know you're not very well informed. Do you want this young lord to give you a few pointers?" Saying so, without waiting for the young man to answer, Huixing continued, "After tonight, this place will change owners, you stupid bird, go back to where you came from. Even if you want to seek refuge, you need to keep your eyes open. Of the Yang family's 8 young lords, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose this place, you really are hopeless." Chapter 420. In front of Yang Kai's mansion, Huixing's arrogant attitude and exaggerated words not only made Yang Kai frown, but also made the young man opposite him look displeased, coldly snorting. Huixing grinned and was about to say something when Yang Kai grabbed his clothes and flung him away. With a beautiful somersault midair, Huixing Chen landed gracefully on the ground, pinching his nose, not daring to complain, only wearing an embarrassed expression. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Kai, the cultivator standing behind him, also whispering to each other. "I'm the one you're looking for." Yang Kai stared at the newcomer indifferently. The young man couldn't help frowning slightly, but his eyes still flashed with an arrogant and unruly light as he stared at Yang Kai provocatively, not moving from his spot as he said indifferently, "Greetings, Lord Kai. Who are you?" Yang Kai also thought this was quite interesting. No wonder Chiu Meng said this young man's attitude was a bit strange. This young man looked like he had come to ally with him, bringing not only a lot of cultivator but also 4 boxes of supplies, but his expression was clearly somewhat reluctant, as if he was being coerced. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had seen this young man before. "Xiang Tian Shao," the young man replied in a deep voice. "Xiang Tian Shao?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing this young man's surname. Thinking of something, he raised his brow and smiled. "Who is Xiang Chu to you?" Xiang Chu, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago in Taifang Mountain, was the Grand Duke of the first-class Xiang family, and the future successor of the Xiang family. At that time, Xiang Chu and Nanxing had joined forces to coerce Yang Kai, but at the last moment, Yang Kai's blood warrior had come to him and plucked 2 of the golden feather eagle's feathers to frame him, forcing the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families to lose an arm and Nanxing to cut off 2 of his own fingers. The status of these 2 wasn't low, so Yang Kai couldn't kill them rashly, so he could only let them go, but before they left, Yang Kai had told them that within 3 months he would see their sincerity in the central capital. Now it seemed that this Xiang Tian Shao was definitely related to Xiang Chu, so the origin of these cultivator and supplies made sense. "He is my eldest brother," Xiang Tian Shao replied lightly. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the cultivators with a smile. "Is this the sincerity of your Xiang family? Very good, I'm very satisfied." Xiang Tian slowly shook his head. "Yang Kai, of course, yours faces, these 4 boxes represent the sincerity of the Nan's family." "Good. I don't worry, of course, you, of course, to be honest, these things to help me." These 2 first-class families, one providing people while the other providing supplies, were both quite reasonable. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid that news of them attempting to kill a Yang family descendant would spread, so they were willing to swallow their anger and pay up. Xiang Tianzhao's eyes overflowed with contempt as his mouth curled into a sneer. Your tone is bigger than the heavens. I'm not in the mood to ask about your grievances with my eldest brother, but if you want me to help you participate in the inheritance war, you'll have to show me your skills first. Haha, you want to fight with him? Hu Xingqian suddenly laughed as he stared towards Xiang Tianshao, a look of interest flashing across his eyes as he shook his head. Second young Master Xiang, it's not that I don't have a good opinion of you, it's just that following him isn't a wise decision. Qiu Yimeng also smiled as she stared at Xiang Tianshao. Both of them had fought Yang Kai before, but when Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai met, he was only a Yuan-Chi third-stage cultivator. At that time, he was able to fight evenly with her, perhaps even surpassing her. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the Yuan-Chi 8th stage, even if Qiu Yimeng had successfully broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage, she wouldn't dare boast that she could defeat Yang Kai. As for Hu Xing, what happened that night was simply a nightmare. After all, he was the eldest brother of one of the 8 great families, the only son of his family. Although he had spent many years indulging in sensual pleasures, he had consumed countless precious treasures, so his strength wasn't weak. He also carried a number of extraordinary artifacts on him. Even with this kind of heritage, he had still been defeated by Yang Kai in a single exchange, not even giving him time to react, which was enough to show just how tyrannical Yang Kai was. Hu Xing didn't think that this Xiang could win against Yang Kai in terms of martial prowess. Among the younger generation, the only one who could win against Yang Kai was Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Besides him, there was no one else. Xiang Tianshao took in the expressions of Hu Xing and Qiu Yimeng, his heart trembling slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the strength of these two. Although he didn't know who they were, for them to be so strong at such a young age, they were definitely from one of the 8 great families. Although these two didn't say much, their demeanor and tone had already explained a lot. Is this Yang Kai really that strong? Taking a closer look at Yang Kai, Xiang Tianshao secretly shook his head. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. This Yang Jiagong just stood there, his yuan-chi like an ancient well, seemingly restrained to the extreme, without the slightest trace of leaking out. This degree of restraint, either his own strength was extremely high, or he was using some kind of artifact to deceive others. Xiang Tianshao couldn't figure out whether this young man had real skill or was just bluffing. If he wanted to understand his true strength, the only way was to fight him. Now that things had reached this point, Xiang Tianshao had no way to retreat, so he shouted, "If you only relied on your 2 blood warriors to cause my eldest brother to fall so miserably, then that's nothing. If you want me to wholeheartedly assist you, you'll have to defeat me first." Hu Xing couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, walking over to Qiu Yimeng and lamenting. "This child is hopeless." Qiu Yimeng nodded heavily, expressing her agreement. Listening to them say this, Xiang Tianshao couldn't help feeling a little angry. Even the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him couldn't help glaring at Hu Xing, seemingly thinking that he shouldn't be so contemptuous of his family's second young lord. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he frowned. "It seems that your eldest brother didn't tell you everything about the situation at that time." From Xiang Tianzhao's words, Yang Kai quickly realized some problems. "Your big brother won't tell you anything, but what about your cousin Nansheng?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, a strange smile flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered as she remembered the rumors she had heard. Looking at Xiang Tianshao again, she couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Xiang Tianzhao's expression suddenly became cold as he coldly snorted. "What you hear is false, seeing is believing. If you want, I'll leave now. These people will be at your disposal. Your grievances with the Xiang family will be written off." Yang Kai shook his head. "A headless snake, why would I want him? Without this Xiang second young lord, leaving these cultivators behind wouldn't be of much use." These people were obviously loyal to Xiang Tianzhao's cultivator group. Saying so, he took a few steps forward and calmly stretched out his hand towards Xiang Tianzhao, beckoning slightly. This contemptuous look made Xiang Tianzhao's blood boil, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly eliminated the anger on his face and resentment in his heart. In an instant, his entire aura calmed down, and he stared at Yang Kai coldly. This rapid change made Yang Kai's eyes light up. When facing an enemy, the most important thing was to avoid being impetuous, so when a cultivator was in a stalemate, they would generally use words to stimulate their opponent, causing their mood to fluctuate. As a result, it was possible for them to make mistakes they shouldn't have made. Only when a cultivator was calm could they display their full strength, or even exceed their limits and fight above their realm. Xiang Tianxiao being able to stabilize his state of mind in a single breath was obviously extraordinary. "Second young lord, be careful!" The Xiang family cultivator quickly retreated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage High Elder cautioned. "I know!" Xiang Tianxiao responded. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a completely azure machete with an insolent shape suddenly appeared on the ground. A heaven-grade artifact. As the machete entered his body, Xiang Tianxiao's entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming extremely arrogant, his eyes filled with a thick sense of self-confidence, as if in this world, no one could block his attack. Without saying anything, Xiang Tianxiao suddenly waved his artifact, and in an instant, a sky full of machete light flew out and fiercely attacked Yang Kai. "Does this count as a sneak attack?" Huastars asked in amazement. Chiu Meng was too lazy to respond to him. Yang Kai had already expressed his willingness, so what more did he need to say? This Xiang Tianxiao was indeed a straightforward person, just like the rumors said. Moreover, his strength wasn't low either, Yuan Qi Boundary 9th Stage. Quickly turning her beautiful eyes, Chiu Meng wanted to see how Yang Kai would resolve this attack. Although she knew that Yang Kai was very strong, it had been a long time since she had met him. After such a long time, to what extent Yang Kai had grown, Chiu Meng was also very interested. Like a torrential storm of blades, Kai Yang still stood in place, his expression indifferent, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. His outstretched hand, at the moment the blades neared him, he accurately retracted it and pushed it back. A fierce yuan qi burst out from his palm and a giant seal visible to the naked eye met the machete light. Asterisk boom! Star. With a loud explosion, the energy raged. The machete light collided with the giant seal and disappeared without a trace. Amidst the flying dust, Xiang Tianxiao had already approached with his saber in hand, and his figure was unrestrained while a ball of azure blue energy surged out from the tip of his saber. Traces of horrifying lights flickered within it, and it possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This energy ball was the size of a millstone, fierce, murderous, and contained the power of thunder and lightning. With the support of the power of thunder and lightning, Xiang Tianxiao's speed seemed to have reached a limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rushed forward. Thunder Blade Flash. This was one of Xiang Tianxiao's killing moves, invincible and unstoppable. Often under this move, his opponent would only be routed. The Xiang family cultivators showed a faint smile on their faces, their eyes full of expectation, wanting to see how Yang Kai would be hit by this move. Chapter 421. This move of Xiang Tianxiao's had been honed for a long time and was something he had comprehended himself through the Xiang family's secret arts. Mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, it was invincible and had been praised by many of the Xiang family's masters. This was one of his killing moves that he had always only used when facing the most powerful enemy. It was so powerful that it was often enough to determine victory. Seeing him use this move, the Xiang family cultivator knew that the second young lord was truly angry, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so murderous. Let's see how you block it. The several Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters secretly sneered, thinking that after the second young lord defeated Yang Kai, they would immediately leave this place. There was no need to stay and help him participate in the inheritance war. In this muddy water, it was best not to get involved. As for the supplies, they were the Nan family's compensation to Yang Kai, so there was nothing wrong with leaving them behind. Chiu Meng was also secretly shocked, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the second young lord's combat power would be so strong, and he had even used a killing move right from the start. Such a move was impossible for an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator to resist. Even she, an Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage cultivator, would have to first avoid this attack and then look for an opportunity to strike. She didn't know if Yang Kai could block this attack. Although she had seen Yang Kai's strength before, after not fighting for so long, Chiao Yimeng wasn't sure how strong Yang Kai had become. But when she remembered that day by the Mist River, Yang Kai had single-handedly killed an Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage master, Chiao Yimeng instantly calmed down. Even if Xiang Tianxiao was strong, he couldn't be stronger than an Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage cultivator, right? With a loud bang, the lightning ball on the tip of Xiang Tianxiao's saber suddenly split apart, and weaved into an impenetrable net of lightning that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Thousands of bolts of lightning swam like snakes, each of them containing Xiang Tianxiao's saber qi, sharp and unparalleled, covering the sky and earth. Surrounded by this net of lightning, Stars widened his eyes. His unruly expression finally disappeared, and his face was full of shock. Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, like an iceberg that would never melt. His expression was as cold as a knife as he indifferently watched the countless lightning bolts entangling him. Xiang Tianxiao's expression was meticulous, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed a faint smile. He won! He was enveloped by this move. No one under the Immortal Ascension Boundary could escape from it. He would only be knocked down to the ground by the power of his blade qi and lightning. He had full confidence in this. A bright light flashed, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the boundless electric light was shattered into pieces in the violent yuan qi waves. A large handprint rapidly enlarged in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes, seemingly covering the entire sky. He couldn't help but have the misconception that he couldn't avoid it, and it imprinted itself on his chest. With a muffled groan, Xiang's second young master flew like a kite with a broken string. He flew far away, his face pale in midair, and he spat out a pool of blood. Second young master! The several Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators who were watching the show suddenly saw that the situation was not right. They couldn't help but change their expressions greatly, and they all came forward. They reached out and caught Xiang Tianxiao falling from midair. The dust settled. Yang Kai didn't seem to have moved at all. He still stood in the same place with a calm face, his expression still indifferent. Stars' teeth were a little sore. He suddenly found that Yang Kai seemed to have been merciful when dealing with him that night. The cultivators from the Xiang family were all dumbstruck, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiang Tianxiao spilled some blood from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, and he broke free from the support of his family's experts. He frowned, his eyes full of unwillingness. Looking at Yang Kai in a daze for a long time, the unwillingness in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes slowly faded, and he became a little dispirited. He had never expected that someone in the Yuan Qi boundary would be able to defeat him so easily. He was a rare genius of the Xiang family, his aptitude far better than Xiang Chu's. The Xiang family had also vigorously cultivated him, and at such a young age he had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. In time, his future would be limitless. Xiang Tianxiao had always been the one to win a battle, but never had he been so thoroughly defeated like today. His own moves hadn't even been able to lift the corners of his opponent's clothes, which was quite a blow to him. Second young master. The Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master was afraid that Xiang Tianxiao would not be able to withstand the blow and become disheartened, so he quickly tried to comfort him. Winning and losing are common, don't take it to heart. Xiang Tianxiao nodded gently, the dispirited look in his eyes disappearing in an instant. When he turned to look at Yang Kai again, his eyes were burning like flames. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. This Xiang Tianxiao, his mental fortitude was quite good. If he was given enough time to hone himself, his future achievements would even surpass those of some of the 8 great families' young lords. Chiao Yimeng giggled to the side. a happy expression on her face while Stars was shook her head and sighed. So strong? How did he cultivate? Xiao Meng arranged things for them. Also, have your autumn rain hall people carry those 4 boxes to my room, Yang Kai faintly said, no longer looking at Xiang Tianshao as he turned around and walked into the house. Before leaving, though, he seemed to inadvertently glance in a certain direction. In that direction, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters couldn't help feeling shocked. One of them was startled and asked suspiciously, "Did that young Lord Kai discover us?" The other man also looked stunned and shook his head. "That can't be, we hid so well and didn't show any hostility, only secretly observing him. How could he have discovered us? Then why did he look in our direction? Strange." The other master was puzzled. "Don't worry about him, the Patriarch just told us to observe how this young Lord Kai performs tonight. If he loses tonight, then we'll take the young master back." Of all the people the young master could have chosen, why did he choose this young lord with no future as an ally? But speaking of which, this young Lord Kai's combat strength is really too strong. I don't think anyone who has just broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary is his opponent. Outside the house, Qiu Yimeng walked over to the group of Xiang family people with a smile. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master quickly bowed respectfully. "Xiang family Xiang Fei greets young Lady Qiu." At the same time, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. The Qiu family and the Yang family's 6th Lord Yangshan had become allies. This was something he had naturally heard about, but why was the Qiu family's first young lady in Yang Kai's house at this moment? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards her, it was as if he was ordering her around. On the other hand, this famous Qiu family first young lady didn't have the slightest complaint, instead remaining calm and willing to be ordered around. Unable to understand, Xiang Fei was filled with doubts. Xiang Tianshao also cupped his fists in greeting. Qiu Yimeng chuckled and said, "You don't need to be so polite. From now on, we'll be working together." Xiang Fei nodded. "Since young Lord Kai can defeat my family's 2nd young master, my Xiang family will also keep its word. As long as young Lord Kai is not defeated in the inheritance war, we will do our best to assist him." Qiu Yimeng nodded with satisfaction. "But first, young Lady Qiu, why are you?" Xiang Fei asked, the doubts in his heart. "I am his ally, haha." Qiu Yimeng smiled and didn't explain too much. Xiang Tianshao and Xiang Fei's expressions changed slightly. Suddenly they discovered that this young Lord Kai, who no one was optimistic about, had quietly gained 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families as allies. Among the 8 young lords, this was a unique situation. "Let's go inside first, I'll arrange things for you," Qiu Yimeng said, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. "I didn't expect to come here only to take on the role of a housekeeper." Leading the Xiang family group inside, Xing waved his folding fan and walked up to them, wrapping his arm around Xiang Tianzhao's shoulder affectionately. "Fellow sufferers, I'll treat you to a drink." Xiang Tianzhao nodded. "Good. After drinking, I'll take you to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy yourself." "That won't be necessary." With a few soft knocks, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Qiu Yimeng walked in, her appearance dignified, a fragrant scent wafting from her body. After entering the room, she didn't hesitate to pour herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Behind her followed a group of people from the Autumn Rain Hall, carrying 4 large boxes, placing them inside the room before bowing and retreating. Qiu Yimeng didn't leave and instead sat down, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "When did you cause the Xiang and Nan families to suffer such a big setback?" "About 3 months after I separated from you and Luo Xiaoman last time." "Tell me, what happened at that time?" "I asked 2nd young Lord Xiang, but he didn't know much, only that his eldest brother and cousin both hated and feared you. It was also said that Nanxing of the Nan family was forced to cut off 2 of his fingers by you. You really are ruthless. That's the young lord of a first-class family we're talking about, the future successor of the Nan family. They asked for it." Yang Kai sneered, frowning as he briefly described the situation at that time. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed as she listened, secretly feeling a burst of joy, especially when she heard that the Xiang and Nan families were humiliated and unable to resist. If that's the case, it's normal for the two of them to admit defeat. Attempting to kill a Yang family young lord isn't a small matter, especially after the death of your Yang family's fourth young lord. If someone were to link these two incidents together, the Xiang and Nan families would be finished. Tell me about the Xiang family's situation, especially the relationship between Xiang Tian Xiao and Xiang Chu. Yang Kai stood up and walked over to the 4 boxes, inspecting them while asking casually. Like a fox. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips disdainfully. Yang Kai chuckled. Xiang Chu obviously didn't tell his younger brother everything, otherwise Xiang Tian Xiao wouldn't have rashly challenged me today. An older brother hiding things from his younger brother, the relationship between the two is obviously not very harmonious. If I couldn't see that, wouldn't I be blind? Chapter 422. At that time, Yang Kai had told the Xiang and Nan families that he wanted to see their sincerity within 3 months. The Nan family had sent 4 boxes of supplies, so it could be said that they had paid a heavy price. However, the Xiang family had sent a group of people, led by the second young lord himself, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. However, after a brief exchange, he had some speculations in his heart, so he decided to ask Qiu Yimeng about the situation. This Qiu family first young lady was different from him. She had lived in the central capital all year round and knew a lot about the world. What kind of inside story did the Xiang family have? With her Qiu family's heritage and means, she must have heard some rumors. Listening to Yang Kai's words, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. This man's shrewdness really made it difficult for her to resist. You've met the Xiang family's Xiang Chu, the eldest young lord of the Xiang family, and the future successor. This second young lord is said to be the son of a concubine, so his status in the family is naturally not as high as his eldest brother's, but this person is very qualified and talented in cultivation. He is the most outstanding genius the Xiang family has produced in the past few decades. When you fought with him just now, you should be able to see that such a young Yuan Qi 9th stage master is quite rare. Yang Kai nodded. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there were only a few Yuan Qi 9th stage masters, but that was because the family's young lords were often out in the world and did not have access to many resources. However, Xiang Tianzhao's aptitude was truly exceptional. Even first-class forces had their own geniuses. For example, when Yang Kai first met the 9-star sword sex Wu Qingyi in that isolated world, he was already at the 7th or 8th stage of Yuan Qi. If he had lived until now, he may have broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. However, Wu Qingyi was actually older than Xiang Tianxiao. Xiang Chu is a scheming and shrewd person, but his younger brother, Xiang Tianxiao, is the complete opposite of him. Xiang Tianxiao is more straightforward, coupled with his excellent aptitude, he has won the favor of many of the Xiang family's elders. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. So, the problem has arisen. About the successor? Yang Kai frowned slightly. And, among all the great forces, only your Yang family chooses its successor through the inheritance war. As for the other 7 great families of the central capital, in fact, all of the first-rate forces in the world basically let the eldest son take over the position of the head of the family. When Qiu Yimeng spoke of this, her expression couldn't help but change slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. As long as the eldest son isn't too bad, this position is generally stable. This was because the successor to the position of the head of the family did not need to have a strong cultivation base. It was fine as long as he could manage the entire clan well. For example, the Lu family's Lu Liang you once met, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. There were a few people who were stronger than him, but he was still the patriarch. Firstly, he had the ability to do so. Secondly, he was the eldest son of the Lu family. Our Qiu family will be the same in the future. As for the Xiang family, Xiang Chu is the legitimate heir. However, Xiang Tianzhao's outstanding performance made Xiang Chu realize some crisis. I heard. From what Yang Kai had heard, Xiang Chu often used underhanded means to deal with his younger brother, and Xiang Tian Shao never once resisted. It seems that for him, he didn't want to compete for power. Yang Kai listened to these words and confirmed his own judgment, nodding. With Xiang Chu's personality, it is indeed possible for him to do such a thing. So, you can understand why Xiang Tian Shao appeared in your house, right? Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Xiang Chu feared his younger brother's ability, and since Yang Kai was blackmailing him, he had sent his younger brother here to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war. First, Yang Kai really needed help in the inheritance war, so this was a good opportunity. This kind of sincerity may be more useful than the Nan family's 4 boxes of supplies. Secondly, Xiang Tian Shao was with Yang Kai, so as long as he assisted the other Yang family young lords in the inheritance war to defeat Yang Kai, it would be tantamount to proving to the family that he was better than his younger brother. By doing so, his position as the successor would be secure. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Xiang Chu had done a good job. It was very likely that he also intended to cut off those who supported Xiang Tian Shao during the inheritance war. Because those people were the ones who supported Xiang Tian Shao in the family. Do you think this person is useful? Yang Kai looked up at Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai's kind inquiry immediately made Qiu Yimeng smile like a flower. I think he is useful. But whether you use him or not is up to you to decide. Let's put it aside for now. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Whether the second young Lord Xiang was sincerely assisting him or not was still unknown. Yang Kai had always been a cautious person. It was impossible for him to trust a complete stranger just because of this information. Time will reveal a person's heart, and a long journey will test a horse's strength. Knowing he would say this, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly and said, But I got some bad news from Xiang Tian Shao. Do you want to hear it? What news? His eldest brother and the Nan family's Nanxing are also in War City. Qiu Yimeng giggled. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all, his expression indifferent as he asked. Who did they choose? Your second brother, Yang Zhao. Not bad. Yang Kai snorted. It looks like tonight will be quite lively. Qiu Yimeng also smiled lightly, but her expression was no longer tense. Since Yang Kai wanted her to watch a good show tonight, she naturally didn't need to worry about anything else. Is there anything else young Lord Kai needs? If there's nothing else, this servant will take her leave. Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely and curled his lips. Don't tease me, I can't afford it. Seeing the awkward look on Yang Kai's face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help laughing happily. But there really is one thing I need you to do. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said. What is it? 1,000 meters outside the mansion, there are 2 old men in that elm tree. Find someone to send them 2 pots of wine. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. 2 old men? What kind of people? I guess they're from the Hua family, probably here to protect Hua stars. The Qiu family's first young lady blinked a few times, her expression blank. She didn't understand why Yang Kai was so sure there were 2 people there. And since they were here to protect Hua stars, they must be masters who followed the central capital wolf young Lord Hua all year round. That was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. With their cultivation, how could they be discovered by Yang Kai? Although she was confused, Qiu Yimeng didn't feel that Yang Kai's guess was abrupt. Although Hua Jing was infuriated by his son, Hua Stars was still the sole heir of the Hua family. Now that he was alone in Yang Kai's house, it was understandable that he would be more vigilant. If there really were 2 people there, they must have been secretly sent by Hua Jing. Qiu Yimeng withdrew with a suspicious look on her face, frowning for a moment, then went to grab 2 pots of wine and diligently carried them out. 1,000 meters in front of Yang Kai's mansion, atop an elm tree. The dense foliage obscured the figures of the 2 powerhouses of the Hua clan. Their breaths were long and even, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. Rings of hazy halos enveloped their bodies, moving in a mysterious path, causing the 2 of them to completely fade into the air. Even if someone stood under the tree and looked up, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of these two unless they swept them with their divine sense. At this moment, the two men were sitting on the trunk of the tree, meditating. Their invisible divine senses had covered the entire Yangkai mansion, so even the slightest movement inside couldn't escape their detection. Their tyrannical divine senses were constantly gathering and dispersing, ready to attack at any time. So even though they were hiding here, they weren't worried about anyone harming their young master. The two men's divine senses were so presumptuous that they naturally couldn't conceal themselves from Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu, but the two men didn't have any malicious intent. Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu both had to heal their wounds, so they simply turned a blind eye to their actions. From below, the sound of footsteps could be heard. At first, the two men didn't care. There were now tens of thousands of people living in War City, so although the location of Yang Kai's mansion was remote, there were still pedestrians passing by. But as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, the two masters couldn't help opening their eyes and glancing at each other, slightly puzzled. These footsteps seemed to be coming for the two of them. Looking down, the two men couldn't help feeling shocked. They saw the Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Yimeng, at this moment, like a maidservant, holding a tray with 2 pots of aged wine on it, a smile on her face as she walked towards them step by step. Under the tree, Chiu Yimeng looked up and saw one of the Hua family's masters. This man's heart clenched as he subconsciously thought that the martial skill he had used to conceal himself had failed, but after a moment's inspection, it was clear that the martial skill was still working. Chiu Yimeng's eyes were somewhat empty, so she should just be looking in his direction and not at him. She didn't see him. The weather is dry. 2 seniors have been up in the tree for so long, presumably you are thirsty. These 2 pots of wine will be sent to you to moisten your throats. I hope you don't mind. When this voice reached their ears, the 2 Hua family masters looked at each other and immediately stretched out their hands. A ripple spread out and the 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Chiu Yimeng's eyes. Since they had already been exposed, the 2 of them felt embarrassed to continue hiding. What's more, Chiu Yimeng's identity wasn't ordinary. Seeing the 2 of them appear, Chiu Yimeng remained calm on the surface, but in her heart she couldn't help admiring Yang Kai. The 2 Hua family masters lightly jumped down from the tree and stood in front of Chiu Yimeng, cupping their fists. Greetings, young lady Chiu. Thank you for your trouble. Saying so, they accepted the 2 pots of wine. Please enjoy. Chiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, turning around to leave. Young lady Chiu, please wait. One of them quickly shouted. What's wrong? Chiu Yimeng looked at him suspiciously. That person frowned and stammered for a while before saying, Can I ask, young lady Chiu, how did you discover the 2 of us? Did the 2 Yang family blood warriors tell you? Chapter 423. The 2 Hua family masters both thought it was the blood warriors who had betrayed them. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and chuckled. The 2 blood warriors are currently in the middle of healing and have no time to care about you, but it wasn't me who discovered you. I don't have such great skill. Then, haha. Junior will take her leave. Chiu Yimeng didn't say much and just smiled lightly. The Chiu family's first young lady was intelligent and was good at scheming. Although she had restrained herself in front of Yang Kai, she was still the same in front of others. At this time, she didn't want to reveal anything. Leaving a sense of mystery to these 2 would only be beneficial to Yang Kai. After Chiu Yimeng left, the 2 Hua family masters stared at the wine in their hands and sighed. They also knew who had taught Chiu Yimeng, but they really couldn't imagine that Yang Kai had such great skill. What do we do now? One of them frowned. The other also wore an ugly expression as he shook his head. It's not easy. We took 2 pots of wine from them, tonight. This young Lord Kai is really insidious. Although it was only 2 pots of wine, they had been personally delivered by the Chiu family's first young lady. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. Tonight, when Yang Kai was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? If someone else had come to deliver the wine, even if it was Yang Kai himself, the 2 Hua family masters could refuse, but they couldn't refuse Chiu Yimeng. But the patriarch hasn't allowed us to participate in the inheritance war yet, and over the years, The other great forces have sent immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, even peak masters, but none of the 8 great families have sent masters above the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. If we act rashly and are discovered, where will we put our old faces? Should we send the wine back? One of them suggested. The other nodded. Good, you send it back. Scram! Sending the wine back, wasn't that the same as slapping young Lady Chio's face? Who would do such a stupid thing? Ha! The two Hua family masters glanced at each other. Both of them shook their heads and sighed. The 2 pots of wine at this moment was even hotter than a hot iron clamp. Left with no other choice, each of them shared a pot. When they drank it, it no longer had its usual mellow taste, only bitterness and helplessness. Time passed slowly. The sun set, the moon rose, and the stars dotted the sky. The sky seemed to be filled with sparkling gems. It was a magnificent sight to behold. The bustling war city during the day suddenly quieted down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were closely watching the movements of the 8 young lords inside War City. Faintly discernible divine senses intertwined within War City, monitoring its surroundings. Some experts with tyrannical strength even spread out their divine senses wantonly to have a comprehensive understanding of the various situations around them. At the very center of War City, Temple of Gods. This was a majestic palace. Inside the palace, there were 8 white-haired old men. He sat cross-legged in an octagon. The 8 of them remained as calm as an ancient well, each of them circulating their secret arts, seemingly not caring about the outside world, but in fact, their divine senses had already penetrated every corner of War City. These 8 people belonged to the central capital's 8 great families. Each one of them was a top master at the above immortal ascension boundary. The Yang family's inheritance war was being waged in War City, and most of the world's young elites had gathered here. Almost everyone who participated in the inheritance war was a leader of their respective force, a matter of great importance. Therefore, every time the inheritance war began, the 8 great families would send an above immortal ascension boundary master to War City. Firstly, they were responsible for overseeing the outcome of the inheritance war, and secondly, they were responsible for protecting the young people who participated in it. Otherwise, if the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land came here and wiped them out, the loss would be great. These 8 people were all over 100 years old, the oldest even reaching 200 years old. They had all but buried half of their necks in the ground, never caring about the affairs of the family or the general trend of the world, only focusing on their own cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao. Sitting here, they would not intervene in the inheritance war, only be responsible for overseeing the outcome and guarding War City from being taken advantage of. Who won or lost, they didn't care. After reaching their level of strength, they only wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary while they were still alive. This was their only pursuit. In the 8 great young lords' mansions, some were eager to make trouble, some were anxious, and some were prepared to watch the fire burn across the river, sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight in an attempt to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The strength they grasped was different, so their mentality was different. The night was getting darker and darker, but there was still no movement from the 8 great young lords' mansions, causing many people who were waiting to watch the inheritance war to become anxious. Yan Kai crossed his hands behind his back, his figure like a sword as he stood in the main hall of his mansion, staring at the flag hanging at the top of the hall. In the inheritance war, this flag was also a key thing. If one wanted to defeat a young lord in the inheritance war, there were 2 ways. The first was to directly capture this person. In this way, that young lord would lose the qualification to continue competing for the inheritance throne. The second way was related to this flag. Once someone took away this flag, the corresponding young lord would also lose the qualification to compete for the inheritance throne. Moreover, this flag had to be hung in a position directly above the main hall. It couldn't be carried on the person's body. The Yang family had set this rule for generations, probably to give the various young lords who participated in the inheritance war a way to win, as well as to increase the difficulty of the inheritance war and test their wisdom. For the Yang family young lords, this flag being hung here was nothing more than a hindrance, because they had to send people to guard this flag at all times, to prevent it from being stolen or lost. On one hand, they had to guard their own flag, on the other hand, they had to have ideas about others. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Looking at the large Kai character on the flag, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Behind him, the Chiu family's first young lady Chiu Yimeng, central capital Wolf Wuxing, and Xiang family's second young lord Xiang Tianshao arrived. Yang Kai only had these people at his disposal, all of them gathered here at this moment. Brother Kai, are you ready to give me your golden feather eagle? Wuxing grinned mischievously, opening his folding fan and saying, I'll tell you first, if someone comes to attack you, I'll be the first to surrender, don't expect me to help you. Chiu Yimeng glared at him coldly. If you keep blabbering, I'll cripple you right now and throw you out. Hey, you're a woman, can you not be so grumpy? Wuxing grumbled. Xiang Tianshao quickly nodded. My Xiang family's people are all here, I'll cooperate with you. Do as you wish. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually. Xiang Tianshao frowned but didn't say a word, turning around and walking out, apparently going to dispatch the people he had brought with him. The strength of the people he had brought with him wasn't very high. Although there were 4 immortal ascension boundary masters, in front of a real master, they were still somewhat lacking. However, tonight was the first day of the inheritance war, so the other young lords didn't necessarily have much strength at their disposal, so the people he had brought with him could still play a big role. At this point you should tell me what you're going to do, right? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile. The helpers you've been hiding, shouldn't they show themselves? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have any hidden helpers. All the people you've seen are our current strength. Really? Chiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. I won't lie to you this time, Yang Kai said firmly. Then how are we going to defend? The Chiu family's first young lady suddenly panicked. Although the 2 blood warriors were powerful, how much combat strength could they possibly display? Coupled with the Xiang family's people and her own Autumn Rain Hall's people, it didn't seem like they had much strength. As long as the other side could dispatch 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, it would be more than enough to take this place. Right now, there were at least 3 Yang family young lords who could mobilize such masters. It's not too late to regret now. Yang Kai glared at Chiu Yimeng coldly. Perceiving his gaze, Chiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly, suddenly realizing something and smiling. No, I believe you. Heh, I don't believe you. Wuxing laughed as he walked out. I'm going to find some bird food first, I'll feed the eagle when I get it. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. When there were only the 2 of them left in the hall, Yang Kai suddenly said, I need to go out. Chiu Yimeng's expression suddenly changed as she asked in shock. Go out? What do you want to do? What do you think? The Chiu family's first young lady stared at Yang Kai incredulously, her mouth slightly open, seemingly thinking he was joking, but Yang Kai's face remained calm, not a trace of a joking expression on his face. Are you serious? Naturally, it's true. In the inheritance war, if one can capture one's opponent, the benefits they can obtain are great. Tonight is the first day, someone will definitely be eliminated, this is also an opportunity. If there were no benefits to capturing one's opponent, those who participated in the inheritance war wouldn't rashly attack others. This was a waste of time and effort while also having to worry about their own flag being stolen. Who would be willing to do such a thing? As long as one could capture a Yang family young lord or seize a flag, they could exchange it for a lot of materials from the family for their own use. Are you crazy? Chiu Yimeng shook her head as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. The strength you have now isn't even enough to defend yourself, yet you want to take the initiative to attack? Tell me, who can you take out with you? My Autumn Rain Hall's people? Or the Xiang family's people? Or the 2 blood warriors? The first 2 groups of people wouldn't be of any use, but if the latter 2 were to be taken out, the house would be completely defenseless and would only be easier to defeat. I'll go alone. Yang Kai frowned. I don't agree. Chiu Meng's chest heaved up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stared at her full chest for a moment before saying, I didn't ask for your opinion, I just wanted to inform you. I don't need others to interfere with my decisions. Chiu Meng's expression suddenly became bitter as she ground her teeth. After a long time, Chiu Meng took a deep breath and said, Good, since you've decided, I won't say anything more, but if you lose tonight then I, Chiu Meng, was blind to have followed a man like you. Woman, don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood. Yang Kai sneered. Besides, it's not certain who will win or lose. Chapter 424. The night was dark. Wind chasing in, inside the heaven room, Dong Qinghan was meditating while the two old men, Wind and Cloud dual guards, stood guard on either side of him, their divine senses constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching and harming Dong Qinghan. Tonight was the first night of the Inheritance War, so it was destined not to be peaceful. Whether the 8 great young lords were attacking or defending, they would definitely make a move. The Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't understand why Dong Qinghan didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation, but since their young master didn't want to say more, they didn't ask. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The expressions of the Wind and Cloud guards, who were on high alert, changed drastically. They simultaneously turned their heads to look at the door, their faces filled with shock and horror. Because under the supervision of their divine senses, they hadn't noticed when the person outside the door had arrived. If this person was an enemy, if they suddenly attacked at such a close distance, would Dong Qinghan still be alive? Thinking so, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly began sweating profusely, hurriedly standing up and secretly circulating their Saint Qi while remaining vigilant. Perceiving their abnormalities, Dong Qinghan also opened his eyes and frowned. Who is it? It's me! A familiar voice called out from outside the door. When this voice reached his ears, not only did Dong Qinghan's expression become extremely strange, even the Wind and Cloud dual guards also wore strange expressions. Young master, be careful! The Wind guard whispered and signaled to the Cloud guard, one of them retreating to Dong Qinghan's side while the other walked over to the door and opened it while keeping an eye on the situation. At the door, a figure flashed and a man wearing a black robe entered. This person's face was covered by a large hat, so the Cloud guard who opened the door only saw a pair of bright eyes. Yang Kai? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Under the vigilant gaze of the Wind and Cloud dual guards, the man slowly lifted the hat on his head, revealing his true face and grinning towards Dong Qinghan. Seeing this man's appearance, Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing. Fuck! It's really you! Even though the Wind and Cloud dual guards had high cultivation and were quite old, at this moment they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes, but fortunately, their mental fortitude was extraordinary, so they managed to endure. Greetings, seniors! Yang Kai nodded to the Storm Guard and the Cloud Guard. Greetings, young Lord Kai! The two quickly concealed the shock on their faces and quickly returned the courtesy. You brat! Dong Qinghan hurriedly got up and closed the window tightly, motioning the Wind and Cloud dual guards to remain vigilant before hurrying over to Yang Kai, his slightly chubby face showing a dumbfounded expression. How did you know I was here? I have a small force under my command that specializes in collecting information, Yang Kai explained. A small half of the Bamboo Knot Gang's members had been sent here by Yang Kai a few days ago, and had now infiltrated every district of War City, allowing him to accurately find Dong Qinghan's residence. Not bad, but do you know what you're doing? Dong Qinghan slowly shook his head. He pulled Yang Kai to sit down. This was the Inheritance War, not some child's play. As a Yang family direct descendant, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept. Instead of staying in his own residence to protect himself, he actually ran out. However, thinking about it for a moment, Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little excited. Are you planning to take the initiative to attack? I had such an idea. Yang Kai nodded. Good boy! Dong Qinghan exclaimed. I knew you wouldn't be unprepared. Tell me, how many people did you bring? I'm alone. The excitement and smile on Dong Qinghan's face quickly stiffened, and he quickly restrained himself as he stared at Yang Kai. I'm your cousin, are you going to play this game with me? Yang Kai shook his head seriously. I'm not lying to you. I'm really the only one here. Dong Qinghan couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showing signs of twitching slightly. This time, even the wind and cloud dual guards were stunned. Running out alone at such a sensitive time in the middle of the night, was he a fool or an idiot? How could he be so bold as to regard all the heroes in this world as nothing? On top of that, he actually managed to arrive here safely, not even being intercepted halfway. This was the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force dedicated to collecting intelligence, so how could the other Yang family young lords who wanted to win the inheritance war not have a special intelligence network? It could be said that the 8 young lords were all monitoring each other's movements at all times. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately report back. How did you manage to come here? Dong Qinghan felt a little incredulous. Did the 2 blood warriors around you dare to let you leave? They don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the mansion, he didn't tell anyone, only Chiu Yimeng, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come here. Then your mansion? Dong Qinghan asked anxiously. Without Yang Kai there, the people there were tantamount to having no commander. There's no problem there. Let's not talk about that. I came to you to borrow some people. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qinghan's chatter. Borrow people? Dong Qinghan asked, immediately understanding and pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. Them? And I'm alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. Adding them will be enough? Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he added the wind and cloud dual guards, it was still only 3 people. They could steal chickens and dogs, but stirring up trouble was definitely not enough. Not necessarily, but there's always a chance. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. For the time being he didn't know what his target's situation would be like. But thinking about it, tonight, just like his own mansion, it would be very lively. If you want to borrow people, naturally, Dong Qinghan quickly said. But I also want to go. You can't, your strength is too weak, you'll only be a burden. Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghan was rendered speechless, his face flushed red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. Cousin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but right now, I can single-handedly defeat you, you should go to bed early. The wind and cloud dual guards both wore awkward expressions, not daring to speak. Come to my house tomorrow and I'll explain to you in detail. Seniors Wind and Cloud, I'll take them with me first. Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghan before standing up directly. Scram! Dong Qinghan shouted, his expression quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled, waved to the wind and cloud dual guards, opened the door, and left. This little bastard, how much has he grown? After Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to relieve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted him, half of his meridians seemed to have been sealed, so naturally he knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said he could single-handedly defeat him. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, he had only narrowly defeated Bai Yinfeng from the Bai family, so how could he have grown so much in just a few years? Monster! Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, his face filled with resentment. Inside War City, 3 dark figures were rapidly flying. Even though the city was brightly lit, and countless divine senses were intertwined, no one was able to discover the whereabouts of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, the wind and cloud dual guards noticed that a mysterious and powerful divine sense had wrapped around them, isolating their auras and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their whereabouts. This divine sense was so strong and strange that it was even stronger than the wind and cloud dual guards' own. It was one of the few masters they had encountered who possessed such divine sense. As a result, all they needed to do was carefully follow behind Yang Kai without worrying about exposing themselves. Seeing this, the wind and cloud dual guards finally understood how Yang Kai had been able to safely arrive at the place where Dong Qinghan lived. The two of them didn't know that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, only thinking that he had used some kind of high-grade soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, causing their expectations and evaluation of Yang Kai to rise a notch. This cousin of their young master really seemed to have the potential to succeed. Under the cover of this mysterious divine sense, as long as the three of them didn't attack, no one would be able to discover them, making them practically invincible. Not long after, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly turned around and hid under a roof. The wind and cloud dual guards hurriedly followed, somewhat confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly become so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, causing the two of them to quickly hold their breath. After a moment, the sound of fluttering clothes came from all directions, followed by several figures flying forward. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions couldn't help changing slightly, only now realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just randomly speaking, he had actually noticed that some masters were approaching. What a strong sense! Both of them were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't released their divine senses out of caution, with their immortal ascension boundary cultivations, their cultivator's intuition was still there. Even they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, yet Yang Kai had, which was enough to explain many things. Staring at the figures of the people who were flying forward, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange grin. These people weren't trying to hide their figures, nor were they trying to hide their identities. The leader of this group was the Yang family's fifth brother, Yang Kang, who had been escorted by Tang Yuxian. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He should have been left behind in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of the flag was extremely important, so a powerful blood warrior had to be left behind to guard it. It was impossible for Yang Kang to leave his own mansion empty while attacking others. Yang Kang was accompanied by a number of masters who weren't weak. These people were all rushing towards the northeast corner of War City, so it was obvious they were all from the forces that had allied with Yang Kang. That direction was also the target of Yang Kai's trip, the mansion of his third brother, Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a series of shuffling sounds rang out as countless figures flew up into the sky, following closely behind Yang Kang's group as they rushed towards the northeast corner of War City. These people were all following along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, so naturally, there were some bored people who wanted to witness the Yang family's infighting. How could they miss such a wonderful show? Seeing such a group of bored people, Yang Kai was also somewhat happy, winking to the wind and cloud dual guards before also soaring into the sky and flying forward with the rest of the group. Chapter 425. The crowd gathered together, all of them smiling widely as they followed Yang Kang's group towards the northeast. Although War City wasn't as large as the central capital, it was still a behemoth compared to the other cities. If not for this, the Yang family wouldn't have chosen to conduct the inheritance war here. Without a huge space as a battlefield, the inheritance war simply couldn't be carried out. Yang Kang's group flew at a leisurely pace, their expressions relaxed, and they even had the mood to chat and laugh leisurely, making them feel quite at ease. About half an hour later, they arrived at the northeast part of War City. In front of Yang Tai's house, Yang Kang and the others calmly landed. The bored people who had followed them to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position and stopped, looking forward to seeing what would happen. Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, quietly waiting for the show to begin. "Third brother, fifth brother is here!" Yang Kang stood outside the house and shouted with a smile on his face. "Since you've come in!" Yang Tai's voice called out from inside. Yang Kang smiled lightly and led the large group of people in. Although Yang Tai's voice was neither fast nor slow, anyone could hear the hidden powerlessness and loneliness in his tone. After all these years of life experience outside, he hadn't been able to obtain any decent merits, so he couldn't exchange for a blood warrior. There was no blood warrior around him to protect him, nor did he have the support of any other forces. With just the support of his mother's family, it wasn't enough to accomplish anything. Chiu Yimeng's original judgment was roughly correct. Yang Tai was destined to be the first to be eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yang Tai stood upright. Behind him stood 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters and a few other cultivator whose strength wasn't too weak. These people were all from Yang Tai's mother's family, the Duanmu family. As for the Duanmu family, they were also Yang Tai's only source of support in the inheritance war. Whether Yang Tai could pass this night safely or not, he would have to rely on the strength of the Duanmu family. On the other hand, Yang Kong not only had a powerful blood warrior like Tang Yuxian who was proficient in soul skills, but he also had one of the 8 great families. The Gao family as an ally. Gao Rang Feng also had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him. These 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families couldn't be treated as ordinary people. They were strong enough to defeat an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Other than that, there were also 5 or 6 Heaven's Wander State experts and dozens of Yuan Qi State cultivators. With such a contrast in strength, the difference in strength was obvious. Yang Kong only needed to dispatch half of his strength to restrain all of Yang Tai's helpers. Capturing Yang Tai himself or seizing his flag would be as easy as flipping one's hand, and this was 1 person and 1 item. All of them could be exchanged for resources from the family. Yang Tai calmly looked at the approaching Yang Kong, his expression indifferent. Yang Kong stopped 10 feet away from him, and the two stared at each other for a moment. Yang Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, we're all brothers. Why don't you listen to my advice and settle this peacefully?" He obviously wanted Yang Tai to surrender on his own accord. Now that he had the absolute advantage, he naturally had the right to say such words. Hearing this, Yang Tai slowly but firmly shook his head. "My Yang family has always been defeated, never surrendering. Even if you are my brother, that won't do." "Good, I knew you would say that." Yang Kong nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly converging. "If it were me, I would have said the same thing. Since that's the case, don't blame fifth brother for not showing mercy. Do as you wish." Yang Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The Duanmu family cultivator behind him also condensed their yuan qi at this moment, secretly taking precautions. At that moment, Tang Yuxian, who had always been by Yang Kang's side, suddenly frowned and whispered something. Yang Kang's expression became playful as he glanced back and called out, "Seventh brother, since you've come, why don't you just show yourself? What are you doing sneaking around?" A burst of laughter rang out as a group of people flew out from the night sky and landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yang Kang's group. It was the Yang family's seventh brother, Yang Ying, and his allies. Yang Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rang Feng as an ally, while Yang Ying had the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally. Yang Ying also had a blood warrior by his side, so even if there was some gap in strength between the two sides, it was very small. The crowd watching the fun suddenly became excited. With the three Yang family brothers gathered here, there would naturally be a good show to watch. Now, whether it was Yang Kong or Yang Ying, who would be the one to eat the fat piece of meat that was Yang Tai? "Third brother, fifth brother, little seven greets you." Yang Ying landed and first greeted them with a smile, his face filled with warmth and gentleness. "Seventh brother, if it weren't for Yuxian noticing, I'm afraid fifth brother would have been stalked by you without even realizing it." Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. "What is fifth brother saying? In the inheritance war, all kinds of schemes and tricks are used. Little seventh was just quietly hiding for a moment. I was worried that there might be other brothers in the crowd watching the fun." Saying so, both he and Yang Kong swept their eyes around vigilantly. Yang Kai's head was wrapped in a hat, and his face was covered, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help smiling. The Wind and Cloud brothers also couldn't help feeling like they had been exposed. "No one should be coming." Yang Kong slowly shook his head. "Tonight, eldest brother is biding his time. He is the eldest brother, so it's only right for him to show some respect to his brothers. Tonight, he won't be participating in the first battle. Eighth brother is currently in a state of panic and will only defend, not take the initiative to attack." Although the eighth brother Yang Quan had a blood warrior as his retainer, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so the support they could provide was limited. During the day, He hadn't been able to win over many followers, so naturally he didn't dare take the initiative to attack others. On top of that, he had a blood warrior as his retainer, so even if there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to break through, so no one had any ideas about attacking him on the first night. As for second brother and sixth brother, they should have taken their people to another place that is easier to attack. So here, it's only us two brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered meaningfully. Second brother Yang Zhao and sixth brother Yang Shen had gone to another place that was easy to attack tonight, so besides his own house, there was no other place. He just didn't know what the situation there was now. As Yang Kang spoke, Yang Ying couldn't help smiling. Fifth brother's news is truly fast, little seven admires you. Yang Kang shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now, let's discuss how to deal with third brother first. What does fifth brother think? How about we each take one of the people and the flag? Yang Kang asked with a smile, not putting his third brother Yang Tai in his eyes at all, as if he wanted to divide up some kind of supplies with Yang Ying. Yang Tai's face couldn't help going pale while the other Duanmu family masters also wore angry looks. Yang Ying smiled and shook his head, calmly saying, Fifth brother, don't blame little seven for having such a big appetite. I want third brother's people, but I also want his flag. Yang Kang was stunned and couldn't help sneering. Seventh brother, your appetite is really big. Then let's see if you have the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged and his expression became cold. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the surrounding 1,000 meters suddenly became silent, the air seemingly stagnant. When the wind and rain came, the city was about to be destroyed. Shio shio shio. More than 10 powerful spiritual energy senses suddenly burst forth, and as if they had discussed this beforehand, the immortal ascension boundary masters brought by Yang Kang and Yang Ying simultaneously released the soul skills they had been accumulating for a long time. As the invisible forces collided, some people let out muffled groans and were forced to retreat a few steps while others took advantage of the situation and fiercely attacked. The brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed at this moment, dazzling the onlookers. Tang Yuxian flew to the side to protect Yang Kang from the whirlpool of battle, while the other blood warrior brought by Yang Ying also flew to the other side to protect him. The two Yang family young lords stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, their cold gazes colliding, creating a series of sparks. As key figures in the inheritance war, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kang and Yang Ying wouldn't take action themselves. Firstly, doing so was dangerous, and secondly, their strength wasn't high, so even if they took action, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The blood warriors guarding them were also restrained by the Yang family's rules and couldn't take the initiative to attack. The blood warriors were only responsible for passive counterattacks. When no one attacked them or the Yang family young lords, even if the situation was critical, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the cultivator brought by Yang Kang and Yang Ying was roughly the same, so when they clashed, they were actually evenly matched. As the hosts, Yang Tai and the Duanmu family cultivator were relaxed, no one actually came to find trouble with them. After observing for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted. Did you really think this third brother wasn't prepared at all? You're looking down on me too much. Release the arrows! Schwa 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 on top of the surrounding walls and roofs, a number of figures appeared, each of them holding a powerful bow that glowed with a brilliant light. The shape of these bows was quite arrogant. At a glance it was obvious they were high-grade artifacts. As for the cultivators holding bows, each of them was at least a true element boundary 8th stage master, with one or two even having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yuan Qi madly poured into the bows and artifacts, and in just a short time, the cultivator holding the bows all went pale, seemingly having exhausted all of their Yuan Qi. Wherever the arrows were pointed, everyone felt a sense of danger, and their complexion changed greatly. As the violent power gathered, even the bored people who were watching from outside the mansion couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as a chill ran down their spines, as if some kind of danger was staring at them. Schwa, schwa schwa, 6 or 7 powerful bows, the bowstrings trembling, the sharp arrows on the bowstrings emitting a dazzling light, like meteors falling from the sky, creating a halo of light visible to the naked eye as they slammed towards the cultivator who was still fighting. The arrows flew out and instantly weaved into a rain of arrows, wrapping around Yang Kang and Yang Ying's followers. A loud bang rang out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums trembled as they lost their sense of hearing in an instant. Both Yang Kang and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared in disbelief at the energy eruption below. Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior quickly circulated their Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kang and Yang Ying. R.S. Chapter 426. After a while, the raging waves of energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 to 7 arrows, and was almost razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and people crawled up from the edge of the crater. The ground was littered with broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. The inheritance war was not a child's play. People could really die. The minced corpses and rotten flesh on the ground, as well as countless rocks, had proven this cruel fact. The entire Yang Tai's mansion fell into a suffocating silence. Only some intermittent groans could be heard. The smell of blood filled the air. Among the crowd of onlookers, many female cultivators averted their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and began retching. Yang Tai watched all this indifferently, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Yang Kang and Yang Ying's expressions suddenly became gloomy. They never thought that their third brother would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in such a disadvantageous situation. It wasn't that they didn't know those people were lying in ambush on top of the walls. They were well aware of their position. It was just that they hadn't expected Yang Tai to be able to obtain such a powerful killing artifact. The Shattering Star Bow was only Earth-grade top rank, but it was capable of swallowing a cultivator's Yuan Qi without limit, releasing all of it in one shot. As soon as the arrow was released, the bow cracked and the cultivators were injured. The 6 or 7 Shattering Star bows, which were not easy to refine, were shattered the moment the arrows left the bowstrings. The force of the explosion even caused the cultivators holding the bows to be severely injured, their bodies riddled with holes. However, Yang Tai's purpose had been achieved. He was indeed unable to resist the attacks of Yang Kang and Yang Ying. But before he was defeated, he could viciously take a bite out of his enemy's flesh. I can lose, but whoever comes after me, I won't let them off so easily. Yang Tai's Shattering Star Bow had perfectly expressed his intentions. Under the barrage of arrows, Yang Kang and Yang Ying's cultivator subordinates had lost at least a dozen people, 2 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and more than 20 had been seriously injured. Minor injuries didn't count. At the very beginning of the Inheritance War, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kang and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the miserable situation below, the 2 of them were so angry that their eyes were about to crack. Kill them for me! Yang Kang and Yang Ying furiously ordered almost at the same time. In the next moment, the brief silence was broken. The 6 or 7 cultivator who had been injured by the explosion of the Star Shatterer bow had shot the arrows. He didn't even have the strength to resist before he was killed in one move. These were all cultivators of the Duanmu family. Although the Duanmu family was a first-class force and had many masters, they couldn't devote all of their strength to the Inheritance War. Moreover, Yang Tai was destined to have no chance of winning. Therefore, although the Duanmu clan had sent quite a few people this time, they were only doing their best. The Duanmu clan's patriarch had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others did not even frown. Old 7. 5th brother, I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first. What do you think? Yang Kang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the motionless Yang Tai, asking his 7th brother Yang Ying. Exactly. Yang Ying nodded. The ownership of the people and flag will depend on your own methods. Yang Kang snorted. Under his command, the people he had brought with him attacked Yang Tai. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, the two of them aimed their spears at Yang Tai and the Duan Mu family. Among the cultivator the Duan Mu family had dispatched this time, the strongest were only two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, the rest weren't worth mentioning. Although the 6 or 7 Star Shatterer bows had won back some face, in this kind of head-on confrontation, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters tried their best to protect Yang Ying as they were forced to retreat, but after a short while they were forced to retreat. At that moment, a person from each side of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and hid themselves as they rushed towards the main hall of Yang Tai's mansion. That was where Yang Tai's flag was hanging. Although Yang Tai saw them, he was powerless to stop them and could only allow them to enter, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. "Get ready!" Yang Kai, who had been quietly observing the situation, suddenly shouted. The wind and cloud guards' expressions became solemn, knowing that Yang Kai was finally going to make a move. Turning his head to look at the wind and cloud guards, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Although the two seniors aren't weak, in this kind of chaotic battle, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain any advantage." The wind guard nodded. "What young Lord Kai says is correct, and among those people, there are several whose strength is not inferior to ours, some even surpassing ours. As for what to do, young Lord Kai can give us orders, Old Cloud and I will do our best to cooperate. Just follow me, go in and make a few false moves, don't fight, immediately leave," Yang Kai whispered. The wind and cloud guards were masters of the Dong family who had followed Dong Qinghan for so many years. If they died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qinghan. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters, he didn't want them to risk their lives. Good. After listening to Yang Kai, the wind and cloud guards nodded firmly. If they just went in and made a few false moves, there wouldn't be any danger. What they feared the most were the masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall, but as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Warrior Hall's masters naturally wouldn't attack them. Also, go help Yang Ying's people, attack Yang King's people, don't attack both sides at once. If they only attacked one side, it would give Yang King's people the illusion that they were allies. Although they would quickly realize this, Yang Kai wanted to seize this fleeting opportunity. If they attacked both sides, it would only be a thankless task. As he spoke, two people suddenly rushed out from Yang Tai's room. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp, the other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Cultivator, one of them holding a flag and running out, a look of joy on his face, while the other hurriedly chased after him. Obviously, the first person had moved faster and obtained the flag first. Yang Kang's eyes lit up, no longer caring about the battle below. He quickly shouted, "Come here!" When the master holding the flag heard this, he hurriedly rushed over to Yang Kong. As long as he handed the flag to Yang Kong, with Tang Yuxian's protection, he would basically be safe. "In your dreams!" Yang Ying coldly snorted, leading the blood warrior behind him to rush towards the man. "Seventh brother, you stay here!" Yang Kong laughed and leapt forward to intercept him. The blood warrior behind Yang Ying quickly moved to help. Tang Yuxian's soul skill burst out. In an instant, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had begun fighting while Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior were also engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, Yang Kai had brought the wind and cloud guards to the battlefield. With so many pairs of eyes watching them, naturally some people had discovered their tracks. However, these people were just here to watch the fun, so even if they discovered them, they wouldn't alert Yang Kong or Yang Ying, instead just wondering where these three people had come from. The two Yang family young lords were fighting one-on-one, the two blood warriors were also fighting one-on-one, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters who had escaped from Yang Tai's central palace were also fighting one-on-one, the rest of the people were jointly attacking the Duan Mu family in an attempt to capture Yang Tai. The entire war city had been divided into 4 parts. The Duan Mu family's cultivator had either been killed or injured, leaving only 4 or 5 who were still stubbornly resisting. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters were also covered in wounds. It was obvious they were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai whispered to the wind and cloud guards before rushing towards the two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag. Before he even arrived, his spiritual energy had already burst forth. A strange and terrifying divine sense suddenly enveloped the entire Yang Tai's mansion like a giant mountain. It pressed down on everyone. Everyone who was fighting couldn't help but have a change in expression. Their attacking moves instantly turned into defensive moves. The divine sense of a peak immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The two blood warriors separated at the same time, and quickly stood guard beside Yang Kang and Yang Ying, glancing around vigilantly. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag were also startled, nearly falling to their knees. Just as they were panicking over which powerhouse had suddenly made a move, a black shadow had already rushed in front of them. Both of them coldly snorted and simultaneously attacked this dark shadow. A strange purple light burst forth, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out. "Soul skill!" the two men exclaimed, but before they could react, a burst of floral fragrance assaulted their nostrils as blood-red petals wrapped in a cold, murderous intent flew out in all directions. Caught off guard, the two men were simultaneously struck by this attack, a cold chill filling their knowledge seas, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, their strength wasn't weak and their souls were quite stable, so even though they were struck by Yang Kai's soul skill, they weren't injured. On the other hand, the thousand-blossoming blood begonia that followed after forced them into a panic. In this brief moment, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the master holding the flag, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned maliciously. When the man saw Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but become slightly dazed. By the time he regained his composure, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. "You!" The master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He naturally recognized the 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, but he had never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to breathe, continuing to entangle with the thousand-blossoming blood begonia while he leapt into the air and tossed the flag into the air. In the dark night, a golden light flashed and a pair of claws stretched out, accurately grabbing Yang Tai's flag and disappearing in an instant. The sound of flapping wings rang out, and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was the golden feather eagle. "Are you an idiot?" The immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, the opponent who had just been holding the flag had clearly been snatched away without any resistance, so how could he understand the confusion and shock in his opponent's heart? "It's him, he. The man knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain for a while. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who was guarding Yang Kang, couldn't help but frown as she stared in the direction the golden feather eagle disappeared, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as a smile appeared on her face. When she turned to look at Yang Kai again, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. Chapter 427. The flag that should have belonged to Yang Kang had suddenly been snatched away, causing the originally joyful Yang Kang to be slightly startled, his mood instantly turning sour. Moreover, after the person who had snatched the flag flew up and down, the flag had already disappeared. Yang Kang couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, but he didn't dare to act rashly. That extremely powerful spiritual energy belonging to a peak immortal Ascension Boundary Master still shrouded the surrounding area. Not only did Yang Kang not dare to move, but everyone present also didn't dare to move. Such a master hiding nearby was a deterrent to anyone. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew in their hearts that this master was not one of them. Because of this deterrent spiritual energy, Yang Tai and the several Duanmu family cultivator, who were originally in a precarious situation, became much more relaxed at this moment. The wind and cloud dual guards, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples, rushing into the battlefield, swinging left and right, attacking all the people brought by Yang Kang. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were unfamiliar faces, they didn't think much about it, allowing the Wind and Cloud dual guards to act wantonly. After a few exchanges, the Wind and Cloud dual guards arrived in front of Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture my third brother!" The flag was already gone. If they still couldn't capture this person, then this time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Yang King's shout finally caused those who were on guard to take action. Yang Ying also shouted, "Stop them for me!" The cultivator on both sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. They were entangled with each other. The Wind and Cloud dual guards approached Yang Tai, and in the midst of the chaos, they actually received the help of several cultivators from Yang Ying's camp, successfully forcing back the two Duanmu family masters guarding Yang Tai and grabbing him. Yang Ying laughed and shouted to the Wind and Cloud dual guards, "You two, please send him over." "Yes." The Wind and Cloud dual guards quickly responded. "Hurry up." "Good." Saying so, he casually threw Yang Tai over. Yang Ying was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The person who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air to intercept Yang Tai, carrying him and flying away. At the same time, the Wind and Cloud dual guards also flew into the air. They disappeared into the night sky in a streak of green light. "Fifth brother, seventh brother." "Thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces suddenly became ashen as they cried out in alarm, "Ninth brother!" When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they immediately went into an uproar. Ninth brother! That was the youngest young master of the Yang family, Yang Kai. Just now, when Yang Kong was speaking, he had also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion tonight to cause trouble, and judging from Yang Kai's performance today, he didn't have much help. Even if his situation was better than Yang Tai's, it wouldn't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that ninth brother Yang Kai be in a terrible fix in his own mansion? Why would he appear here to reap the benefits? Moreover, he seemed to have only brought 2 helpers with him. This person was so bold. Without knowing why, when they heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the incredulity in his tone, the crowd felt a burst of excitement. It seemed that this kind of unexpected battle was the kind of show they had been looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters away with Yang Tai, his Yuan Qi fully activated as his figure flashed, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages. "It really is the little lord!" Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered to herself. Just now, she had seen a golden light in the dark night. Tang Yuxian had some doubts about whether it was the golden feather eagle, but now hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. "Did you already know?" Yang Kong glanced at her unhappily. Tang Yuxian's expression remained serious as she shook her head. "It was just a guess, I wasn't sure." Yang Kang's expression became ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time, he had deliberately chosen these 2 as his retainers for the inheritance war, firstly because their strength was really good, and secondly because he wanted to discuss Yang Kai. However, at this critical juncture, he had been the one to discuss Yang Kai. Both his flag and his people had been snatched away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying had fought a life-and-death battle and had lost so many helpers, but in the end they had obtained nothing. The depression in his heart could be imagined. "Chase!" Yang Kong grit his teeth and roared, immediately flying off. Yang Ying's expression was also gloomy as he followed without a word. The 2 groups of people left together, leaving behind only the ruins of Yang Tai's mansion and the 4 or 5 injured Duanmu family masters. In order to chase down Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, the 2 of them had no intention of dealing with the remaining Duanmu family masters. The first battle of the night was actually a sandpiper and clam fight, a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. This was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers still wanted to see more, so they quickly followed. These people were also quite interested in the daring 9th brother Yang Kai who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't help wondering what kind of person this youngest young Master Yang was and how he was able to act so boldly. Faintly, these people didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With the existence of such a person, the inheritance war would be much more interesting and exciting. With the ground covered in blood and corpses, the 4 or 5 Duanmu family masters who had survived glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, slowly sitting down and adjusting their breathing. They had done their best. The Duanmu family had sent a total of 30 to 40 people this time, but after this battle, only 5 of them had survived. This was a loss to the Duanmu family's strength, but it would also strengthen the Duanmu family's reputation. In the future, when people talked about this inheritance war, they would only praise the Duanmu family for their loyalty and uprightness, knowing full well that they would lose but still sending people to protect them without hesitation. Such a family was bound to have people befriending them. So in the long run, the Duanmu family not only didn't lose anything. Instead, they benefited. Yang Kang and Yang Ying led their own people to chase after Yang Kai. At first, they could still see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters released their divine senses in an attempt to detect Yang Kai's movements, but these divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, completely useless. Yang Kai and Yang Tai had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The results reported by their pursuers made Yang Kang and Yang Ying's expressions become more and more ugly. "Your 9th brother's speed is too shocking," Gao Rangfeng muttered in horror. Carrying a person in his hand, he was actually able to leave so many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind. Such speed was simply incredible. Regardless of his speed, under the divine senses of so many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kang Zhan shook his head, somewhat unable to understand. Yang Ying's eyes flashed as he stared towards Tang Yuxian, chuckling lightly. "5th brother, I heard that your blood warrior's attainments and soul skills are far higher than anyone else's. Was she unable to detect it with her divine sense?" Listening to Yang Ying's words, Yang Kang also quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yuxian, full of questions. Tang Yuxian shook her head lightly and said, "I've tried. I couldn't detect the little lord's movements." Yang Kang frowned, quickly saying, "Yuxian, I know you and 9th brother have a good personal relationship, but don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You are a blood warrior of the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall." Tang Yuxian's expression became serious as she said, "5th young lord, I understand what you're saying, but I also ask you to understand that blood warriors always distinguish between public and private interests. Since you used your merits to exchange with the family for me and Tu Feng to serve as your retainers, before you fail, Tu Feng and I will do our best to assist you." Listening to her say this, Yang Kang didn't continue to press the issue, nodding slightly. "That's not what I meant. Since you can't detect him, 9th brother must have some kind of powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts." "You mean the master of that divine sense?" Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange spiritual energy he had just sensed. "It should be, with such a powerful master helping him, it is indeed possible for him to do so." Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. "Strange, how could 9th brother have such a powerful helper?" In the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world participated. Among them, the strongest master the 8 great families had ever dispatched was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. As for the other first-class forces, they generally wouldn't send a peak immortal Ascension Boundary master to participate. Such masters were usually relatively old and wouldn't be willing to disturb the balance of the inheritance war. On top of that, these families couldn't afford to lose such a master. Therefore, the strongest master a first-class force could send was an immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. Of course, this fact was not absolute. As the inheritance war heated up, peak immortal Ascension Boundary masters were likely to appear on the battlefield. As for the second-class forces, there were very few immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters. For example, in Blood Battle Gang, only Sect Master Human was an immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. As the leader of the Blood Battle Gang, how could he participate? As for Storm Hall, there wasn't even a single Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. Even the sect masters Xiao Ruahan only had a 7th stage cultivation. Therefore, the masters a second-class force could send out were mostly Immortal Ascension Boundary's 6th or 7th stage masters. As for third-class forces, it was impossible for them to have too many masters. The support they brought was much smaller than that of first-class and second-class forces. In the inheritance war, people would die. If too many masters died, those forces wouldn't be able to afford it, and would likely never be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, no matter which force participated in the inheritance war, the number of people they sent out was limited. As for a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, none of the young lords had one yet. If Yang Kai really had such a powerful ally, Yang Kang and Yang Ying would be in grave danger, so how could they have time to think about anything else? Ninth brother really made a big profit this time. Yang Ying shook his head and smiled bitterly. The flag had been snatched by him, and now even Yang Tai was in his hands. Each person and flag could be exchanged for a lot of useful materials from the family, even artifacts, martial skills, and secret arts. These things could be used to equip his followers, allowing them to become stronger and stronger. He'll be able to hold on until tonight. Yang Kang coldly snorted. At this time, the battlefield over there should also be a great deal of chaos, right? Ninth brother didn't stay in the mansion and actually ran out on his own. Although this was a risky move, in Yang King's opinion, the gains weren't worth the losses. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.